What is that? Boom. The punch hits squarely and squashes down the cheeks, sending the snow bunny angel stumbling back on her feet. She can't even process it. A human just hit her. Before she can say a word, she falls to her knees, confused with her angelical blood leaving her nose. So she turns to kill the bastard, but our boy disappears, pops up behind her, grabs her wings using full grip strength and starts to pull. Albino Angel shouts for him to stop it, but stone cold he just keeps pulling it out from inside of her. And before she can do anything, he rips it off her back, and even tells the girl that she's too much of a crybaby. Then he steps on the other shoulder and rips of another wing. She agonizes, and he pulls a knife from his inventory. Before she can say something, deep into her chest, the steel freezes her heart. Puff! A lifeless angel corpse hits the ground. With that, he gains 2 secret rewards for the first angel kill, the Rune of the Slaughter, and the most important one being the Angel's Blood, which allows him to get extreme unique class. But before that, we gotta row back a few hours. It's New Year's Eve. Massive countdown event in the city. 10,000 people in the plaza. Fireworks ready. Drinks in hand. Future gangster Ryu Min is in the crowd telling his friends his big plan after graduation is to become a thug. His friends call him insane. Then they bring up the kid he loves bullying, that gloomy, quiet guy from class. Young Min says graduation isn't going to stop him. He'll keep beating that loser as long as he wants. One of his friends taps his shoulder and points. The bullied kid is standing right there. The countdown hits 5. The bullied kid, our boy Ryu Min, is staring straight at Young Min. Then he starts glowing blue. Nobody understands what's happening. In his head, our boy is thinking, I'm back again. Round 1, day 1. Last tryout of 100 regressions. This is the final loop. The clock chimes. And then a voice cuts through the entire plaza. Humans are funny, celebrating without knowing what's coming. An angel descends. Wings, halo, the works. The crowd thinks it's part of the show. One drunk guy yells something rude at her. She gets annoyed and snaps her fingers. His head explodes in front of his friends. Then she gives the speech. Our boy has now heard 99 times. She says they must be confused. The worthless creatures like them could never understand what's happening. Then she says she'll explain it simply, and tells them to listen. The protagonist is already sick of hearing the same speech again. The angel begins. For 20 rounds on the first day of each month, humans will be sent in spirit form to another dimension to play a game. There they'll be given one job, clear the mission. If they succeed, they return to reality with a reward. Someone quietly thinks they might survive if they finish the mission, but the angel shuts that down. Not everyone who clears it gets to live. Only half of the successful participants will survive. Still, she says she won't be taking everyone. The crowd goes quiet, too shocked to respond. She explains that only people between 15 and 29 from around the world are being taken. The protagonist thinks back to the first time. He never imagined he'd have to relive this 100 times. A man over 29 sighs in relief, thinking he's safe. One of Yang Men's friends grabs him and snaps, asking how he can be happy when the rest of them might die. Worried, Yang Choi Wen tells him to wake up. Didn't he just see someone's head explode? The angel says there should be about 1.8 billion participants total. With the basic explanation done, she says it's time to begin. Their spirits are pulled into a void, and she keeps talking. Now they're in a place where they can't see each other. Before the game starts, they must create a spiritual body. She calls it a personal customization, so they should choose carefully. The protagonist decides to do what he always does, use the nickname Black Scythe. After that, he appears in the field and thinks this is already his 100th time. He's used this same form since his 12th attempt, and now it feels like his real body. One by one, the other players finish customizing and arrive. Looking around, he sees most people made themselves prettier or cooler than before. As usual, everyone wants to look attractive, but that's a bad move. This world is all about survival. Stand out too much and you become a target. Die here and you die in the real world too. He brushes it off. It's almost time. Then he notices Yang Choi Wen, who once again picked a muscular body. The angel returns and says everyone seems happy with their new avatars, though she prefers seeing them scared. She mentions the 1.8 billion total. A guy says it doesn't feel like that many people are here. The angel sighs, disgusted by how stupid humans are. She explains this isn't the only space. People are spread across many planes with other angels, so they should focus on their own. Then she says she'll explain the next part as simply as possible. First, she tells them to think of a status window, and the protagonist opens his Ryu Min, nickname Black Scythe. Beginner, level 1. No class, no title. 3,333 stat points. No skills, no runes. He looks over his status and lets out a sigh. The angel says anyone who's played games should already understand how weak they are right now, but they can grow stronger. And if they survive through round 20, they won't just escape the game. They'll also get one wish. People around them can't believe it. A wish sounds impossible, but first they have to survive. Ignoring the chatter, she tells them to open their inventory because she left them a gift. The gangster checks his and finds a random rune fragment. The angel says it's a one-time item, usable only at level 1, and it's the only starting item they'll get. The gangster uses the fragment and looks impressed by what he got. The angel says their luck clearly wasn't equal, but whatever they received is the fate given to them, so they should accept it. With rune registration done, she says the real show can start. She snaps her fingers, and everyone's window updates. The mission appears, kill 100 goblins per person. Across all regions there are 1.8 billion participants, and only half can survive. In this region, 10,200 people are competing, and just 5,100 will live. Then the first goblin appears. Someone points at it and says it really feels like a game, maybe even some new virtual test. Others wonder if they were kidnapped for this. The angel cuts them off, saying they shouldn't get excited. Then countless summon lights flash, and a huge wave of goblins appears. Anyone who thought this was a game starts freaking out. The angel announces the odds, 10,000 humans against 50,000 goblins, and tells them to fight to the death. As the goblins charge, everyone freezes. Panic spreads, people scream that they're coming and beg them not to get close. Then from the crowd, the protagonist steps forward. With no weapon at all, he walks straight at the goblins. The others can't believe it. He doesn't hesitate, just fires off a sharp kick straight into a goblin's forehead. This was part of his plan. In a crowd, first impressions matter, and he needs everyone to remember him. The goblin drops and its knife falls to the ground. The protagonist grabs it. Now they won't dare treat him lightly. He needs to show his strength and catch her eye. He looks up at the angel, who's laughing after watching that first strike. If he wants to impress her, he'll need to put on a real show. 2 more goblins rush him. Now he has a knife. He cuts both goblins down in an instant. The crowd is stunned. Who is this guy? Some even compare him to Special Forces, and his nickname, Black Scythe, starts spreading fast. Someone mutters that goblins are supposed to be the weakest monsters in games. Another says they should be beatable too, especially if everyone works together, even if they can't do it like Black Scythe. But before they can do anything, a goblin strikes, and the first person dies. That one death sets everything off. Some people break and run, others try to fight back. The whole place turns into a mess. While cutting down goblins with ease, the protagonist watches and thinks no one sees this as a game anymore. All they care about now is staying alive. Once fear takes over, people stop thinking and just run. That was his choice in his first run too. By the second, he understood running was pointless on this battlefield. One girl tries to flee but slams into an invisible barrier and realizes there's no way out. He already knows most modern humans would struggle to kill even one goblin. Still, if they want to live, they'll have to get past that. The fight keeps raging. People fall, goblins attack, and the angel just watches. Laughing, she says it's fun to watch humans battle goblins. Small or not, armed monsters are still dangerous. Then her eyes settle on the protagonist. Who is this human? Black Scythe, 70 out of 100. She notices the system shows almost nothing about him besides the mission progress. Annoyed, she wonders why it's hiding the rest. She sighs, saying guiding humans is irritating, but watching them is starting to amuse her. The protagonist kills another goblin. He gains 4 experience, 10 gold, and levels up. Now he's at 75 out of 100. He slips past an arrow as 5 goblins rush him. He dodges the first, stabs one in the chest, drops the next, then spins the dagger into another goblin's forehead. The last goblin freezes, trying to hide among the others. It doesn't help, he kills that one too. Then he glares at the rest and calls out, "Anyone else?" The goblins shrink back, too scared to move. He lets out a breath. At least now he can rest for a second. Next, he opens his status. He's level 4 with 6 points, which means he's getting 2 stat points each level. He puts all of them into dexterity. It boosts his dodging, attack speed, and movement speed, easily the best early stat. With progress this fast, he's sure the angel has noticed him. Now it's time to finish. He hurls the spinning dagger straight at a goblin's forehead. Not coming. The goblins stay frozen, and he adds, "Then I'll come to you." In a flash, he's already behind them with his knife in hand. They barely react before he moves through the group and kills them all. More experience, 10 gold, another level, and with that he's killed all 100 goblins. Round 1 is complete. A golden barrier surrounds him. He clears round 1 easily. He went on that killing spree to grab the angel's attention, but also for another reason. Then the system announces that he finished first in the current region. It also declares him first across the entire region. Round 1 winner, Black Scythe. He sighs, first place again. Finishing early matters since the top 3 get extra rewards based on rank. The system grants him a low-level rare weapon ticket for taking first in the current region. More importantly, for finishing first overall, he gets a special reward and a selection chest. The best prize by far. He decides to use the weapon ticket first. The choices are a sword, a stiletto, or a spear. It's nothing amazing, but getting gear this early is still a win. Without hesitation, he picks the stiletto. It's a rare weapon with 15 attack and bonus dexterity. No special effect, but for a beginner, it's the best dagger possible. He tosses aside the goblin's basic dagger. The special selection chest can wait for now. As he checks his status again, he thinks about the title he just got. He never saw anything like this in his last 99 tries. Then he uses his rune. The random rune fragment turns into the time reversal rune. The system says the rune should be engraved into the player's soul, but traces of the same rune are already there, so registration fails. To him, that makes sense. If it kept registering, he'd be able to loop back forever. The system speaks again. Because of those traces, he has been identified as a time traveler with 100 journeys, and has earned the title Last Traveler. He's thrown off. In this game, titles matter even more than runes. Last Traveler is unlocked after obtaining 100 time reversal runes. Its effect is huge. If he's killed, he stays as a spirit for 1 minute, then can revive at full health once. After that, the title vanishes. Titles are far rarer and stronger than runes. Even Priest Resurrection only restores about 30% health, but this one brings him back completely healed. He realizes he got something incredible. A hidden trump card like this is priceless. He immediately sets his status to private so no one can learn about it. Then looks around. Others seem close to clearing their missions too. He wonders what Ryu Min is doing. Then he spots him. More and more people start finishing, and the angel says she was just starting to get bored. She mocks the pitiful humans, saying they kept dying until only as many remained as there were goblins. Then she apologizes with a grin and says it was her mistake, so why not make things fun again? A girl cries over her friend's body as the corpses begin to disappear, and another wave of goblins is summoned. The crowd panics while the angel enjoys every second. She says she kindly refilled the field with another 50,000 goblins, so now they have more than enough to kill. By now, people have started adapting. The battlefield fills with stabbing, shoving, and brutal close combat. 1,021 people have finished. Some help each other, but others get ugly. One gangster even drags a friend in front of him to take a stab. 2,129 people have finished. From his protected spot, the protagonist watches it all. One crazed man presses a bloody hand against the barrier, likely after seeing his friend die. 3,533 people have finished. The angel keeps enjoying the slaughter, while the protagonist studies her. In the end, 5,143 people complete the mission. Those who failed ask where the goblins went. The angel reminds them she already warned them only half would clear the mission. Now that it's done, everyone else has to die. Those are the rules. The survivors panic and beg for more time, saying they only needed one more goblin. She just smiles and tells them not to look so sad, they should be happy they survived. Either way, they can return now. Then she congratulates them on passing round 1 and tells them to try harder next time. Before sending them back, she says they should look at the results. The round 1 ranking appears. The protagonist is first with a 10-minute clear. Stupid Idiots comes in second at 16 minutes, and Heavenly Demon is third at 17. He took first in both the region and overall, which earns him another 1,000 gold to spend in the game shop. Everyone stares at him, and he realizes they all know he's rank 1 now. The angel blurts out that she can't believe the overall number 1 came from her region. Then she calls him out. Black Scythe? Curious, she asks how he got so strong and whether he found some kind of special rune. She tries to inspect his status, so he mocks her and tells her to go ahead and check it. She snaps back that she could if she wanted to, she was only testing him. He smiles to himself, thinking she's ridiculous. Then he asks if he can make a request. He says the reward for rank 1 feels a little weak. The people nearby who had seen her kill someone instantly stare at him in shock. What is he doing? The angel is stunned and asks what he just said. He calmly repeats that he wants something better. She asks again, clearly offended, but he doesn't back down. He didn't like the reward, so she should give him a better one. She glares at him, thinking this human has some nerve. She only noticed him because he was active early, and now he's acting important after killing a few goblins. For a moment, she wants to blow his head off. Then she remembers she can only use that instant kill power once, and she already spent it. Still, that doesn't mean she can't deal with him. An idea comes to her, and she turns back to him. So, you want a better reward? Normally, she'd reject a demand like this right away, but she says she'll consider it, and that they should talk in private. Everyone else has to wait. The others are stunned. They can't believe the angel actually listened to him, and some wonder if they should complain too, though they assume it's only because he's rank 1. Now they're dying to know what reward he's about to get. The protagonist glances at Ryu Min, but Ryu Min doesn't seem interested. Then the protagonist heads off with the angel into the forest. She tells him to walk closer so she doesn't have to keep turning her head to talk. He answers with a sarcastic, "All right." She calls him an insolent human and grumbles that his greedy race never listens. In her mind, she complains that she can't just change what the system already assigned him. As far as she's concerned, he should accept his reward and learn what happens to greedy insects. Once we get past that rock, I'll kill him. There is a risk, though. If I get rid of the first-place player for personal reasons without using my special power, the others might suspect the game is rigged. And if that happens, the ones above me could punish me. That's why I led him somewhere no one can see us. Stupid human. If you'd kept your mouth shut, none of this would be happening. She faces him and asks what kind of reward he wants instead. His answer is a punch straight to her face. The hit makes her stumble. Shocked, she cries out that a human dared to hit her. She tries to regain control, but he disappears and pops up behind her, grabbing her wing and tearing it off. Now you're not getting away. Then he tells her to quit whining and rips off the other wing too. Now escape isn't an option. He asks if it hurts. Full of hate, she snaps that of course it does. He fires back that if their roles were reversed, she'd be mocking him and asking the same thing in 5 minutes. Confused, she asks if he's insane and what he's even talking about. He says she planned to kill him with the dagger hidden in her wing. She denies it, saying she may kill him now, but she never planned that before. He says there's no point lying. He can read it on her face. Farewell. That catches the angel off guard. How does a human know my name? She asks what he's going to do with the weapon, and he only mocks her, Can't you guess? Enraged, she threatens to blow his head off with a snap of her fingers, but he reminds her that power is already gone. Finally understanding the situation, she mutters that she's in trouble. She tries one more threat, saying her allies won't forgive this, but he laughs. Angels only care about themselves. Once she's gone, no one will bother. Now desperate, she begs him to stop, saying he gains nothing. He laughs again and says killing her will get him plenty. She warns he'll regret it and never go home, but he says the system sends him back when the round ends. Stunned, she asks how he knows that. In panic, she offers information for her life. He coldly says if he wanted answers, he'd force them out of her. He says he'd torture her until he learned everything, what her kind is, how their world works, their goal, and the truth that she's just a pawn acting like a guide. The angel tries to argue, but he doesn't hesitate and drives the attack into her heart. She collapses. The system announces that an angel has been defeated. He's the first player to kill an angel. He gains the title First Angel Slayer, and as a reward, he gets Angel's Blood. He notes that he was first again, just like expected, and also got the Slaughter Rune, which is etched into his soul automatically. With this title, his stats double whenever he fights a sacred monster. He remembers that he only learned about this reward on his 13th try after killing the first angel back then. Maybe that's because only one person can get it. The Slaughter Rune raises his stats by 1 for every enemy he kills, up to 100, and it lasts until the round ends. He figures these rewards are basically on the level of unique items, and the other angels would be stunned to know he already has this rune. But the biggest reason he killed the angel was the angel's blood, a unique consumable that lets a player become a reaper. It only works at level 10 or higher, and only the first player to kill an angel can get it. Any player can get a class starting at level 10. There are 30 classes total, and changing class isn't hard. All you need is a class change item. Most of the time, you get one by hunting or meeting easy conditions. Unique classes are different. Only one player can get them, and only by meeting special conditions. And obviously, they're way better than normal classes. They give much better bonus stats, runes, and builds. Then he says it's time to collect the reward for ranking first in every region. The system gives him several choices. He can pick one special reward, triple experience in round 2, 2,000 gold, or information about round 2. He knows the experience boost matters most because he needs to hit level 10 fast and change classes. So the clear choice is the triple experience bonus for round 2. After taking the buff, he says this will be his last attempt. No matter what it takes, he'll become the strongest. And with that, round 1 ends. The gangster wakes up where the New Year's event was held and mutters that this must be the New Year's bell. He wonders what happened and whether everyone blacked out like he did. As people wake up, some call it a weird dream. He checks the time, 5:20 a.m. The same amount of time that passed in the game passed here too. Everyone, including his friends, wakes up with pounding headaches. He asks if Huang Yang-ho also blacked out. Huang Yang-ho says it wasn't just him. Looks like everyone did. He notes that they all dropped at the same time and starts talking about the strange dream. One friend asks Huang Yang-ho if he had it too. He hesitates, then says yes, but he's not sure it was a dream. Was it all real? The goblins round 1? All of it? Are they really being sent back next month? Then they spot someone who still hasn't woken up and ask why he's not moving. When they touch him, his body is cold. One of them checks and says he isn't breathing and has no pulse. Is he really dead? Another wonders if he died because he failed the game. Then panic spreads. Are all the people not waking up dead? Is this real? Only half survived. Will the next round be like this too? The gangster prodigy answers with a chilling smile. He says it doesn't matter who was born rich or poor now. The odds are the same for everyone. So no one can complain life is unfair anymore. Calm down and just survive. When someone cries that it's unfair to die without even getting a real chance to fight, Huang Yang-ho snaps back that everyone was thrown into the same mess. So what's unfair about it? His friends can only think that he's insane. One of them fires back that maybe a gangster like him doesn't care, but other people still had dreams and plans. Then a friend notices Huang Yang-ho searching around and asks what he's looking for. He asks where that brat went. The friend asks if he means his slave. Yeah, he says he definitely saw him over there before blacking out. Maybe the kid didn't survive round 1. Makes sense. How could someone that weak last to the end? Then he hears something, turns, and spots someone wearing armor. He wonders who that is and where all that armor came from. A moment later, he notices a status window in the real world. Everyone gets one. They soon figure out each person can only see their own. If the game system works in reality too, Huang Yang-ho wants proof, so he tests his strength and smashes a stone with his bare hand. Amazed, he shouts that it's incredible. The news quickly starts covering the shocking event at Jo-young-ho, where the New Year's celebration was supposed to happen. Over 10,000 people collapsed at once. The report even shows footage of the angel and says one person died on the spot. Then the angel lifted her hands and all 10,000 people lost consciousness. Police say it only affected people between 15 and 29. Online though, hardly anyone believes it. Some call the reporters crazy, while others say it has to be fake CGI. Meanwhile, the protagonist says this is only the start. The news keeps talking about what happened, but while the reports focus on the deaths, he knows that's not the real problem. The real issue is that players can now use their abilities in the real world. The effect may be small for now, but as they level up, they'll become beings beyond normal humans. No weapon, not even a whole army, will be able to control them. They'll turn into living weapons. He thinks he can't just watch the world fall apart. If things keep going as they are, humanity won't even make it to round 20. There's only one answer. He has to rule over all the players with overwhelming power. He's sure this time he'll need a different approach from his past attempts. To open the final boss room, at least 5 players are needed. He already has a few talented people in mind and even knows how he'll bring them in. But not yet. Right now, something else matters more. He gets home, opens the door, and sees his younger brother ate instant noodles for dinner again. He checks the bedroom and finds him fast asleep, calm even though his older brother still wasn't home. Then he thinks back. His younger brother is about to start his last year of high school. Their family used to be normal until their parents died in a car crash. After that, everything changed. The biggest change was that he became the boy's only guardian. He fixes the band-aid on his brother's hand and wakes him up. Turning on the light, he says it's time to get up. It's morning. The boy groans that it's only 6 in the morning. We don't have time to sleep. He says, get dressed, we're leaving. The boy asks what's going on, and he says he'll explain later. His brother asks where they're even going, and jokes that if it's to watch the sunrise, he'd rather stay asleep. He tells him this is no time to rest. The world is in chaos. But the boy reminds him they were supposed to watch the New Year's event. What happened? He just tells him to get ready, and he'll explain on the way. The two head through the city. The younger brother keeps glancing at him, confused, thinking that if his brother looks this serious, something huge must have happened. The protagonist tells him, you have no idea what's happening to you right now. His brother fires back, why would you say that? You're freaking me out. Did something happen while I was sleeping? Just look at the top news. His younger brother checks his phone and goes pale. Wait, an angel showed up and took people to another world? The protagonist corrects him. Not their bodies, just their souls. You too. Yeah, I only made it back after killing 100 monsters called goblins. His brother is shaken. Is that really true? Are you hurt anywhere? Don't worry about me. How can I not worry? You're my brother. Remembering their parents' funeral, the protagonist thinks, so this is what family means. The only family I have left is my little brother, crying over there. I know I need to get mentally stronger to fill the hole. Mom and dad left behind, but being strong inside and killing 100 monsters are nothing alike. His brother realizes even he has a weak side. The protagonist says, I know what you're thinking. Over there was a status system like in a game. My normal body didn't matter much. His brother stares. So it really had something like that. And there's one more thing. Later you won't be calling me weak. His brother blinks. What's that supposed to mean? If you want the answer, come with me. He groans, I really don't want to. Tell me where we're going or I'm not moving. Please just tell me first. The protagonist notices the bandage on his hand. He looks down and quietly says, Bang Taegyu. His brother flinches. Why are you bringing him up? Because we're going to Taegyu's hideout, the punk from your class. I know he's been bullying you. His brother freezes. How do you know that? You really thought I wouldn't find out? His brother thinks, I tried so hard to hide it. He's already dealing with so much. I'm sorry, brother. The protagonist admits he actually didn't know. He only learned the truth a few hours after returning from the first round. Later that day, while he was resting, his brother said he was going out. Looking back, the protagonist remembers that was when everything started. Then his phone rang. Hello, are you Ryu's guardian? You need to get to the hospital right away. He rushed there, but by then, his brother had gone blind. The thought crushed him. I was too weak and too stupid. Now he apologizes and swears no one will ever bully him again. The story cuts to a warehouse where a boy is getting beaten. A blonde thug sneers, you brats trying to get yourselves killed? Didn't I say bring me 200,000 won? The boys stay silent, covered in bruises. What? No answer? Ignoring me? He hits one of them again. The others mutter that Taegyu really is ruthless, even to his own lackeys. Even the older students avoid him. Nobody wants to end up on his bad side. Taegyu curses, saying, he was supposed to buy a motorcycle today, but these useless idiots ruined it. He turns to a friend. So where am I supposed to get money now? The guy just shrugs. Use your brain and find me somewhere to squeeze cash out of. Then someone gets an idea. What about that kid you always take money from? Your little slave, the tall one with curly hair, call him. Taegyu smirks. That bastard? I was already thinking about it. I'll beat him up as a New Year gift. I'll rob him till he's got nothing left. Sounds fun. Then he pauses. But that loser's basically homeless. Even if I beat him, what money could he have? His place is a total dump. One friend laughs. Seriously. Taegyu agrees. That loser doesn't even have relatives. He only lives with his brother. Then his friend notices his expression and asks what's wrong. Taegyu stares ahead at Ryu's brother and asks, what's that? That's when the protagonist arrives with his brother. Taegyu takes one look and says, well, look who showed up. Not the devil, just a pain in the neck. Ryu, you little. He quickly bows his head and apologizes while trying to hold his brother back. Taegyu points at the protagonist. Who's this punk? His face alone annoys me. Then he spots someone beside them. And who's this? You bring another slave because you were lonely? The protagonist is too scared to answer, so the protagonist speaks up. I'm MC's older brother. Taegyu laughs. Older brother? I told you to keep your mouth shut. Now you drag this loser into it too. You're both getting wrecked today. Then he orders his guys to grab them. The gang steps forward, laughing that the world's gone crazy if this guy thinks he can take on Tagyu. They tease Ryu, asking if his brother can even fight. One thug walks up to the protagonist and mocks him for looking small and soft. A second later, he gets punched in the face and drops. The guy behind him yells, "What just happened?" Another stares in shock. Did he just dodge that? Before he can react, he gets smashed in the mouth and flies back too. Now they realize this guy's for real. Another one rushes in, but the protagonist slips past him, then fires back with more punches. Soon they're all on the floor, shaking and unsure what to do. Tagyu glares at them. "Useless trash. So you learned a little boxing somewhere? You think that means something?" He sneers at Ryu's brother, saying a few moves don't make him special. In the end, raw strength is what matters. The protagonist stays calm. "Have you even been watching the news?" Tagyu snaps, "What news?" Before he can finish, the protagonist slips past another punch, then another, and another. Tagyu starts getting dizzy. "What the hell? Why can't I hit him even once?" The protagonist tells him if he'd seen the news, he never would have messed with a player. Then he drives a punch into Tagyu's cheek, knocking his jaw out of place. That cocky look vanishes fast. Another punch slams into the other side of his face. "You were never going to beat me." Tagyu lowers his hand and a tooth drops out. Raging, he screams, "I'll kill you." He charges again, but the protagonist dodges, grabs his wrist and cracks him twice in the head. Tagyu staggers, barely able to stand. "Why does he keep hitting my face? If I could just land one hit. Just one." He rushes in again, but gets dodged, punched in the mouth, and sent flying. The protagonist says calmly, "Bang Tagyu, does that hurt?" He remembers that day no matter how many times he's gone back, and vows never to let that hell happen again. As he walks closer, Tagyu panics and begs him to stay back. The protagonist grabs his hand, catching him off guard. "This is what happens when you mess with my little brother." Then he snaps all 5 fingers at once. And now for the other hand. He grabs that one too. Tagyu screams no, but he's crushed again before he can escape. By then, his lackeys are already running for their lives. Even Ryu can barely watch from a distance. The protagonist warns him, "If you ever touch him again, you know what happens, right?" Tagyu hurriedly promises he won't. "That's right, but I need to make sure because people like you change their minds fast." Then the cracking starts again. Later, the 2 brothers walk back and the younger one is still shaken. He asks, "How did you do that? Did you learn martial arts or something?" The protagonist reminds him not to worry. Players can use their skills in real life too. His brother stares. "What do you mean?" In answer, he pulls out the dagger he got in the other world. His brother jolts in surprise. "A knife out of nowhere? So you can summon weapons?" "Exactly. And when I moved like that, it was the same kind of thing. That's how I dodged all their hits. My dexterity is 11 now." His brother connects it to the game stat. The protagonist explains that a normal person has 3, while a pro athlete has 10. So what happens if your level goes even higher? He shrugs. "How would I know? I haven't gotten that far." But that is a lie. He can't reveal yet that he's a time traveler. The last time he told the whole truth, during his 21st regression, his brother was kidnapped by another player. He still wants revenge, but more than that, he refuses to let his brother go through that again. If he wants to protect him, he has to be ready for what's coming. So for now, he changes the subject. "Want to get breakfast at the convenience store? You're hungry, right?" "Yeah." They head inside. His brother points at the noodles. "Aren't they over here?" "I know." "Wait a second." He swipes his card thinking this is all the money he's saved so far. 133,001 won. His brother stares. "You took all of it out?" "I need it." Then he asks, "What do you want to eat today?" His brother hesitates. "Everything here is expensive. Some of it is over 5,001. "It's fine. Pick whatever you want. You really want me to live on instant noodles forever? Then choose what you want. We'll be okay." "Okay, then I want the spicy pork belly. I've really been wanting to eat this." The protagonist smiles and says soon they'll go to a restaurant and eat steak. Really expensive meat. His brother protests that this is already more than enough for him. The protagonist looks at him and thinks, "Just wait a few days. I'll give you so much good food, you'll get tired of it." His little brother eats happily, and the protagonist watches with a quiet smile. Then he gets up. His brother thanks him, but asks where he's going. "Wait here a minute." He walks to the counter. His brother blurts out, "You withdrew all that money for this?" He buys a stack of lottery tickets, thinking this is the first smart thing he's done since coming back. "We're winning the lottery." His brother can't believe it. "You spent it on tickets? How many did you buy? 20? Wait, 100,001 on lottery tickets? What if we get nothing?" The protagonist just tells him to relax and watch. His brother stares. "What are you doing? You're picking the same numbers again?" "Why? Because these are the winning ones." The next chapter opens with the lottery draw. His brother nervously mutters that they're screwed. They just blew 100,001. He says they should have bought food instead, but the protagonist tells him to stop chewing his nails. The numbers start coming out: 3, then 18. Next are 9 and 38, and the last one matches 2. Every number is there. His brother keeps looking between the screen and the tickets. Then he blurts out that this is insane. They won the jackpot. He begs for a cheek pinch, and the protagonist tells him to do it himself. His brother can barely believe it. Is this a dream? Please don't let it be. The protagonist calms him down. It's real, not a dream. They really got first place, and his brother loses it with excitement. He quickly tells him to keep it down so the neighbors don't hear. Then he asks why he's freaking out so much. His brother fires back. How could he not be happy? Of course he's happy. He just remembers being the same way the first time. Back then, he was thrilled too. But after living through this over and over, it feels more like a yearly task. He has to build money fast after every reset because 900 million people are already gone. Soon the economy will collapse, and players will start trading with cash more than ever. Still stunned, his brother asks how 100 tickets all won first place, and how much they're getting. The protagonist says he doesn't know, even though he does. It's enough money to shake everything up. Later, he goes to claim the prize. He's done this so many times that he doesn't even feel nervous anymore. At the counter, he says he's there to collect the first place winnings. The clerk congratulates him. While processing the claim, the clerk comments that he looks like a student. Asked where he bought the tickets, he says QVS 24 at the Yonghui branch. That makes the clerk freeze. QVS 24 in Yonghui? The clerk remembers hearing that 115 winning tickets came out this round. And the wild part, 100 of them were sold at one location. Could one person have bought all of them? Realizing who this is, they decide the president needs to be called right away for this VIP guest. Seeing the clerk drift off, the protagonist cuts in and asks for help. The clerk apologizes and asks him to wait a moment. He agrees. A little later, the bank president shows up. He thanks the protagonist for waiting and introduces himself as the president of Yonghui Bank. Then excited, he congratulates the winner. The protagonist thanks him. The president suggests moving somewhere private and asks him to follow. He is taken to the ticket verification room. A secretary notices him with the president and wonders who he is. For a second, she thinks he might be the president's son. Instead, the president says he's a VIP guest here to claim a prize and tells her to make sure he's comfortable. She realizes this must be the man with the 100 winning tickets. The president tells her to continue. After he leaves, the protagonist thanks her and she tries to steady herself. She offers him a drink, but he politely says no. Then she asks if he brought the tickets. He hands over 20 tickets, with 5 entries on each. As she checks them, she's stunned. They all use the exact same numbers, like he knew the future. After verifying everything, she confirms all 100 entries are first-place winners. The protagonist asks how much he'll get. She tells him the total prize is about 22 billion won. After taxes, it'll be around 15 billion. He notes how fast everything moved. The first thing he does after getting the money is find a new place for them to live. Then he opens an investment account and puts everything into Bitcoin, knowing it'll jump 500% next month. Later, he asks his brother what he thinks of the new home. His brother lights up, saying it's amazing and huge. The protagonist says it was the best place they could move into right away. His brother asks why he rented instead of buying when they have so much money. He explains that besides the 1 billion he pulled out for the deposit, he has no cash left. Everything else is in Bitcoin. His brother is shocked and he keeps going. He says he knows what his brother wants to say, but this wasn't a careless move. Besides, he can still make more through the lottery, since he's seen 4 winning number sets in his dreams. His brother just stares, amazed that he's apparently one of those people who dreams numbers. Then he hesitates and asks if the numbers are really right and tells him not to forget them. He says not to worry, there's no way he'd forget after seeing them so many times. Then he tells his brother to get ready so they can go eat. His brother asks where. That's when he reveals they're moving today. Before this, he'd only shown photos, so his brother had no idea it was happening now. Elsewhere, the gangster slams a fist into the wall. Grinning, he says dumping all his stats into strength was the right call. He also got a room that doubles that strength, so he feels crazy lucky. He brags that even Mike Tyson would envy a punch like this. Satisfied with the test, he decides it's time to try it on a real person. So he starts pounding on the protagonist's door, calling for Raymond. He knows that bastard isn't dead, but he's not answering calls either. Angry, he says Raymond must think he can get away after staring him down like that. He swears he'll crush him. Still banging on the door, he says that even if they're both players, trash is still trash, and now it's time for a lesson. He's sure Raymond is hiding inside, so when no one comes out, he gets even madder. Leaning on the door, he listens closely. If he hears breathing, he'll break the whole place down. Then someone asks what a student is doing in front of another person's door. He snaps back, asking why that matters. Are they the owner? The man says yes, he is, and that throws the gangster off. The owner asks if he's here to see a friend. He quickly plays along and says yes, asking him to open the door. He claims he lost contact with his friend and just needs help getting in. But the owner tells him it looks like that friend ditched him. The room is empty. The student who lived there moved out today. Hearing that, he realizes the bastard ran without a word. The story shifts to the new apartment building. The younger brother is blown away by how tall it is. He points out the revolving door at the entrance and the keycard access. A staff member confirms the protagonist's identity, and his brother is shocked that the place even has security. He says the place is incredible. The protagonist tells him to come on, and they head inside. When they reach the apartment, the younger brother is stunned by its size. The protagonist says it's about 330 square meters, and his brother says that's way too huge for an apartment. He asks if that much space is really needed for just 2 people, but the protagonist says they have plenty of money, so why not? Then his brother asks the lease price. The answer, 500 million won up front and 22 million a month. That leaves him speechless. Not long ago, he was worried about spending 5,000 won on food. He says the place is too expensive and asks if they shouldn't get something cheaper. But the protagonist doesn't budge. This is the minimum. The pricier the place, the better the security. He thinks about what happens on the first day of each month when players fall asleep and return to the game world. That's when they're most helpless. At that moment, they're easy targets for disasters, fires, earthquakes, or assassins sent by other players, so they need the safest place possible. Then he asks if his brother likes the apartment, and the answer is an easy yes. He says he's glad to hear that, but his brother suddenly looks guilty. When asked why, he finally opens up. He's worried about the next trip to the other world. The protagonist may have to fight again, while he's just been enjoying everything and not thinking about it. The protagonist lightly smacks him. Then he asks why he's acting so gloomy. Does he think he won't make it back next time? Before his brother can sink deeper into it, he tells him to forget that and go eat. There's a good Korean place on the 2nd floor. Then he checks his phone. He figures the gangster noticed he moved, but decides to ignore him for now. It's not like they'll meet again in real life, maybe only in the other world. The next day, he wakes up. Seeing his brother heading out, he asks where he's going. His brother says he's finally awake. Then he explains he ordered some rice cakes and is going to pick them up. That catches the protagonist off guard. He doesn't remember this happening in any past reset. Things can change, sure, but this is the first time his brother has gone to buy rice cakes. So he asks why, and his brother says it's to greet the neighbors since they just moved in. The protagonist says that's actually not a bad idea. His brother says he'll go alone, but the protagonist gets ready and goes with him. Soon they ring a doorbell. A voice asks who's there. They say they just moved in and wanted to introduce themselves. A woman opens the door. She looks at them in surprise, saying they really look alike and asking if they're brothers. They say yes. They offer her the rice cakes and mention they're best while warm. She thanks them, takes the box, and they move on. They do the same at the next place, get another thank you, and head to the next door. A kid opens the door, and they hand over another box of rice cakes. His brother says they only have one home left. Ryu tells him to wrap it up so they can go back and rest. At the final stop, his brother points out that it's the penthouse, covering both the 44th and 45th floors, and says the people living there must be loaded. He says he doesn't know for sure, but it's probably either some super rich family or a celebrity. His brother presses the bell, but nobody answers. He tries again, starting to get nervous. Looks like no one's home. Then the door opens, and Ryu recognizes her right away. It's the actress Seo Erin, with a bodyguard standing behind her. His brother can't help blurting out that she's beautiful, like an angel. The bodyguard steps in and asks who they are. He even assumes they might be fans. With his arms folded, Ryu says they live downstairs. So yes, they're neighbors from below. His brother holds out the rice cakes and offers them some. The bodyguard turns them down, saying he's fine and that she doesn't eat stuff like that. Then he steps aside and opens the elevator. He tells her to get in, and she does. Before leaving, she glances back at the brothers. Ryu thinks he has no idea who that guy is, but he was rude. He decides not to bother with him. His brother says he's okay, but did you see her? Wow. The protagonist asks, see who? His brother stares at him. What does he mean? Who? He saw her too. That was Seo Erin. Ryu just repeats the name, still clueless about who she is. The scene shifts to Seo Erin, thinking about how several actors have already been eliminated. She's disturbed that the world is somehow still running, like normal. Then her phone lights up with a text. It says, did you see the news? Seo Jin passed away. Another message asks if she's coming to the company tomorrow, and she falls deeper into thought. Someone even more successful than her died in the very first round. She figures that if she hadn't gotten a strong rune, she might have ended up in the headlines too. That makes her think about how far she's come and how she's managed to stay here. Without the company backing her, would she ever have gotten this famous? Even the penthouse was paid for by them. The bodyguard asks what's on her mind, and she says it's nothing. He sits down and reminds her she can be honest with him, so she admits it. She was thinking about how messed up the world has become and whether she'll survive the next round. He asks if that's what's bothering her, then tells her not to stress about round 2. With him beside her, he says she has nothing to fear. All she has to do is trust him and stay calm. She thinks he's right. Who else could she rely on? At first, when the company gave her this manager bodyguard, she thought he was just there to watch her. But after he helped her kill the goblins, she knew she would have died in round 1 without him. He had promised to protect her no matter what and told her not to give up. She thanked him, but then another thought popped up. What about those rice cakes from the neighbors? They looked really good. He immediately warns her they'll make her gain weight. She points out the brothers came all the way up just to greet them, so they might feel bad now. He brushes that off and says it was nothing special. In his view, they probably want something from her, and if she gives them a chance, they'll keep coming back. Still, Seo Erin doesn't think they seemed like that. Then she remembers the older brother looked over 15. which means he cleared 100 goblins and survived. The bodyguard says that's probably true. She says it's amazing that someone could go through that and still act like it's nothing. The bodyguard scoffs, asking if killing 100 of those creatures was really that hard. He says only an idiot would fail. But Scythe-wielders knows she only did so well because her skills happened to fit that world. Even so, she still wasn't anywhere near Black Scythe. Watching him fight almost made her feel sorry for the goblins. She wonders what kind of job someone that skilled has in real life. If she could team up with a person like that, she'd probably survive round 2. This time she made it through mostly by luck, so can she really survive again? The next day, Tuesday, January 31st, at 11 a.m., Ryu gets home. His brother greets him by saying he won again. MC has hit the lottery one more time this round for 15 billion won. His brother is shocked and asks if the bank said anything. Since this is already the 4th time, even the bank president is interested now, welcoming back his lucky customer. When asked for his secret, Ryu gives the same answer as before, a divine message in his dreams. The president jokes that he wishes he could have dreams like that too. Back home, his brother asks if he's putting it all into Bitcoin again. He says yes, and it's already grown to 150 billion. His brother tells him he should start cashing out because it could crash. The protagonist says not yet. For now, they eat and spend some time walking around the city. At 11:55 p.m., lying next to his brother, Ryu speaks up. He tells him to stay alive and come back. His brother looks at him and says to relax. MC already saw him handle Taegyu. He puts a hand on his head and tells him not to worry, just go to sleep. By the time he wakes up, Ryu says he'll already be back. Then he leaves. He enters the second survival round. All around him, people mutter that they're back, that this place looks different, and wonder who he is. A lot of eyes lock onto the protagonist. He notices people keeping their distance and figures most of them recognize him. Everyone seems to be here. Now he just waits for it to start. A different angel appears and says she's not the one from last round. She even asks if they know why. The crowd, confused, asks what happened to the old angel. She says that angel had an accident and won't be showing up again. Then she tells the humans not to worry because she'll be guiding them now. Since everyone has arrived, she announces the goal of this round. A mission window appears in front of everyone. Round 2's main mission is simple. Choose a regional representative within 3 hours. People are baffled. They thought they'd be told to fight monsters, not pick a leader. Then someone notices the survival count and wonders if this means everyone can live. Seeing the confusion, the angel starts explaining. This round isn't about combat at all. It ends once they choose a representative. Whoever gets picked will have the authority to command the others and make humans obey. Once a representative gives an order, everyone else must submit or be killed by that person. It's a huge amount of power. In 3 hours, each person will get 1 voting ticket to pick the representative. One man asks if that's really all there is to it. The angel says yes. Just vote, clear the mission, and go home. She even calls it a break between rounds. The crowd lights up. No fighting means they can survive, and this seems way easier than last time. Then she adds one more thing. They need to spend the next 3 hours deciding who that representative should be. The countdown begins. 3 hours until voting. People are thrilled, convinced they won't be eliminated this time. But one gangster-looking guy is irritated. He was ready for a fight, so this feels like a waste. Someone tells Ryu Min to calm down since they'll survive just by voting. He keeps complaining anyway, angry that he poured all his stats into strength and now can't show what he can do. Ryu thinks that, just like before, Ryu Min must have gotten the strength rune again. Everything from Ryu Min's rune to the way this round is unfolding matches his memory exactly. He knows the others will waste the next 3 hours arguing over votes, but the representative isn't what matters most. If there's a main mission, then there's a hidden one too. In round 2, that secret mission is getting a class, and to do that he needs to hit level 10 as fast as possible. Spotting a goblin hidden in the forest, he moves in. The creature charges him, but with one swift move to but one clean strike to the neck ends it. Kill count 1 out of 100. With the triple buff active, he gets 9 experience points, and the angel killing rune boosts all his stats too. Heading deeper into the forest to start hunting was the right choice. Goblins move in packs, so one means more are nearby. A group spots him and gets ready to attack. He thinks they'd be smarter not to. One gets stabbed through the chest, another is cut down, and before long he's reached 50 kills. Just one more level. Only 30 minutes have passed. He checks his status. Black Scythe, level 9. Once he hits level 10, he can change classes. If he had a strength rune, pumping strength would be more efficient. Still, going all in on strength is dangerous. No matter how hard you hit, one fatal blow and you're done. Players have 4 stats: strength, intelligence, dexterity, and luck. Strength raises power, health, and defense. Intelligence improves magic, mental strength, and thinking speed. Dexterity boosts attack speed, movement, and dodging. Luck helps with crits, rare items, and more gold. In this game, you can't dump everything into one stat. That's even more true for the Reaper class, since it uses both physical and magic damage. He needs balance, but for now, dexterity comes first. As he heads toward another group of goblins, he hears footsteps behind him. Someone's following him. He only notices now because he was focused on hunting, but he's sure of it. What's strange is that in all his resets, no one ever tracked him before. He pulls out his knife and tells them to show themselves. If they don't make their intentions clear, they'd better start praying. Then the person finally appears. It's her. Ryu is stunned. It's the actress Seo Aaron. Why is she following him? She quickly apologizes for tailing him. Her bodyguard steps up and apologizes too. He says they meant no harm and asks MC not to be upset. He notices the man's nickname An Sang Chul. That makes him pause. Isn't this guy the right-hand man of Mejian Rock? The name is annoying to say, but Mejian Rock is the eldest son of one of the country's biggest companies, and a player known as the Heavenly Demon. He's also one of Ryu's targets. Bringing the Heavenly Demon onto his side would make his growth much easier, but the person he really needs is the healer who'll end up with him. I never thought I'd run into his right-hand man this soon. But why is An Sang Chul with Sue Aaron? Hold on, isn't he the one who was outside her apartment? Now I remember. The celestial demon was backing a celebrity for business reasons. What matters is this: when did you start tailing me? He doesn't like it. The future is changing again. Sue Aaron says they followed him from the start after seeing him head into the forest, then apologizes for upsetting him. He asks why. She says she means no harm. She just wants to make him an offer. Since you got first place in round 1, I thought maybe we could work together. Work together. To him, that only matters if both sides gain something. She agrees, but he shuts it down right away. He doesn't need her. He's doing fine alone, and he tells her to stop wasting his time and leave. No mercy at all. She asks to stay with him anyway, but he refuses. He has no plan to team up with her. He turns and leaves. Her bodyguard gets annoyed, wondering who this guy thinks he is. Then she suddenly drops, and he cries out, "Ms. Aaron!" She says rank 1 earned that spot for a reason. The pressure from him was crushing. The bodyguard figures anyone would be shaken with a knife pointed at them. She sighs that she only wanted to team up with rank 1, but it clearly didn't work out. He reminds her this is exactly what he warned about. Someone like that is too proud to join anyone. She knows, but it still stings. He tells her not to dwell on it. They've already wasted enough time chasing him. She looks around at the monsters and suggests using the extra time to hunt instead. He agrees and tells her to move. Nearby, a goblin looks around, confused about where he went. Ryu appears in an instant and cuts it down. While they're talking about teaming up, he's too busy to care. He's almost at the next level. Hobgoblin eliminated 60 kills. Then a pack of wolves shows up. 5 at once. Nice. His luck is holding. The beasts rush him, but he moves first and cuts through all of them. They hit the ground dead. Total kills, 65. He levels up and reaches level 10. It's time. He meets the advancement requirements and unlocks the shop. Finally, class advancement. Round 2 side mission. Advance before voting starts. Reward 150% discount coupon for a daily shop item. Most players panic the first time they see this. Mission item? Where do you get it? How does class change even work? Anyone can tell getting a class is huge. The problem is, nobody knows how to get class change items yet. You only earn them by meeting hidden conditions. A warrior, for example, needs at least 10 strength and 30 kills at once. A berserker has to keep fighting while bleeding. An assassin needs to stab several monsters from behind. So to unlock a class, players have to act like that class first. At first he kept hunting, hiding, and running through the forest over and over. That's how he got the hunter class. But once he learned about Reaper, that became his only choice. And now he has the item. Class advancement item used. This choice is permanent. Do you want to become a Reaper? He doesn't need time to think. Yes. Class changed to Reaper. His reward is the Reaper rune. In daylight, weapon attack doubles. At night, attack speed rises by 50%, and enemies have a much harder time noticing him. The rune is bound to his soul, and he also receives the Reaper's scythe. He gets the 50% discount ticket for clearing the side mission too. His rank rises from beginner to apprentice, and he's glad to see it. There are 6 ranks in total: beginner at level 1, apprentice at 10, regular at 20, expert at 40, master at 60, and grandmaster at 99. Like a game, each rank gives new abilities. His Reaper skill is Death Insignia. It marks a target so only he and that target can see it, shows the target's remaining health, and makes them take double damage. Only one target can be marked at once. Ranking up also lets him equip better gear. He puts on the Reaper's scythe, a weapon with a lot of future value. Then the system announces that he's the first player to change classes, and gives him a random gold pouch. Being first definitely has perks. He also gets a neutral skill, Track. It lets him find someone if he knows both their face and name. Value 20,000. A 20,000 value skill. He decides to try it. He uses Track on Ryu Min. Face and name confirmed. Searching for target location. Ryu Min is 190 meters away. Follow the arrow ahead. Ryu realizes that means Ryu Min came into the forest too. Last time he was 2 kilometers away. Should he go check? Then the scene shifts to Sue Aaron and her bodyguard running for their lives. She stumbles and falls. She says she can't run anymore. Her leg won't move. The bodyguard urges her to keep going before they get caught. He tells her to stand even if it hurts. She tries, but the wound from the arrow burns badly. He says it's only a guess, but injuries here might not carry over to the real world. If they survive and get back, everything may be fine. She nods and says she'll endure it. Then someone calls out, asking where they think they're going. They turn and see Ryu Min. He mocks them, saying he must not have hurt them enough before. The bodyguard curses their luck for getting caught because of her. Realizing there's no way out, he gets ready to fight. Ryu Min laughs. Does this old man really think he can take them on? He points out how many people are with him. The bodyguard asks why they're doing this and what she ever did to them. Ryu Min says she did nothing. That was never the point. They only want one thing, the girl beside him. They don't care about him. They want Sue Ryan. His group starts muttering, checking if she's really Sue Ryan. Same face, same name. One wonders if she could be a fake, but another says it doesn't matter. She looks exactly the same. Ryu Min offers a deal. Leave Sue Ryan behind, and the old man can walk away. The bodyguard thinks this is a disaster. If he'd known she was the target, he would have ditched her at once. He has no desire to get eliminated because of her. But there's one problem. If he fails to protect Sue Ryan, he'll let director Meg Yin rock the heavenly demon down. Ryu Min keeps pushing, asking if he's decided yet. Then he notices the stance, so he really wants to fight. The bodyguard snaps back, asking if he even knows this is a crime. Ryu Min laughs at that. A crime? There are no laws here, and who would he report it to? The police after they go back. Even if he tried, what proof would he have? This might not even be Ryu Min's real face. The bodyguard hates hearing it, but he knows it's true. Talking won't save them. With his battered body, he'll have to fight. Then he notices someone and blurts out, it's Black Scythe. Ryu Min goes tense, shocked he showed up. The protagonist walks in and asks what's going on. Ryu Min tries to brush him off, but the protagonist ignores him and asks the bodyguard for the story. The bodyguard quickly explains that they were trapped, and Ryu Min's group is trying to take Sue Ryan. If Black Scythe helps, they'll owe him deeply. MC asks Ryu Min if that's true. Ryu Min tells him to mind his own business and leave. His aura turns red. How is it not his business? He knows these people. Ryu Min freezes and asks what he's planning. Ryu pulls out his scythe and says he can't just leave an injured person behind. Ryu Min gets irritated. Sue Ryan looks relieved, and the bodyguard thanks him. Standing in the middle of it, the protagonist thinks this won't be a loss for him anyway. If he helps, the celestial demon will look at him differently. And if a powerful family like that owes him, it could lead to an even bigger return later. On top of that, he already can't stand these worthless thugs. Ryu Min warns him to stop. One more step and he'll attack. Ryu answers with a simple question. Doesn't he want to fight? Ryu Min burns with anger, thinking this bastard is way too cocky. He saw MC wipe out goblins instantly and take first place before. Does he really have to fight a monster like that? He plants his scythe in the ground and tells him to be honest if he doesn't want this fight. Ryu Min asks if honesty will let him leave. Ryu says maybe if he drops to his knees and begs for his life. That makes Ryu Min furious. He's being told to humiliate himself in front of his friends in Kalren. He'd rather avoid fighting the protagonist, but this crosses the line. You son of a he thinks. Wait a second. My punch can break a wall. If I get lucky, I might even knock Black Scythe away in one hit. With a smirk, he snaps. You've got some nerve, bastard. What? You want me on my knees begging? Are you trying to get yourself eliminated? He figures if he can slowly get closer, he just needs one clean punch to the face. Even this guy shouldn't survive a hit strong enough to smash stone. The protagonist puts away his scythe, and Ryu Min blurts out, wait, what are you doing? He answers, wouldn't it be unfair if you came at me barehanded while I used a weapon? Winning like that would be boring. Ryu Min fires back, that's insane. Before he can say more, the protagonist disappears and shows up right in front of him. Ryu Min thinks, idiot, you put away your weapon and left your face open. He throws a punch at the protagonist, but it misses as he slips aside and drives a kick into Ryu Min's stomach. The blow sends him flying, and he crashes down groaning. The protagonist smirks, quit cursing, my ears are going to rot. Then he slams a hard punch into Ryu Min's mouth, grabs his collar and keeps pounding his face. Ryu Min thinks this doesn't feel like a fist at all. It's like getting hit with a hammer. This bastard is as strong as me, but his power hasn't been wrecked like mine. How can he still be this strong? Dazed and beaten, Ryu Min's friends rush in. One of them yells, Ryu Min, shoot him. Another pulls out a bow, and Sue Ryan freezes in fear. The protagonist calmly steps aside, closes in at once, and faces the attacker. Oh, so you got lucky and found a bow while hunting, huh? Too bad you ran into me. His scythe is already out. It swings once, and the man's arm is cut off. Kid, the guy drops to the ground, writhing in pain, while the other two panic. You think you can get away with this? You're dead. Die, bastard. The protagonist only stares back. Death emblem. He pulls out the scythe, swings, and brutally slices the warrior across the shins. The blade cuts through like nothing, and the man drops stiffly while his friend stares at his leg. The protagonist tells him, you came at me with a weapon, right? Then you pay the price. Then he keeps going. The protagonist really does like cutting people apart, and now everyone's losing limbs. They're all on the ground, maimed. That death emblem really is terrifying. Double damage lets him cut through even armor in one strike. He just stands there like it was nothing. Too easy. But he thinks it can't end here. He has to scare them so badly they never come near him again. As they lie there, the protagonist keeps making more cuts, and they all start begging. It feels like you're killing us. Please forgive us. He replies, stop whining. This won't kill you. While those guys are already finished, the next one is caught trying to hide. The protagonist glances over and says, You know hiding is pointless, right? No exceptions. Here he goes again, moving in to cut down one more. The poor guy screams in pain, but the protagonist only says, "Quit acting like a baby. This barely hurts." He remembers this was the same guy who used to threaten him. "Compared to what you did to me, this is nothing." Then come more cuts. So Rin and the bodyguard can only stare in shock. They can't believe he keeps cutting off arms and legs, torturing even the ones who don't want to fight anymore. The bodyguard is stunned. Some would call this cruel, but that ruthless side of him is almost impressive. This black scythe might even rival the president. After all the beating, the protagonist asks, "So are you calm now?" "Yes, thanks to you." "Well, you won't need to worry about them attacking again. Look at them. They can't even walk now, so just go vote." The two thank him. "Thank you so much, Black Scythe." Then she asks, "At this rate, won't they die?" He answers, "So what if they do? They're worse than animals." The protagonist looks at her and thinks she's still too soft. Why care about trash like them? Does she think she's some saint? Maybe she's just protecting her celebrity image. The bodyguard speaks up. "Black Scythe, can I ask something?" He nods, and the man asks, "Why didn't you kill them? In this world, that wouldn't even be a problem." Min is horrified, realizing things could still get worse for them. The protagonist replies, "Why didn't I kill them?" He thinks the man really does act like the heavenly demon's right hand. Then he says, "Simple. I get nothing from killing them. Nothing. But if you leave them like this, they could come back and cause trouble later." The protagonist gives him a look. "Trouble? You really think these guys can cause me problems? Besides, if too many participants die, fewer people can clear the round." The bodyguard realizes he's right. Fewer survivors means fewer people saved. He's already thinking far ahead. His grasp of this game is on another level. Impressed, the man says, "Got it, we'll ignore this trash too." The protagonist says, "Well then, I'm leaving." The man quickly calls out, "Wait, Black Scythe, give me a bank account and I'll send payment in the real world." But the protagonist brushes it off. "Forget it," and walks away. The man is amazed. He saved them and still refused a reward. He decides to report this to the president as soon as he gets back. He also thinks that as much as he'd like to get rid of this guy now, he has to hold back. Just like Black Scythe said, there's no benefit in killing him. Then he spits in the guy's face. "What the film?" Humiliated, the man curses, and they decide to leave. "Come on, let's move." At the voting area, everyone's already shouting, "Vote for me, I'll do what's right." It sounds like a real election. Others push back, saying they do better than that guy. The crowd starts arguing, and people begin grabbing each other. Others try to calm things down. "Don't fight, watch it." Then someone calls out, "You're all too worked up. It should be someone calm, like me." Another cuts in, "Hold on, my dad's a congressman." "What about me?" The arguing keeps going until a loud voice cuts through it all. "You only have 2 hours left before voting ends. Stop wasting time and decide already." The speaker is Mint Chocolate Boy. Someone asks, "All right, bro, how do we pick? Got an idea?" He grins and says, "Yeah, I've got a great one." "Really, what is it?" Everyone goes quiet to hear him. Then he thinks they're following his words exactly. Just as expected, they've all fallen for his persuasion rune again. When he first got that rune as his fragment, he was disappointed. What kind of useless power was this? Persuasion rune raises the chance of convincing a target, as long as that target can hold a conversation. He had thought it was worthless. Monsters can't even talk, so how was it supposed to work? But later he figured out how to use it right. He spots some guys about to finish off goblins. "Come on, one more stab. I've got one too." Then he shouts, "Guys, there's a woman over there in serious danger. Forget the goblins and go help her now." The men instantly change course. "What? Let's go help her first." That trick alone helped him get through the first 100 goblins. If things keep going his way, becoming this region's representative will be easy. He tells the crowd, "First we need to choose candidates. Let's narrow it down to 5 at most, then vote from there." Still under his influence, the group agrees. "That's not bad, makes sense. Way more organized." He continues, "All right, let's start cutting the list down. If you want to recommend someone, raise your hand and say their name." A chubby guy is about to name himself, but Mint Chocolate Boy stops him. "Obviously you can't recommend yourself. If we allow that, we're back where we started." The guy gets frustrated. Damn it, he's right, we're stuck again. Inside, Mint Chocolate Boy thinks persuading these losers is way too easy. But the group still hesitates. "I don't know who to choose. I don't know anyone here. I don't want any of them representing me." He notices the silence and thinks this is perfect. At this rate, only the people who stood out will get named. A guy in back raises his hand. "I recommend Mint Chocolate Boy." He thinks, "Bingo." "Me?" he asks, and the guy answers, "Yeah. You'd make a great representative. You're logical, and you've shown leadership. You're handling this really well, aren't you?" The others nod. "Yeah, he is." He thinks, another one caught. Then he says, "Thanks for recommending me. If there's any other name." Another man stands up. "I'd like to recommend Black Scythe." He thinks that makes sense. Of course, someone would name the guy who ranked first last round. Another raises a hand. "Then I recommend the guy who placed second. Life is a documentary." Someone else adds, "I'll recommend the third, right hand of the Black Dragon." "All right, that gives us 4 candidates already. We just need one more. Anyone else?" When no one answers, he says, "Fine, then we'll go with 4. Before we vote, does anyone want to say anything? He thinks winning over this bunch will be ridiculously easy. When I become this region's representative, A nearby voice cuts him off. Stop saying that stupid crap. He turns with a laugh and sees life as a documentary. The guy ranked number 2. I'm sick of listening to your garbage, the man says. Mint Chocolate Boy frowns. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Then the other guy replies, Mint Chocolate Kid, you really think this world is easy, don't you? Like people will just do whatever you say if you talk enough. He wonders what that meant. Did the guy figure out his skill? No, probably not. The second-ranked guy steps forward and curses him out, asking who he is to decide the region's representative. He answers calmly, saying he's getting rude, and that the way people talk shows who they are. Did he really have to come in so hostile? Mint Chocolate thinks this is perfect. It might actually help him. But the other guy explodes, asking if he's really trying to lecture him and if he wants to get eliminated. That catches him off guard. Why isn't his ability working? That shouldn't be possible. He turns to the crowd and starts threatening everyone. Don't vote for anyone else. Vote for him or he'll crush them all. Mint Chocolate can only think one thing. This guy is a total mess. Then someone calls him out. No one will listen if he talks like that, so he should stop embarrassing himself and leave. He goes quiet for a moment, then suddenly grabs the man by the neck and tells him he has one more thing to say. As the victim collapses, he reminds him that he warned him not to mess around unless he wanted to die. The man dies on the spot, and he uses the body as a warning. Anyone who refuses to vote for him will end up the same way. The crowd is horrified. They're all thinking the same thing. This guy is insane. He's a killer. He doesn't care, and dares anyone with a problem to fight him. This guy has completely snapped. He laughs, says they're all talk, and starts killing people without hesitation. To him, this is perfect. No cops, no reporters, no cameras. He can kill as much as he wants. If they don't vote for him now, he'll hunt them down in the next round. Everyone panics. Vote and live, or refuse and die. He figures fear will lock in his win as representative. He also plans to crush Black Scythe once he gets authority and take the top spot. Meanwhile, the protagonist is out hunting and has already killed 265 monsters. He's making the most of his rune bonus and the extra experience. At this rate, he's almost level 16. Still, leveling is getting slower. Even after 200 kills in 2 hours, he only gained about 2 levels. The good part is that hunting has been easy thanks to the Reaper's rune and the Assassin's rune. Then the voting time runs out. The voting period is over. All players in the starting region are summoned back. The protagonist and the others from the forest are teleported in and find many people lying on the ground. Someone asks what happened. Aaron fears that guy killed them all, and the protagonist notes that Cho Jong-sik seems to be in control again. He knows Cho Jong-sik well, the leader of a gang and the second strongest fighter in the district, with a terrible personality. Normally it's smart to get rid of a ticking time bomb before it goes off, but this isn't the moment. Then Cho Jong-sik walks over to him, saying he's been waiting a long time for Black Scythe. What does he want? Just a proposal. He gets right to it. Serve him. Serve him. Serve him. That's right. If Black Scythe does, he'll let him live. The protagonist laughs and asks if he's really trying to start a fight. Cho Jong-sik tells him to kneel and beg, or he won't walk away in one piece. The second-ranked brute keeps ranting, saying Black Scythe still doesn't get how bad things are for him. But the protagonist cuts him off, asking if he's too dumb to understand plain words, or if he'll only get it after being killed here. Then he pulls out his scythe. The guy freezes, shocked by the weapon, and realizes he picked the wrong target. The protagonist stares him down and asks what happened. Did he run out of words? Cho Jong-sik tries to act tough, reminding him who he is, the head of the Jong-sik gang, and says he'll never kneel. He tells him to come at him with that weapon if he dares, you son of a... The protagonist thinks he's still as hot-headed as ever. Enough playing around. If he shows too much power here, things could get messy, and people might vote for him. So he needs Cho Jong-sik to become representative and stay useful for round 3. And besides, the angel should be arriving soon. Right then, she appears and orders all humans to gather. The protagonist tells him he's lucky, and warns him to think twice before picking fights if he wants to survive longer. Cho Jong-sik goes pale, thinking he almost died, but tells himself he'll let it slide for now. Once he becomes the region's representative, he'll pay back this humiliation 10 times over. The angel asks if they've chosen their representatives. She sees they've done more than talk during the last 3 hours, though she doesn't care if some worthless humans died. Then she asks if they're ready to begin the vote. The vote for representative starts. Each person gets 1 vote, and whoever gets the most becomes the leader. To vote, just look at the target and think vote. Anyone who doesn't vote within 5 minutes is disqualified and killed. Voting begins. Now everyone is thinking the same thing. Which person should they choose? The gangster assumes they must all be looking at him, but then he notices one girl isn't. He lashes out, demanding to know why she isn't looking at him. Startled, she screams. He warns that anyone who doesn't look at him will die. Meanwhile, the protagonist stays quiet and avoids attention. The gangster keeps threatening people, saying anyone who refuses to vote will be killed by him personally. He even calls out someone for turning their head. He's trying way too hard. The vote ends. The angel says voting is finished, and notes that at least no one tried to dodge it. Now it's time for the results. She claps and the count appears. The gangster wins after all. Life is a Documentary gets 2,400 votes, while Black Scythe comes second with 2,000. He's thrilled at first, then confused. How did he only get 2,400, while Black Scythe got that many too? He fumes, realizing people he threatened still voted for Black Scythe. The angel confirms it. Life is a Documentary is the representative of this region. Because of that, she'll give him authority power to command others. The system announces that he is now the region's representative and has gained command authority. He grins, thinking Black Scythe will regret not killing him. He'll order everyone to take Black Scythe out. But when he checks the skill, it says, temporary skill. Command authority lets you give one order to players and force them to obey. They cannot resist it. Uses 10. This skill does not affect players who have a class. He's stunned. Only 10 uses? And it doesn't work on class users? So anyone with a class can ignore him completely. The angel keeps talking, saying they probably think things are over now that the vote is done, but they're not. There was a hidden mission this round, and the crowd is shocked. A message appears, side mission, advance before the vote ends, and receive a class. Everyone is stunned. An advancement item? A class? She explains that the mission window was set to appear the moment someone reached level 10. They just never noticed. People complain that there were no monsters here, so how were they supposed to level up? She mocks them and reminds them the forest was full of monsters. Still, she says they shouldn't feel too bad. Only 80,000 people advanced across every region. Then she adds that someone in this region already got a class. The crowd starts buzzing, wondering who it was. She offers to show the side mission results and snaps her fingers. The results appear. Round 2 side mission, all regions. Black Scythe region 45. Black Scythe. Everyone is shocked. It's Black Scythe again. He was first before and now he's the only person in their whole region with a class. And that class is Reaper. What kind of class is that? It sounds insanely strong, especially since he was carrying that huge scythe. Life is a Documentary grits his teeth. He wanted to use authority to make Black Scythe kill himself, but Black Scythe got a class too soon. The angel explains that round 2 rewards were based on who finished the mission first, so the first person in this region to clear it was Black Scythe, and not just here, but in every region. Incredible. She even points out how perfect his unique class is, a Reaper, and says the name Black Scythe fits him so well. How did he come up with it? Did he somehow know he'd become a Reaper? He answers that he had no idea his class would match his name that well. The angel says it must have been fate. The protagonist realizes even the angels don't know how the Reaper class is obtained. They only know it's unique. The angel repeats that it must be destiny. She says it's interesting that someone in this region changed classes and also happens to be the only one immune to authority commands. People immediately ask what she means by that. Since she brought it up, she explains authority commands don't work on humans who already have a class. That means Black Scythe can ignore them. She also reminds them the representative only gets 10 uses, not endless control. The crowd reacts in surprise. The guy is furious and silently curses the angel for revealing that. She goes on saying Black Scythe also deserves a reward for advancing so fast. With another snap, a new message appears. He was the first to complete the mission in this region and in all regions. As a reward, he gets low-rank armor and a special chest. Now he needs to choose one of the rare armor sets. The options are metal armor, hunter armor, or mage armor. There's really no reason to hesitate. The first is too heavy and the third barely protects him, so he picks the hunter gear. The special chest, like before, lets him choose between a triple buff, 3,000 gold, or information. Since round 3 has lots of monsters, the experience buff is clearly the best pick again. The angel says that now all the rewards have been handed out. Please head home. Round 3 is going to be exciting. I promise. A system message says the mission is over and everyone will return on March 1st. Then his soul goes back into his body. The gangster wakes up and checks his arm. Thank goodness it's still there. As long as you're not eliminated, your body is restored. He bows his head and swears never to cross Black Scythe again. What a nightmare. Why did he mess with someone that ruthless? Somewhere else, the bodyguard who planned to leave the girl changes his mind, so things work out. He tells Seal Aaron she did well, but she says he was the one who did everything. She thanks him for helping her and keeping her safe. Straightening his tie, he says that's only natural. He's both her manager and her bodyguard. Then she says she wants to thank Black Scythe too, and asks if there's any way to do it. He tells her they don't know what Black Scythe really looks like, so they can't track him down. Besides, he clearly doesn't want anyone to know who he is. She asks why. He explains that when he asked for Black Scythe's bank account to send payment, he was turned down right away. Black Scythe probably knew the account number could be used to trace him. That leaves her a little disappointed. The bodyguard suggests another idea. If she really wants to repay him, they can find him next round and give him an item. She likes that plan and says she'll think more about how to thank him properly. He tells her to rest for the day and says he'll see her tomorrow morning. She tells him to be careful. He's already in the elevator, calling the president. The president answers, "Hello, Senchu." He notes that the president is still awake. The president says he just got back from the game and was having some whiskey. The bodyguard says he saw the results and congratulates him on becoming a Black Knight. The president brushes it off and asks what happened on his side. He says he and Siwa Rin only made it to level 8. They were hunted in the middle of the round, got hurt, and couldn't keep leveling. Hunted? He says he was going to explain after returning and asks if he can come over now. The president asks if this is about Black Scythe, then tells him to come to the hotel right away. He wants the full story in person. He says he'll be there in 20 minutes. The man gets into his car while the protagonist watches from nearby. Just as expected, he's going to meet the president. 10 minutes earlier, the protagonist woke up and used his tracking skill in real life. He pictured the man's face, and once the face and name matched, the system gave him a location, 9 meters. So he's close, probably upstairs. Then the number changes to minus 23 meters, then 56 meters. The distance is changing fast, so he must have taken the elevator. Where is he going this late? Could he already be on his way to the president? He needs to make sure. Good thing he turned on tracking the moment he got back. The moonlight is blocked by shadows, making this the perfect time to follow someone. Since the president is there, he'll stay quiet for now. First, he needs information. Who wouldn't be curious about Black Scythe? The player ranked first in both round 1 and round 2. Hearing that this man has info on rank 1 gives the president a bad feeling. Did Black Scythe mess with his subordinate? If so, he can't ignore it. Going after his right-hand man is the same as coming after him. Whoever it is, if they stand in his way, he won't forgive it, not even if it's rank 1. Meanwhile, the protagonist is considering teaming up with this man, but his cruel nature makes that risky. Soon, the bodyguard reaches the president's office. After a quick greeting and some small talk, he suddenly says that just being around the president inspires him, and he thanks him. It's so over the top that even the president tells him he's good at flattery and should just sit down. He insists it's not flattery, then adds a late congratulations for surviving. The president says surviving round 2 was easy. Sang-kyul also congratulates him on changing classes. The president calls it nothing more than luck. Sang-kyul says luck is a skill too. After all, placing second and third across all regions is no small achievement. He says there's no greater honor than serving him, and the president tells him to calm down. Then the president points out that with this much praise, he must want something. So he tells him to go ahead and ask. Sang-kyul asks what kind of advancement item he got. The president plays it down, saying it was nothing special, just something that dropped while hunting monsters. In truth, the fragment came from the rune he received. The angel had told him to check his inventory. Inside was the rune of the Black Knight. Its effect boosts all stats and covers the weapon in a black aura that damages enemies. It also automatically changes his class to Black Knight once he reaches level 10. He realizes right away what that means. He thinks about how lucky he was to get such an amazing item at level 1. Still, he decides he can't share that secret, not even with a trusted subordinate. People can change at any time. Then the president drops the side talk and asks who tried to hurt him. Was it Black Scythe? He quickly says no. Black Scythe actually saved his life. That makes the president ask for the full story. After hearing everything, the president sums it up. Some thugs targeted Orin, and without Black Scythe, both of them might have been eliminated. Maybe Orin would have lived, but the shock alone could have destroyed her entertainment career. He realizes he almost lost both a valuable subordinate and an important business asset. Then he asks what happened to the attackers. Were they eliminated? Sang-kyul says no. Black Scythe tortured them badly, but didn't kill them. When the president asks why, Sang-kyul says Black Scythe thought eliminating them had no benefit. Fewer people would only mean fewer survivors overall. The president admits that logic isn't wrong, but worries about what those men might try later. Even so, thanks to Black Scythe, both his subordinate and his asset are still safe. He says Black Scythe needs to be repaid, but Sang-kyul explains he offered compensation, and Black Scythe refused before leaving. The president is surprised. Did he reject payment to keep his identity hidden? He calls Black Scythe very careful, then says if they meet again next round, Sang-kyul should pass along his thanks for saving them both. He also tells him to watch for any chance to repay the favor. He hates owing people. Sang-kyul agrees, then remembers one more important thing. He asks for the thugs' nicknames, and it's obvious the president plans to hunt them down. Outside, the protagonist sits in a tree, thinking this guy really is a loyal dog. He rushed straight to the president in the middle of the night. Now that he knows where they stand, it's better to leave. Hanging around here any longer will only make him look suspicious. With a celebrity and a heavenly demon living in the same apartment building as him, he figures he should thank his little brother. If those rice cakes hadn't been delivered, he never would have met Seo Erin or learned she was connected to that man. If he carefully builds trust with the neighbors, he might win that man's trust too. Even so, he still has to decide whether taking the heavenly demon to the final round is really worth it. That Black Knight rune is absurdly strong, almost like cheating. The problem is its drawback. Once you get it, you're locked into becoming a Black Knight. Worse, after gaining Black Aura, the Black Knight has to recharge a special power called Dark Energy, and you can't get it the normal way. It clearly comes from eliminating others. In other words, it's a perfect fit for a psychopath like him, which makes him dangerous as an ally. For now, he'll keep him as a possible option, and only use him if needed. There are plenty of other talented people anyway, including that woman who seems to be the priestess tied to him. So once the sun comes up, he'll start moving on that. Meanwhile, at Chaos 24, where he bought the lottery tickets, a man sits there thinking, what am I supposed to do? At this rate, his monthly income is going to be cut in half. Then a girl opens the door and calls out, "Dad." He greets Julie and asks why she looks so gloomy. She says lottery ticket sales were suddenly stopped. The government's reason does make some sense. Players have unknown powers now, so it's dangerous. Then she brings up the news about someone getting first place 4 times in a row, and the secret she saw in her dream. She wonders who it could have been. Her father says rent and business costs were already crushing him, and now he doesn't know what to do. Julie tells him not to worry. She'll graduate soon and help him. She even asks if she should get a part-time job to help pay the bills, but her father refuses and tells her to focus on school. He reminds her that her grades are good and asks if she isn't going to keep studying. Her dream was to become a doctor. Julie says she gave up on that dream. In times like this, school doesn't feel important anymore. He says she's right. Money hardly matters now either. If things go badly, she could be eliminated in the next round. He admits he's been feeling lost lately and apologizes to Julie. She tells him he doesn't need to say sorry. None of this is his fault. Then she tries to comfort him. She made it through round 2 and even got a class. That shocks him. A class? She tells him to wait, then casts a healing type skill on him. He asks what this is. She explains it's a buff skill from her class. It raises all stats a little and seems to refresh normal people too. He calls it amazing, saying his whole body feels energized. Smiling, she says she can use it on him anytime. So she tells him to cheer up. He says he already feels better. Just then a customer walks into the store, and the moment he sees who it is, he freezes. Julie asks, "Who is that? Do you know him, Dad?" Her father stares. "That's the lottery psycho, the guy who hit first place with the same number 100 times. Ryu walks in and greets him. "Hey sir, remember me? I bought 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets." "I remember," the shopkeeper says. "But why are you here?" MC answers, "I came to apologize." "Apologize? For what?" "I saw the news. After I kept winning first place, lottery sales got shut down. So I wanted to say sorry for causing trouble for your store." The shopkeeper shakes his head. "Don't worry. It's not your fault. We're not going to starve just because we can't sell tickets." Even then, Ryu still feels bad for dragging them into it, so he offers compensation, even if it's just a small gesture. The shopkeeper looks down in shock. "What is this? 10 million won?" Father and daughter both panic, telling him to take it back, but he insists. "Please keep it. I'm sure I caused you trouble." He turns to leave, and the father calls after him. "My goodness, how can I accept this much?" Julie says, "Dad, give it to me. I'll return it." He nods. "All right, go." Ryu keeps walking, and she runs after him. "Excuse me, wait a second." He turns around, and she blurts out, "Raymond, is that you?" The protagonist replies, "Who are you? You don't know me? It's me, Minju Lee. We're in the same class." He frowns. "Same class?" She can't believe he doesn't remember a classmate. Ryu apologizes, saying he's bad with faces, but that's a lie. He already knows she's in his class, that she's the shop owner's daughter, and that she got the buffer class. When he first learned a girl from his class had such a strong class, he was amazed by the timing. Coming to the shop and pretending not to know her was all part of getting her on his side. She asks if they can talk somewhere else. Ryu agrees. They sit on a bench, and she hands the money back. "Here, take it." MC looks at it. "Isn't that what I gave you? You can't accept that much, right?" He knows 10 million won is a crazy amount, but he gave it on purpose because he knew she wouldn't keep it. No matter how hard life is, she hates owing people. She pushes it toward him again. "Just take it. My arm hurts." Ryu refuses. "I'm not taking it back. I gave it because I felt bad. It's the least I can do." She says it's too much, but he tells her he really wants them to keep it. Otherwise, he'll feel guilty every time he thinks about it. Still, she says it's too big a burden to accept. That's exactly why he's doing it. He tells her to tell her dad the same thing. It's not a lot for him, so they shouldn't feel pressured. She snaps back. "Why are you so annoying?" Before she can keep going, Ryu cuts in. "We're done here, right? I'm leaving." She quickly stops him. "Wait, 10 million is too much. I'll take 1 million instead, okay?" The protagonist asks, "Are you the one deciding that? Ask your dad." She sighs and says her dad would never be comfortable taking that much. "Your dad? The shop owner is your dad?" "Yeah." MC acts surprised. "Wow, I go there all the time." She says it's just as surprising to learn the lottery winner is her classmate. He thinks classmate? She reminds him they're in the same class and says she recognized him the second he walked in. He apologizes again, saying he really is bad with faces. Then he adds that this is the first time they've ever really talked. She admits that's true. "So this is the first time you've even heard my name, right?" "Yeah, sorry." She gets a little embarrassed, and Ryu thinks, even if he feels bad pretending not to know her, he has to keep her curious about him. She stands and says, "I already told you, but I'll say it again. My name is Minju Lee. I'm in the same class as you, and this is my face. Will you remember me now?" Ryu answers, "I will." She sits back down, feeling weirdly defeated. Graduation is close, and here she is introducing herself to a classmate. The protagonist says, "At least we know each other now. It's not like we can't talk after graduation." Then he brings up something else. "So why don't you give me your number?" "My number? Yeah, that's not weird for classmates, is it?" She admits he's right. So she gives it to him. Ryu says it must be fate that they met like this, so they should talk again. She agrees. Then he says he has something urgent to do and heads out. After he leaves, she suddenly remembers the envelope. "I forgot to give it to him." Then another thought hits her, him suddenly asking for her number threw her off, and now her heart won't calm down. She tries to sort out her feelings. She likes Ryu, but now everything feels upside down like she hit the jackpot out of nowhere. She remembers the first time she noticed him. Some guys were kicking him and cursing him for not bringing money. Back then, all she could think was, oh my god, and she called the police. Maybe she pitied him, or maybe she just wanted to see what happened after making the report. She followed MC to make sure he got home, but instead she saw him calmly working his part-time job like nothing had happened. That's when she realized he was much tougher than he looked. From then on, she started paying attention to him, but never found the courage to talk to him. Her feelings kept growing, and she stayed too scared to act. She never expected they'd meet like this. Now she tells herself this is her chance. After taking 10 million from him, there's no way she can pretend she doesn't know him. So she wonders if she should ask him out for a meal. That has to be the move. Just do it. She calls Ryu while he's lying in bed, scrolling through his phone. He thinks she called already. Then she blurts out, let's eat, dinner's on me. I have money now, and I can't keep owing you. To him, that sounds like a good sign. She clearly feels indebted to him, which means it'll be easy to bring her closer and make her an ally. If things go right, he can keep her alive and bring her to round 20. He gets ready to go, already carrying a Prada bag. His brother asks where he's going, and Ryu says he's meeting a friend. A friend, not a girl, right? The protagonist shoots back, and what if it is? Then he leaves, telling him not to forget lunch. His brother just stands there, stunned. No way, was MC really going on a date? When they meet up, Ryu asks, so how's the meat? She blinks. What? The meat? Do you like it? She says yes, but the whole thing feels awkward. Meanwhile, she can't stop thinking how amazing it is to be alone with him. The two fall into silence. She panics inside. The mood is getting strange, so she tells herself to say something, anything. Then she asks how he won the lottery, 4 times in a row. Ryu answers, I saw the numbers in my dreams. She's amazed and asks how much he won. Enough, he thinks, to never worry about money again, though now he has to worry about staying alive. She asks about his first round and whether killing goblins was hard. He says it was really tough and took a long time. Then she asks his region. He says he doesn't remember all of it, just that it ends in 5. Hers ends in 7. And she sounds disappointed that they probably won't meet there. Ryu thinks she shouldn't worry. They'll meet eventually. As survivors drop, the regions will merge. She asks his level. He says 10, and she says she's level 10 too. Then they talk about classes. He says he doesn't have one yet and asks about hers. She says she got lucky and found a class item called Buffer. Buffer, like in games. The protagonist is relieved she got that class again. She offers to show him. One of her buffs, Blessing, raises all stats. MC tells her to try it, so she casts the buff on him. Ryu is impressed. It boosts every stat by 50% for 3 hours. That only makes him more sure. He has to get her to round 20. He praises it as a great unique class. He also knows that once she maxes the skill, the boost will jump to 100%. She's happy he liked the buff, and he knows this is exactly why he was looking for her. The reward he got for being first to change classes was a random gold backpack. It gives money based on luck, so the higher the luck stat, the more gold comes out. He thanks her, clearly pleased. She tells him to ask anytime he wants another buff, since it's easy for her to use. Then Ryu reminds her she said she had something to tell him. She realizes she should have said it earlier. She thanks him for the 10 million, and says her dad wanted to thank him too. She also promises they'll pay him back. The protagonist asks if that was all, then says again not to worry about the money. She says if he won't take the money back, maybe she can give him something else. Then she remembers what to do. She pulls something from her inventory and Ryu wonders what it is. She says she got it while hunting. If he won't take the money, then he has to take this instead. She really means it, so he'd better not refuse. Next, they say goodbye. She tells him she had a great time and he agrees, warning her to stay safe in the next round before they part ways. After that, the protagonist goes to the square. There, he opens his inventory to check the gift she gave him. It's a low-grade purple magic crystal. He's stunned that she gave him something this valuable. Sadly, he still can't use it yet. He'll understand its full use at level 20. When the Combine feature opens, that system lets him fuse the crystal with a weapon and add special effects. There are 7 types: red boosts damage, orange raises strength, and yellow increases luck. Green is for dexterity, and blue boosts intelligence. Dark blue lowers the damage you take. Then there's purple, the rarest one with a tiny chance to raise every stat. Getting this for free is a huge win. Maybe his real-life luck stat is high too. For now, he'll save the crystal until level 20. But first, should he open the golden pouch now? Before that, he wants to raise his stats with the assassin rune, without using those annoying worms. The rune gives him 1 stat point every time he kills something, and bugs count since they're alive. In the other world, there aren't any insects, so he has to depend on monsters. Here on Earth, though, he has a much easier option. After a quick apology, he starts crushing bugs. That fills his rune to 100 out of 100 and gives him 100 extra stats. His luck stat rises to 45. The 15 points he put into luck have become 45. This time, he expects a great result. So he opens his inventory and takes out the golden pouch. It can give anywhere from 1 to 9,000. 999 gold. Now it's time to see what he gets. Even with the same luck stat, the amount can still change. In the past, his usual result was around 3,000 to 6,000 gold. He checks the reward, and wait, it's 9,999, the highest possible amount. That blessing was absolutely worth it. Now he has 16,000 gold, enough to buy even an epic item. The item he's been waiting for shows up in 2 weeks, so for now he just waits. When he gets home, his brother asks with a grin how the date went. The protagonist shuts that down right away. What date? His brother keeps teasing, but he changes the subject and asks what he had for lunch. He says he ate black ramen. His brother can't believe he picked that, but he argues there's nothing wrong with it. He's wanted to try it for a long time. The protagonist gets it. Just a month ago, they didn't even have enough money to live on. Then he remembers his Bitcoin should be close to 150 million now. Just like before, it'll crash in 2 weeks, so he plans to sell everything. Before that, he decides to get his driver's license as fast as possible, so he goes to take the test. He's done this so many times that he figures he can take it easy and still pass. He gets up and heads out, leaving the examiner wondering what this guy's deal is. Then the examiner checks the score and sees a 95. He passed insanely fast. At that point, all he can do is accept it. Not long after, the protagonist gets his license. That sends him into a weird moment of self-reflection after living so many years. What even is his real age now? Right after that, he gets behind the wheel of a Lamborghini Aventador. So yes, he's definitely showing off a little. Still, buying it goes smoothly since he already knows exactly where to go and what to say. 2 weeks later, it's finally time to dump the Bitcoin, and he does it with a nasty little smile. His brother asks what happened, and he calmly says he sold it all. When asked how much he made, the answer is simple: 300 million. His brother is completely stunned. 300 million? He can't believe the 60 million lottery money turned into that much so fast, and the protagonist tells him he's serious. His brother admits he tried to stop him from investing, but this profit is insane. The protagonist says he didn't expect it to go this high either. Last time he only made 280 million. When his brother asks if he'll cash out, the answer is obvious: of course. And after that, he says he's moving on to stocks. That makes his brother spit out his coffee. Stocks? He doesn't know anything about that. But the protagonist tells him not to worry. He claims he saw this in a dream too. His brother can only stare. Another crazy dream. And now it's about stocks? Yep, he's buying in, and they're gonna get rich again. His brother finally gives up and tells him to do whatever he wants. The protagonist understands the reaction, but he knows the future, so he's not worried. The company he wants now is Kazdak, currently worth about 900 million. It's tied to the Heavenly Demon Consultancy. That company belongs to that man. Nothing big has happened yet, but after round 4, they'll build a special system, and the company's value will shoot up. Since he already knows it'll rise, there's no reason not to invest. If he grabs a big enough share, he can gain real control and use the power of a major shareholder. So his first move is to put in 280 million and secure 31%. Then he glances over at his brother. Please let the dream be right again. He makes the purchase. Good, it's done. Now all that's left is buying his items. That same night at midnight, he opens the game's item shop. He's been saving for this moment. He heads to the equipment tab. If you have enough money, you can buy common gear and skills right away. Most of it is normal rank, though rare and epic items can appear too. There's also a daily item slot that changes every day with one random item. Usually that makes hunting for a specific item hard, but for him it doesn't matter. He already knows what's coming. And today is the day the epic item he needs finally appears. There it is, the skeletal necklace. It gives extra stats, and its best effect boosts attack speed by 1% for every enemy killed, up to 25. Perfect. It raises intelligence and attack speed, and for what it does, it's pretty cheap. Now that it's here, he can finally use his plan. He opens his inventory and uses the 50% discount ticket he got from changing classes. Even with his terrible math, he quickly realizes he only paid half and still has almost 14,000 gold left. That's a lot of money, and he's thrilled. Honestly, if he'd done the math sooner, he would have known. At first, he planned to spend the rest on normal gear, but if he saves 6,000 more, he can buy another skill, and that skill is way better than any normal equipment. So now he needs to earn 6,000 gold as fast as possible. Luckily, round 3 is packed with monsters. Time passes, and on the first day of March, everyone is summoned again. The group arrives already annoyed, wondering where they are, as they find themselves in a ruined village. The place seems surrounded by fortress walls, almost like castle gates. Someone notices a crystal nearby, and wonders what kind of mission they'll face in the 3rd round. The protagonist can tell everyone is nervous because this place is new to them. Everyone except Jung-sik. He's the only one not panicking. People start whispering, asking if that's the representative from their zone. Others complain that he's just a gang leader who waved a sword around and scared people, saying Black Scythe should have been in charge instead. Someone warns them to be careful since he has authority, but another person brushes it off. He can only use it 10 times anyway, so why be scared? Jung-sik hears them and instantly orders everyone to shut up. That only makes the others mutter more. They're not impressed by his shouting. He yells again, demanding to know who said that. Inside, he's furious, thinking that cursed angel must have exposed all his weaknesses. Then a young gang leader steps forward. He cuts in and addresses Jung-sik with respect, introducing himself as the head of the Jung-sik gang and saying he came to meet him. Jung-sik asks what group or family he's from, and the kid says he's not part of one yet, just a 20-year-old who wants to become a gangster. That answer throws everyone off. What kind of kid dreams of becoming a gangster? But the boy keeps going, calling Jung-sik his role model and saying he's always wanted his gang to join his faction. Jung-sik starts to respond, but before he can finish, the kid drops to the ground and begs to serve him for life as his mentor. Jung-sik can't help smiling. He's met plenty of weird people, but this one feels like a full-on psycho, and weirdly, he likes that passion. He tells the kid to stand. Then he asks if he's out of his mind, his reputation is a mess, and the boy still wants to follow him. The kid says none of that matters. He respects him. Even if everyone stares, he doesn't care. That answer wins Jung-sik over. He tells the kid he likes that spirit, and says he'll take responsibility for him. The boy thanks him, honored to be accepted. Around them, people whisper that anyone joining Jung-sik must be crazy. The protagonist watches it all. He realizes Jung-sik is teaming up with Zhang again, and that might actually work in his favor. Soon, the angel appears and announces that all humans are present. She notes that there are 90 fewer people than before. That makes everyone panic, wondering what she means. She shuts them down and starts the explanation. Round 3's main mission is to protect the relic for 3 hours. Out of 856 million players in the whole game, only 214 million can survive, and in this zone, only 1/4 will make it. The crowd is shocked. There are already fewer people, so how did it get this bad? The angel coldly says it's not like young humans would die of old age. If they were eliminated, then they must have been fighting each other in the real world, and that's none of her concern. Then someone notices something strange. The players check the survival limit for this round and see only 1,200 survivors allowed. They immediately protest, saying that's just a quarter of everyone and asking if the angel made a mistake. She only laughs. A mistake? Too bad. There's no mistake. The number is low, so I get why you're scared, but the rules haven't changed. Half the players are supposed to survive each round, but all of you made it through the last one, so this time only a quarter can live to even things out. Someone starts to protest, but she cuts in. Don't act cheated. Just fight hard enough to make the top 25%. That's enough talk. Here's how this round works. Every 30 minutes, monsters will pour out of 4 gates. Their target is the relic in the middle of the village. There will be 5 waves, and everyone has to work together to defend it for 3 hours. Hold the relic the whole time, and you get bonus rewards. Fail, and the penalty will be brutal. No matter who lives or dies, rankings will be decided by how many monsters each player kills. Since this is a defense round, way more monsters will appear. They're only a third as strong though, so they should be easier to handle. The trade-off is less XP and gold. Life as a documentary thinks it's simple. Just wipe out monsters. With his authority still active, this should be easy. Then the angel adds one more thing. The zone representative is life as a documentary, right? He can still use position authority in this round, but there's something you're all probably wondering. What if the representative gets taken out? If monsters kill him or he dies normally, the seat just becomes empty. But if another player assassinates him, that killer becomes the new representative and gets 10 uses of position authority. That's all. The monsters arrive in 10 minutes. Try to work together and survive the next 3 hours. But I doubt you'll actually cooperate. She disappears, and life as a documentary is left fuming. What the hell? That's completely unfair. Then he turns and sees players already pulling weapons on him. You idiots, come at me. The first one who tries it loses his head. Someone scoffs that he's awfully bold for a guy with only 10 authority uses left. If they kill him, one of them gets the spot, right? Another already wants the title. Then the crowd suddenly looks behind them. He's here. The kid steps in like always, making an entrance. Black Scythe, what do you want? Relax, I just want to talk. I'm not scared, so spit it out. If you think your threats will scare me. The protagonist cuts him off with an offer. Looks like you're in trouble. Huh? I'll protect you. What? I'll stay with you and keep other players off your back. The crowd erupts. Black Scythe is protecting life as a documentary? So if they go after him, they'll have to fight Black Scythe too? A lot of them immediately back off. This is a bad idea. Life as a documentary studies the reactions. If he accepts, he'll probably live. But deals like this always cost something. So what's the price? The protagonist says it's simple. Follow every order I give. That makes him bristle. Call it whatever you want. It really means become my underling. Why make this offer? He won't say. What kind of orders? He won't explain that either. Just obey. To him that sounds pathetic. No way he wants to bow to this guy. But if he says no, will that scythe turn on him too? The protagonist tells him to choose. Everyone's waiting. After a pause, he refuses. Just as expected. There was no way he'd drop his pride. The crowd is stunned. He really turned it down. With Black Scythe guarding him, he could have hunted safely, but following someone else's orders was too much for him. To them, it looks like he'd rather protect his pride than his life. Maybe he thinks nobody will dare move. The protagonist thinks this is playing out just like his past life. Time to make it clear. Fine. If that's your choice, then I'm done helping. Whatever happens now isn't my problem. Live or die, I don't care. The crowd catches on fast. If Black Scythe is out, then life as a documentary is fair game. They start to move and he curses to himself, wondering if he should have taken the deal. Then an announcement sounds the first wave is starting now. Get ready for the monster attack and protect the relic. In 30 minutes, the second wave will begin. No matter what happens to the first, everyone rushes into place, shouting to defend the relic. Time remaining, 2 hours 59 minutes. Life as a documentary grits his teeth. He can't fight side by side with people trying to kill him, so he'll treat it like a solo mission and worry only about himself. Then he notices something. Where's that bastard going? The protagonist is heading straight for the entrance. Is he really planning to take them on alone? At the gate, the system announces the first wave, 4,900 players against 9,800 weakened goblins. Because of this round's rule, the goblins are only at 1/3 strength. Good luck. Life as a documentary decides to hide first and watch how things go. But Black Scythe keeps moving. Is he seriously going to fight the goblins alone at the gate? Even with the narrow entrance, at least 10 can come through at once. Does he really think he can handle 10 at the same time? He watches the protagonist wait for them and thinks he's insane. Just because he's one level higher doesn't mean much. They'll probably kill a few, then run when it gets rough. The goblins rush in. The protagonist swings his scythe once and tears through 3 of them. Life as a documentary freezes as more goblins leap at him. Then the protagonist jumps and cuts them down in midair. Life as a documentary can barely believe it. Is Black Scythe really this strong? He can't imagine being that powerful even at level 16. Standing around won't help. He needs to get stronger too. Most of the other players are busy fighting goblins across the area. Shouts ring out from afar. One side is collapsing and players scramble to stop the flood. Life as a documentary sees his chance and moves in. Time to kill some goblins himself. Come here, you little X-bags. He drops one goblin, then another. With his detection room, reading their movements is easy. Suddenly an arrow whips past him. What? An arrow? There weren't any goblins with bows, so who fired it? He didn't catch the shooter, but if he finds them, he's going to stab them through the ribs. Then someone yells that they got him. Life as a documentary pulls out his spear and drives it into the man's chest, stabbing him over and over. He spots another player with a bow. That must have been the one. He hurls the spear and smashes the archer in the head. Now he's more worried about players than monsters. If being representative is this cursed, he'd rather hand it off. Though even now he refuses to bow to Black Scythe. Still, there has to be a way to hunt without getting jumped by other players. Then he notices the zone's rank 3 player. Black Dragon Flame in my right hand. That's the one. He calls out and orders Black Dragon Flame in my right hand to protect him. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps farming with the skeletal pendant boosting his attack speed by 25%. He keeps stacking kills already over 500. His X buff is active too and the assassin rune raises all his stats by 100%. Gold keeps pouring in with bonus gains on top. The protagonist opens his status window. So far, he's earned around 2,000 gold. At this pace, he can hit 20,000 by the second wave, but he wants even more, enough to buy 2 general abilities, maybe even get the Inner Thoughts rune early. Another goblin charges in. He stares it down and slices its chest open. When the rest start backing off, he grins. If they won't come to him, he'll go to them, and he charges forward, cutting them down one after another. Back near the relic, players hear the noise and wonder what's happening. Then the goblins begin to vanish. The first wave is cleared. Survivors, 3,933. Eliminated, 967. Each survivor gets 500 gold. They made it, but nearly 1,000 players are already gone. Even weakened goblins were dangerous. Then someone spots him. Joonsik is still alive, but making it through the next round won't be easy. Joonsik curses under his breath. Those bastards aren't even focusing on goblins. They just want him dead. Another attacker comes in, and an axe cuts into his shoulder. Still, the players he ordered around are shielding him like disposable walls. With them taking hits for him, he thinks he might survive after all. One gangster asks if he's okay. Even without a direct command, the guy keeps protecting him. But he's losing a lot of blood, and for a moment he wonders if he can really last to the end. Then he hardens his resolve. He'll survive this and prove he's the strongest one here. Wave 2 begins, 3,933 players against 7,866 goblins and hobgoblins. Just like before, they're weakened. Good luck. The protagonist faces the new wave. One sweep of his scythe drops 5 or 6 at once. He lunges ahead and cuts down 3 more, then hits level 20. His rank rises from apprentice to regular, and the combination function unlocks. Finally, level 20. Now he can fuse items into special ones the shop doesn't sell. As a rank up reward, Death Seal gets stronger. Its bonus damage jumps from 100% to 120. He also gains a Reaper exclusive skill, Night of Death. By using the darkness around him, he can create an artificial night within 500 meters. His next skill unlock comes at level 40. With Death Seal boosted to 120% and a new skill on top, he's thrilled. Best of all, Night of Death works perfectly with the Reaper rune, which gives him 50% more attack speed at night. A crowd of armed goblins closes in. Perfect timing, he just got a new skill. He activates Night of Death, and darkness spreads across the area. The goblins panic, swinging wildly while he darts through them and cuts them apart. They can't see a thing and stumble around in confusion. One by one they drop. It's a slaughter. Wave 2 ends. 3,343 players remain, with 590 eliminated. Every survivor gets 500 gold. The protagonist realizes the second wave is already over and wonders if now's the time to buy his skill. Shopping time. First, I need detect presence. With that, I can sense anyone within 30 meters. Right now, it's just goblin bodies around me. Should I save another 20,000 gold? Wave 3 begins. 3,300 players against 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. A quick slash, then a stab to the chest. Wave 3 is cleared. Wave 4 starts. 3,001 players versus 6,002 hobgoblins and gnolls. The future gangster keeps stabbing in every direction while others close in around him. Wave 4 ends. Just one more wave. One more hour. If I hold out that long, I'll make it. I've already used all 10 authority commands, so my life depends on them protecting me. Wave 5 begins. 2,700 players against 10,000 weakened gnolls. 10,000. That's way too many. They're weakened this round. Good luck, everyone. No need to panic. This is my chance to make a record. I need more power, and I need to crush the bastards who came after me. Then he spots the group he ordered before, getting hit in the chest. Someone points him out. There's the zone representative. Kill him now. He panics and yells for protection, grabbing 2 players as shields. One gets stabbed in the chest, another in the face, and both collapse. Now he knows he's in real trouble. This isn't the time to hunt anymore. He has to run. But the others spot him and rush in. Damn it, I only had to survive one more wave. Just one more. He runs straight to the protagonist. Black Scythe. Hey Black Scythe, I accept your offer. I'll do whatever you say. Just protect me. I said I'll accept, Black Scythe. Answer me. The answer is no. He already said he doesn't care what happens to him now. The gangster protests that he'll submit, but Black Scythe shuts him down. He has no authority commands left, so he's useless. He realizes it too late. If he'd known it would end like this, he would have accepted much sooner. Did you see that? He turned him down. What a relief. I was worried Black Scythe might actually take him in. His life really is a joke. Now that he's finished, taking him out will be easy. Fine. If you're coming for me, I'll drag at least one of you down before I'm eliminated. Then the gangster prodigy steps in. Son, ban him. You're having a hard time, huh? Don't worry, I got you, Ryu Min. I knew I could trust you. If I live through this, a punch to the mouth drops him flat. Son, ban him. Calm down. Dying won't hurt that much, you bastard. The beating keeps going, one punch after another. Damn it, to think I Chojong-sek would get betrayed by trash like this. Then it's over. The zone representative, life is a documentary, is eliminated. His authority transfers to the killer. Player Ryu Min becomes the new representative. That's it. I'm the representative now. I'm the king. You are now the representative and have gained the authority powers. Now I can mess with Siwoo Rin all I want. This is going to be fun. Take it easy. Come Nim. I'll put your authorities to good use. Don't hate me too much. This is what happens when a boss only knows how to run. Pathetic. Hey, did you all see that? He never had a chance. Yeah, you're right. What the hell? His hands are still covered in blood. He beat him to death barehanded. This psycho gives everyone chills. A total bastard. He really betrayed him. People start whispering, wasn't he backing that gangster before? Looks like he planned to stab him in the back from the start. This guy's insane. And now he's the leader? Wait, let's take him out. Now they're aiming at me. Good thing I still have someone to lean on. Black Scythe. What? You saw the message. I'm the zone representative now. I have the 10 authority commands, so I'll accept the same deal you offered. Life is a documentary. I'll obey anything if you protect me. You dropped Chojong-sik because he lost those commands, so you'll take me, right? I don't like your attitude. Get on your knees and beg. Then maybe I'll think about it. Excuse me? Didn't you hear me? I have the 10 authority commands. Black Scythe isn't impressed. So what? You're the one who needs help here. He goes quiet, thrown off. Black Scythe repeats himself. If you want protection, kneel and beg. He starts to turn away. Fine, I'll do whatever you say, so please make me your subordinate, Sir Scythe. The protagonist stares him down. He's seen this kind of scene too many times, but Ryu Min still has some use. Alright, your offer is accepted. Ryu Min immediately thanks him over and over. Stop that. It's disgusting. Sorry, man. He steps forward. The group is stunned. Wait, what? Black Scythe is protecting Ryu Min? That's insane. Do we really have to fight him now? You saw how Scythe fights, right? No way. He killed hundreds of monsters by himself. How are we supposed to beat someone like that? The protagonist decides for them. You have 2 choices. Give up on the zone representative and go back to killing monsters or die by my hand. I suggest the first one, but the second is fine too. Anyone who points a blade at me won't be treated like a person. That is enough. They lower their weapons, even dropping their daggers. I'm out. Me too. Ryu Min is amazed. Just a few words from Scythe and everyone backed off. He was terrifying as an enemy, but being on his side feels great. The protagonist knows this will be over soon. At this rate, they can clear the 5th wave easily, but ending it here would be a waste. Ryu Min. Yes, Black Scythe, you said you'd do whatever I ask. Of course, just say it. Use the 10 authority commands to destroy the relic. What? The relic? But if it breaks, he remembers the warning from the angel, fail to protect the relic, and you'll be punished. Then another thought hits him. If he uses all 10 commands, he can't use them on Siwoo later. He asks why, but Black Scythe cuts him off. Do it now. He even tries asking if 9 is enough. One last warning comes back. Choose now or be eliminated. Alright, I'll do it. Then he starts naming the 10 people he'll command. Sim Sang-ju, Small Pepper, Don't Touch Me, Spring, Summer, Winter. Command the 10 names I called will destroy the relic. Someone protests. Wait, those are all my friends. Why are you doing this? They trade nervous looks. One of them apologizes, saying it's Black Scythe's order, so they have no choice. Then it begins. Don't touch me, Sim Sang-juan, Small Pepper. The order reaches all 10 of them. Break the relic. A system alert appears. The relic is under attack. What? They turn and see the 10 lunatics already smashing the relic. Hey, why are you doing that? Stop. We'll get punished. Don't break it. But everyone keeps striking it. It's over. The relic is destroyed. Main mission failed. In 30 minutes, the Divine Punishment Agent will be summoned. The group panics. Punishment Agent? What's that? Then the next message comes. Survive the agent until the timer ends. The round won't finish until it disappears, so it's some kind of boss. Secret secondary mission. Round 3. Survive the Divine Agent for 30 minutes. Reward 3,000 gold. That gets their attention. At least the reward is 3,000 gold. They've only made 2,000 so far by protecting the relic, so maybe this is worth it. Yeah, it's actually better money. A reward bigger than the 5th wave itself. That's exactly why he had Ryu Min destroy the relic. But he made sure not to do it himself, because the players who attacked the relic have been identified. The 10 attackers will receive a penalty. Their stats are permanently cut by 50%. One of them freaks out. What? We only followed orders. This is insane. Ryu Min, you scum. He can only mumble that he didn't know this penalty would happen. Then another notice appears. Because the zone representative failed to protect the relic, he will also be punished. What? All his stats are permanently reduced? What a joke. The protagonist just watches. A permanent stat loss hits your chance to survive hard. That's basically deadly. Now it's time to get ready for the Divine Punishment Agent. Shopping time. Let's buy a few things first, like an assassin's hood and agility boots. Even cheap boots will help right now. Then combination. All I have to do is place an item and mix it with an energy stone. Combination successful. Your skeletal necklace gained +1 to all stats. I can put an energy stone into every piece of gear. Combination successful. My armor gets +1 damage reduction. Another success, +2 strength. These low-grade stones won't do much, but it's still better than nothing. Wait, is it starting already? He's a little nervous. Meanwhile, others try to calm themselves down. It's only 30 minutes. We can do this. Just keep running. Half an hour and we'll all live. Not everyone believes that. Escaping the Divine Punishment Agent isn't that simple. In his last life, only 500 out of 2,700 survived. Just staying alive here is already a huge task. Normally, it takes 5 level 40 players to beat the Divine Punishment Agent. But this time, he plans to kill it himself and get a huge reward. That's because of the title he got from Burial, the first assassin of angels. Against divine-type enemies, all his stats double, and the Divine Punishment Agent is exactly that type. Then a giant angel drops from above. Is that the agent? So we just run, right? Dodge a few attacks and we're fine? They start thinking they worried for nothing. Then the creature lifts its staff, steps forward, and slams it into the ground, creating a barrier around everyone. The Divine Agent has cast Restriction Field. It sealed the area. No one can leave unless the caster removes it. Wait, we can't get out? We're trapped? Then another effect hits. Everyone's stats inside the field drop by 50%. People start screaming, hitting the barrier, begging to be let out. The protagonist counts around 300 trapped inside. It's unfortunate, but he knows he can't save them. The angel slams its staff down again. It started. The protagonist even looks away. A storm of swords pours down, stabbing people all across the field. This is insane. How is anyone supposed to dodge that? It's hard to even follow. Once you're trapped in the restriction field, avoiding all those arrows is nearly impossible. But there is another way to see it. If you can dodge them, you're fine. And right now, everyone's distracted. Same as always, when it's busy killing humans, it ignores its back. The second that barrier drops, I'll strike. People keep getting wiped out inside the field. Now the barrier is coming down. Good. This thing doesn't even have ears, so I don't need to worry about it hearing me. Once I'm within 5 meters, I just need to place the death seal. This first hit has to be perfect. The Divine Agent starts to turn, but that doesn't matter anymore. It's already too late. Direct hit right in the eye. He pulls back right away and runs. Because of Death Seal, it's down to 60% health. One blow took 40%. Not bad. It'll probably cast Restriction Field again to find me. The Divine Agent activates Restriction Field, but the moment it notices I'm gone, it'll cancel it. The field drops again, and since one eye is gone, I need to take the other two. So I go straight for the second eye. The Divine Agent twists in pain and uses Restriction Field again. Your stats have been cut by 50%. Doesn't matter now. Without its eyes, it's just a helpless angel. Looks like it's firing arrows everywhere since it can't find me. But Death Knight has already covered it, and the creature has no clue what's happening. It's completely lost. Light can't break through this darkness. That's how the system works. Time to finish it. One wing gets sliced off and it drops. He really does enjoy tearing off angel wings. He's already jumping clear of the attack and cuts off the second wing too. Yeah, he really loves ripping wings off. The divine agent is wrecked. Only 10% health left, and I'm still not done. Now I need to make some distance. Condition met, the agent of divine punishment activates its passive skill. Final radiant glow is now active. The divine agent has become invincible. I knew this phase was coming once it dropped to 10%. Now it's thrashing around and blasting power everywhere. Go ahead, suffer a little longer. Final radiant glow, 50 seconds. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 1. The invincible state is gone. He's already behind it. This is the end. One dash and he takes its head off. You leveled up 3 times, gained 8,200 extra gold, and another 4,000 gold. It has been confirmed that you are the first player to defeat the Agent of Divine Punishment. You received the title Opposition to Divine Punishment. That title cuts damage from divine creatures by 80%. Wow, he's already up against god-level enemies. You received Condensed Aether for defeating the Divine Agent. You also got a Radiant Rune for being the first to kill it. The rune was engraved onto your body automatically. Just as expected, Condensed Aether? This was the real reason for the whole plan. After all, it's a key material for making a god rank item. And I also got the Rune of Radiance. It gives 1 intelligence per level, and boosts divine skill effects by 1% each level. Now that I'm level 30, that means 30 intelligence and 30% stronger divine skills. At least I won't need to spend points on intelligence for a while. Everyone cleared the side quest and got 3,000 gold. It's over. We lived. Thank goodness. No way. Black Scythe beat the divine agent alone. That's a monster. Amazing. Defeating the agent of divine punishment alone, you're the first human who's truly caught my interest. So how about an interview tomorrow morning? Black Scythe, how did you come up with a plan like that? He only thinks what a useless question. I killed it because I wanted to. If I got eliminated, I'd have to sit there and watch everyone else die. The group is stunned. So he fought to save everyone? They thought he was arrogant, but maybe he's actually a good guy. The angel says he did all this just to save his race. Humans are strange. One minute they kill each other, the next they protect each other. That's something I can't understand. The protagonist just thinks, of course you can't, you narcissistic angel. Anyway, humans, congrats on surviving, but don't relax yet, because your fate still depends on the results. Shall we see them? Black Scythe, 3,600 kills. Worthless Bastards, 982. Celestial Demon, 963. Those are the rankings across every zone. Now for this zone, SK45, Black Scythe is first, Sangchil is second with 687 kills, and Kalren is third. So the bodyguard took second and third. But did she even appear in that fight? I never saw her. Black Scythe got 3,600 kills while second place didn't even hit 1,000. And he's level 30. This guy is absurd. Does he have some kind of bonus? I do have an experience bonus, but I think you only get it by placing first in your zone. Congratulations, you finished rank 1 across all zones. Congratulations, you also ranked first in your zone. As your zone's top player, you've received a coupon for 1 intermediate ring. A ring. Please select 1 intermediate item. There they are, Wind Ring, Magic Ring, or Resistance Ring. It looks like the worst pick, but this is the one I need most. I'll take the Resistance Ring. Effect plus 4 luck and plus 35% resistance to abnormal effects. Raw strength means nothing if you get locked down. And since status resistance can grow with stats, getting this early is the smart move. Next up, you may choose 1 special reward. 50% bonus stats for round 4, 4,000 gold, or information about round 4. Just as I thought, there's no more experience bonus. Starting in round 4, this isn't just about monsters anymore. So I'll take number 2, the gold. Meanwhile, the angel points out that while the humans are celebrating, they should check the rankings. Rank 1225 belongs to the Kutov line. The guy complains that the system must have made a mistake, and begs it to check again. He insists there's no way his rank should be that low after killing so many monsters. The angel snaps back, why are these bugs talking? If you couldn't keep your rank, then you deserve to be wiped out. She snaps her fingers and they disappear. And that brings round 3 to an end. Su Xiao Aaron wakes up in bed. I'm back. Thank goodness I survived round 3. More than that, I even got the summoner class, fairy summoning. Look at this, an amazing fairy. Those fairies worked like shields, and my bodyguard kept everyone busy. Thanks to them, I cleared round 3 safely. I can't believe I placed 3rd. Wow, and this energy stone is my reward. I wonder if Black Scythe would like it. He'd definitely want this. If there's one thing he goes for fast, it's an energy stone. Then Yaman storms in and smashes a lamp in rage. Damn that Black Scythe. Penalty applied. Your stats have been permanently reduced by 50%. Damn it. If I knew this would happen, I never would have volunteered. Bastard. Then he notices his phone ringing. Great. Now I'm really screwed. Incoming call from Kim Sung-han. He picks up. Hey Kim Sung-han. But the other side explodes, asking if he's lost his mind and if he knows the mess he caused. He tries to play dumb, but Kim Sung-han doesn't buy it. Everyone got ruined because of him. How could a leader use his authority to betray his own people and still call himself human? He argues that he had no choice. Black Scythe would have eliminated him otherwise. Kim Sung-han fires back that he should have just been eliminated. That would have been better than betraying his friends. He protests that things weren't fair for him either. since he lost stats as the representative. Kim Sung-han doesn't care. He used his friends for his own gain, and none of this would have happened if he weren't greedy. To him, he's just a traitor. Then comes the final warning. Never call again. In real life or that other world, they're done. If they meet again, he'll beat him senseless. The call ends. What did I even do that was so wrong? I'm a victim too. He decides to call the others and deal with Kim Sung-han later, but nobody answers. They've all blocked him. So this is it. Back to being alone. Then his anger boils over. So if he sees me again, he'll eliminate me? Fine. Let him try. If anyone comes at me, I'll kill them first. The next day at the Imperial Hotel. Come in, Department Chief. He says he survived again, and the answer is simple. Just got lucky, sir. He asks if round 3 was rough and whether he's okay. He says yes, since the monsters were weaker, it wasn't too hard. Then comes the next question. Current level. And did he get a class? He's level 11 now. A knight. Surin reached the same level, but her class turned out different. She's a summoner. That doesn't sound common. He says he was surprised too. After the class change, she summoned fairies that kept putting up shields. Because of that, their hunting went smoothly. That's great news. Then he suggests staying close to the actress Surin. If needed, maybe even date her. Date her? He stammers, and the answer comes back that it would just make learning her weaknesses easier, not that he has to marry her. Still, he can't help asking if they're seriously telling him to date her. The response softens. It was a joke. It's just been a while since they've seen that look on his face. They tell him he doesn't have to. He admits that might be for the best, since Surin doesn't seem to like him much. He starts putting himself down, calling himself useless, cowardly, and awkward. They cut him off and remind him he's responsible. He says she's still formal with him. She even calls him Mr. Bodyguard. Then he changes the subject and asks what the urgent message was. First comes an apology. He asks why. Because he failed the mission he was given. He couldn't help Black Scythe, and he couldn't even deliver the message. Still, he must have had a reason. So he starts explaining everything that happened. That agent of divine punishment sounds like a serious enemy. Did Black Scythe really kill it? Yes, sir. He handled it alone with crushing power. It was like he already knew exactly how to beat it. Black Scythe clearly doesn't need backup. He's way beyond what we imagined. Honestly, having the Black Knight's rune made me think I was strong, and now I feel embarrassed. If I ever get the chance, I want to meet Black Scythe. Since you had your reasons, I won't blame you. I'm sorry, sir. Forget that for now. What did the tracking team find on those bandits? The main suspect goes by Ryu Min. If that's even his real name. There are dozens of people with that name in Korea. But if he's in his 20s and lives in Seoul, it drops to 5. Where are they? The detective said it'll take at least a month to find all their addresses. A month? Then we won't catch him before round 4. That's true. But we don't need to force it yet. We can buy some time. How much gold do you have now? About 10,000 gold? Then you're halfway there. The shop sells a skill called tracking. Once you hit 20,000, buy it. Yes, sir. By the way, I got distracted earlier and forgot to mention this. Last month, a shareholder bought a huge amount of stock in your company. Which company? Mine? The Celestial Demon Consultancy. The one you're focused on right now. How much did they buy? Sir, try not to be shocked. They took 31%. Wait, one person bought 31% of the whole company? Yes. I could barely believe it myself when I saw it. Hold on. Celestial Demon Consultancy is worth 900 billion won. If they bought 31%, that's about 280 billion won. One person has that kind of money? Could it be some rich investor? I have no idea. Or maybe my siblings are involved somehow. Either way, if they bought 31%, they want to say in management. Department head, give me this major shareholder's contact info. At the same time, the protagonist checks his phone. He'll call soon. Since I'm a major shareholder now, I need to sound important. Brother, what level are you? His brother suddenly runs in. Why are you asking that out of nowhere? Some guy in my class won't shut up about how strong his brother is. He keeps bragging that his brother is high level and that he's already level 11. Level 11? Relax. I'm higher than that. Really? What level are you? What should I tell him? If I say the real number, it could cause trouble. 12? Really? Wow. Then you must have a class. Of course. So what class is it? What do you have? That's a secret. Come on. We're brothers. There shouldn't be secrets. Just get out already. Fine. Then the phone rings. Here it is. Hello. Is this Mr. Ryu Min? Yes. Who's this? Nice to meet you. I'm Maggie Unrock, CEO of Celestial Demon Consultancy. He decides to play dumb first. If the CEO thinks he's clueless, he'll be less guarded. Yes. Hello. Last month, you invested a very large sum in our company, correct? I did. Why? As of now, you're the largest shareholder in Celestial Demon Consultancy. I'd like to meet you in person. Would you let me buy you lunch? Sure. Does Friday work for you? Friday won't work. That's the day he's supposed to get the Rune of Inner Thoughts. I have plans Friday. How about Saturday? Saturday is fine. Then let's meet that day. Just like I thought, he called. Celestial Demon Consultancy matters too much to him. He needs his father's approval, so there was no way he'd ignore a major shareholder. Before that meeting, I need to get the runes. There are a few ways to get runes. Some appear in certain places or during specific rounds, and some come as special rewards. Others drop from bosses, and in very rare cases even regular monsters. But what most people don't know is that runes can appear in real life too. The conditions are complicated though. Soon Jan will come here. His real name is Jangjang Sokyeon. I could never forget that name. He's the man who kidnapped my brother, and I still remember his voice. You want to save him? Then pay the price. Tell me what nobody else knows. What are you talking about? How would I know? Stop acting dumb. I know you went back in time. How does he know that? You're wondering how I know, right? I have the rune of inner thoughts. I used it on your brother, and I know what's in your head too. Since that day, I've chased revenge against him through 11 regressions. Now it's not even personal anymore. I'm just here to take the rune of inner thoughts before he does. Then the man enters, dragging someone with him. Today, right here, he throws the girl to the floor. I'll take it out on you, so don't scream. Got it? She begs him to spare her. He sneers, asking if that's all she can say after he let her go. He tells her to try something else. Say she has a kid, offer money, anything but this pathetic crying. She keeps apologizing and he snaps, asking why. Why apologize so much? Is it because of the look she gave him that day? Shaking. She says she's truly sorry. He says that's the problem. She acted like that before and now she's begging. He remembers feeling like trash that day. 2 nights earlier, he had gone out looking for a girl to take his anger out on. He picked her, followed her, and something happened that hurt his eye. When he couldn't see, he shouted, asking who was there. Whatever happened, he still came out with her unconscious. To him, doing insane things is exciting. His old life was so dull he wouldn't have cared if he died. Now he has the rune of luminescence, which makes his body glow and blinds anyone facing him. To him, it's the perfect rune for his sick games. Then he heads into the shop. He stares at the clerk and says she's pretty. Then he orders an iced Americano. She tells him it'll be 5,001. 1 Moan. He notices she's not the usual worker and asks if she's part-timing there. He says he comes here often. She says she didn't know he was a regular. All the other part-timers quit, and with how much the world is changing, that isn't surprising. He agrees when people can be eliminated any day, who wants a part-time job. Then he asks if she owns the place. She says yes. He says she looks young, she's 32. He asks if she's a player. Thankfully she says no. Then he asks for her number, calling her pretty and saying he likes her. She freezes and he notices right away. He demands to know why she's making that face. Does she hate how he looks? Is she disgusted because of the marks on his face? He says it feels awful, calls the coffee disgusting, and demands his money back. She hands it over. He yanks the money from her hand. Then he calls her out for looking down on him, just because he's not handsome, and she's a little pretty. He says she'll pay for that look, then attacks her, and the story returns to the present. She's crying and apologizing, saying she knows she shouldn't judge people by appearance, but he says that's not enough. She doesn't sound sincere. Then he throws her down. He says he knows she's only pretending so she can escape. She begs him to let her go. He mocks her. If she wants to apologize so badly, she should pay him another way. Trembling, she says it was all her fault. He tells her not to move. Then he notices someone else is there. For a second, he wonders if it's a detective. Who is this guy? The newcomer tells him to stop cursing, but soon he'll be doing a lot more of it. The man is confused. What's with this guy? The huge scythe and the white mask. He calls him a lunatic and asks if he really came here playing dress-up with toys. The reply is cold. Does that look like a toy? Smoke rises, and the criminal finally realizes it's real. Are you a player? The masked man calls him an idiot and asks what else he could be. Then the protagonist turns to the girl and tells her to run now. This is her only chance. The man shouts that nobody said she could leave. The protagonist rushes him and lands several hits. The man drops hard, stunned by how much it hurts. Groaning on the floor, he hears the protagonist remind him that he'd be cursing soon enough. Then the masked man tells the girl to go and leave this to him. She thanks him. She runs. Now it's just the two of them. So, is the game starting? Furious, the man swears he'll kill him. The protagonist mocks him. It's no fun if he gives up too fast. That only makes the man madder. He attacks, but the protagonist slips past it. The man can't understand it. How is he dodging so easily? The protagonist can't believe he's still fighting with a goblin dagger. Then the scythe swings. Clean and exact. A limb is cut off. Does it hurt? I haven't even begun yet. The man stares down in shock. In the next instant, the protagonist disappears, reappears, and cuts him again. Seeing that fear, he taunts him. The man realizes he'll die if this keeps going. If he wants to live, he has to blind him first. So he activates his rune and shouts that now he'll take him down. But when he looks at his own body, nothing happens. Why isn't his power working? The protagonist thinks, shine all you want. In the night of death, no light can exist. He already knew this would happen, so he used the skill in advance. And even without night of death, it wouldn't matter. He'd already cut the man's wrists and heels. Another slash tears through his legs. The scythe is absurdly sharp, cutting with almost no resistance. Mutilated and panicking, the man calls him a demon and asks why he's doing this. Another strike comes down. Why? Because if you leave vermin alive, they only spread chaos. The man calls him insane, and the protagonist coldly asks how long he can keep acting tough. Blood keeps pouring. The man can't understand this fury. To him, it all feels horribly unfair. The pain becomes too much, and he decides he'd rather die on his own. He starts biting his tongue. The protagonist stops him. Hold it. You were really about to bite your tongue before I finish you? You think I'd let you get off that easy? You don't die until you're on your knees begging. Damn, this guy's insane. He wants me to kneel and ask for death. Please make this stop. Just kill me. What was that? You want me to kill you? Are you sure? Then beg. You're probably wondering why I'm doing this. We're strangers, right? But not really. I know you. We've met before. He knows me? Wait, does that mean you know that woman? No, I'm not connected to her. Then how do you know me? In the future, you kidnap my brother and threaten me for information. If I refuse, you kill him. But that hasn't happened yet because I stepped in. If I hadn't, you would have gotten the rune of inner thoughts. Inner thoughts? Yeah, there's a hidden rune here. Want to know how it appears? Someone has to hear another person's true voice, the honest words from their heart. If I hadn't come, you would have attacked that woman. She would have begged for her life and that true voice would have triggered the rune. Then you'd keep using it to commit worse crimes. I've watched that happen in several regressions, and even without that, you've already committed 12 crimes. You're trash who deserves to die. If that's true, then kill me, please. No, I'm not even going to touch you. What do you think I've been doing all this time? I'm waiting for you to die by yourself. What the hell? I begged him to kill me, and he still won't. Does he not want the rune? Then why won't he let me speak? I'll say it from the heart, please. The protagonist can tell what he's thinking. He says he's refusing on purpose because he's testing the rune of inner thoughts. Sorry, but I already got it. Remember? You sincerely begged me to kill you earlier. That was enough. The rune reacted to your true voice. You made someone speak from the heart, so the condition was met. You have discovered the hidden rune of inner thoughts. The rune will now be placed into the player's body. By watching a target, you can faintly hear their inner thoughts. Range 30 meters. So the test worked. Meanwhile, the man thinks, you got what you wanted, now just kill me. No, dying that easily would be too kind for someone like you. Later, the man disconnects and dies. With no witnesses around, the protagonist decides to erase every trace using his bonus ability and the skill he just learned. It wipes away bodies, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Perfect. It's better to leave nothing behind. Then the next morning, the protagonist shows up in a sharp suit. His brother asks if he's going on a date and wants to know who the girl is. He says it's not a date. Since he never dresses like this, his brother keeps teasing him, but the protagonist explains he's meeting a business partner. His brother gets worried. Business partner? What is he planning now? Investing too? He's scared the money might be lost even though the protagonist already made him $1 billion. Noticing that, the protagonist tells him to calm down. Doesn't he trust his own brother? That makes his brother light up. Of course he does. Then the protagonist tells him to stay put because other players are about to get a lot more dangerous. His brother says he saw that on the news. More and more players are using their powers for evil, and every country is struggling to stop them. The protagonist says that's how it goes. If you meet the conditions in clear stages, you keep getting stronger. Before long, players will start enslaving normal people, and he needs to become unstoppable before that happens. He also plans to build his name as a Reaper. On the way out, he warns his brother to be careful. His brother still wants to know what kind of job this is, but the protagonist only says it's a secret. He promises to explain later, tells him to stop whining, and says to stay home and eat. Soon, the protagonist arrives at a huge gate. This hotel is Ongru's territory, so meeting here gives them the home field advantage. Nobody else knows that man is tied to Ongru. The protagonist is the only one with that information. He plans to use it now, even if it's risky, to make himself seem more valuable. For that to work, he has to act like he knows nothing. So he awkwardly heads to the front desk and says he's here for a meeting. The receptionist asks if it's with the president of the Heavenly Demon Group, and he says yes. She tells him to wait because the president will be there soon. He thanks her, then keeps acting nervous and looks around like this place is totally new to him. He even plays impressed by how fancy it is until someone asks, "Are you Mr. Ryu?" This is it. He turns and sees the man recognize him right away. It's you. The protagonist nods and says he's the one who delivered the rice cakes to Siron. The man apologizes for the rough welcome, but inside he's shocked. This kid doesn't even look 20, and he supposedly invested $280 billion. Something feels wrong. The protagonist instantly notices the suspicion. Honestly, it's a normal reaction, so he casually says that's fine since they don't know each other, then adds that he never expected the president to live so close by. The man quickly corrects him. He's not the president. Of course, the protagonist already knows that. He's just pretending. The man introduces himself as Onseng Chol, the department head, and says the president will arrive soon. Until then, they should wait inside. The protagonist sits down and the man shuts the door. Then he picks up the phone and calls the president. He says he met the investor in person, and there's no way this makes sense. The guy is far too young. He can't have gathered $280 billion by himself, so someone must be behind him. Be careful. The protagonist catches on right away. That first approach wasn't random. The man was clearly there to report on him, and there's no chance a careful person like the president would actually be late. Right then he arrives. Hello, I'm Megyan Rock, president of Celestial Demon Consultancy. He greets the protagonist, who introduces himself as Ryu Min. The president asks him to sit, and even has the department head stay beside them. That feels strange. He brought Sang-chul into the meeting without asking first, so he's clearly planning something. Megyeon-rock suggests they eat before talking business and says he prepared Korean food in case it suits him. The protagonist keeps up the act, marveling at how expensive everything looks. The president says he's glad to hear that. At that point, Megyeon-rock lowers his guard a little. The protagonist seems too young and too naive to have made 280 billion alone, so someone must be backing him. Now he starts wondering who sent him, his brothers maybe, or his uncle. He says the visit surprised him and asks how old such a young shareholder is. The protagonist answers, 20. That catches him off guard. He says he's 29, so meeting someone not too far from his age is nice. The protagonist says he feels the same. Then the president gets straight to it. How did someone that young make so much money? Is he from a rich family? The protagonist thinks, wow, he's blunt. He says no. Until recently, he was just an ordinary student. The president asks what he means by that. The protagonist asks if he saw the news. What news? The one about the millionaire who won the lottery 4 times in a row. Megyeon-rock says he did hear about that. Then the protagonist reveals that person was him. Both men are stunned. The president remembers the name from the news, but something still doesn't add up. The article said the winnings were around 60 billion. So how did he end up with 280 billion? The protagonist says he put the money into Bitcoin. It sounds ridiculous, but yes, just like that. Megyeon-rock admits it's impressive, but still asks what made him risk 60 billion on Bitcoin. He says he'd never have the nerve. Even Sang-chul joins in, saying the kid must be insanely lucky. The protagonist fires back that it wasn't luck. Sang-chul brings up the interview where he claimed he saw the winning numbers in a dream, but the protagonist cuts him off. It wasn't a dream either. Both men freeze. The protagonist stares at them, knowing this is the only way to earn Megyeon-rock's trust and pull him to his side. Then he says, this is the first time he's told anyone. He has the rune of future sight. Confused, Megyeon-rock asks what that is. The protagonist explains that it lets him see a few years ahead. In short, he's a prophet. The room goes quiet. Megyeon-rock can hardly believe it, while Sang-chul thinks this kid is crazy for making a claim like that in a meeting. The president asks if he's serious. The protagonist asks why he'd lie. So yes, that's how he won the lottery. He says that's also why he bought Bitcoin. His ability showed him how to grow his money, and the two men can only stare. Interested but careful, Megyeon-rock asks for proof. If it's true, can he predict something that will happen in the next few moments? The protagonist wonders if the man already suspects the problem. To predict the near future, he normally would have had to live through it before. Still, with the rune of inner thoughts, reading him is easy. What he really needs now is a believable limit on his power. So the King of Lies says he can't use the ability whenever he wants. It only activates at random times. Megyeon-rock seems to accept that, since a power this strong should have some kind of drawback. Then a new thought hits him. Mr. Ryu, is that why you invested 200 billion in the company? The protagonist says yes. He knows Heavenly Demon Consultation will grow huge in the future, so he invested. Megyeon-rock asks how big the company can get. MC says that within 6 months it can be listed on the KSP. He even explains what that means. A top-level company in Korea. Hearing that, Megyeon-rock can't hide his smile. If this is true, he'll earn his father's approval and lock down the director's seat. But he quickly checks himself. He got carried away over something that still isn't proven. Ryu sees the bait worked and drops the next part. If Megyeon-rock wants real success, the company has to change its whole business model. Sang-chul slams the table. He says that's absurd. Changing direction now would be like rebuilding the company from scratch. He agrees. If they're going that far, they may as well change the company's name too. That only makes the man even angrier. Still calm, the protagonist asks if they think he's joking. They're players too, so they should know how costly it is to reveal a rune. Even so, he told them because he wants the company to grow as both investor and partner. Otherwise, why would he put in 280 billion? If Megyeon-rock wants to win, he has to work with him. Sang-chul starts sweating and asks if Megyeon-rock is really taking this madman seriously. Ryu notices the doubt and asks straight up if Sang-chul trusts his power. The answer is simple, no. So MC pushes harder and asks if they know why he moved into that penthouse. Sang-chul freezes and Megyeon-rock asks what penthouse he's talking about. Then Sang-chul blurts out that he moved in right below Suaran. He says he did it after getting the rune of future vision. Megyeon-rock doesn't like hearing this so late, and Sang-chul is shaken too. He thought the protagonist was just some nobody. Megyeon-rock starts putting the timeline together. If that happened in January, it was before the Bitcoin investment, so Ryu moved near someone tied to the company before joining it. Unless he really knows the future, that shouldn't be possible. Then another thought hits him. Maybe MC already knew he was Sujuran's sponsor. He catches their whispering and realizes he needs one more push. If they still don't believe him, he'll give them something bigger. He says this hotel will one day belong to Megyeon-rock's cell. Then he lays it out. He's the eldest son of the O-Sun Group, and Heavenly Demon Consultation is a secret business built to win his father's approval. Sang-chul jumps up and demands to know who sent him, but Megyeon-rock calms him down and admits the protagonist is right. Still, he says those are things someone in his circle could know. To him, Ryu is still highly suspicious, maybe just a pawn sent by some rival to trap him, And now this same man wants him to trust him and overhaul the business. So his answer is basically no. None of this sounds reasonable. He wants to believe in a rune like Future Vision any company would. But believing MC is the hard part. He thanks him for the investment, but says a proposal like this has to be brought before all the investors. And if Ryu wants it passed, he'll have to convince them himself. It looks like he failed to win them over. Gaijin Rock starts to stand, but he stops him and tells him to sit. The man sits back down and asks if there's anything else. The protagonist thinks this may be his only option, then offers information about the fourth round. That gets an instant reaction. Gaijin Rock snaps back. MC knows about the fourth round. He says his Rune of Future Sight showed him everything, including the tragedy that's coming. He asks if that should be enough. Later, Sangchel apologizes to Gaijin Rock. Gaijin Rock tells him it's fine. He was only looking out for him. But Sangchel says there's still one more thing bothering him. If Ryu really can see the future, why join them at all? With a power like that, he could do everything alone. Gaijin Rock, though, is already focused on how much money and growth this could bring. Sangchel still asks why the protagonist would bother. He has 280 billion, more than enough to quit working forever. Gaijin Rock says human greed doesn't always have a limit, but Sangchel still isn't convinced. Then Gaijin Rock says it plainly. If Ryu truly sees the future, they need him. Knowing what's coming in each round would help them grow the company and become stronger players too. Sangchel still pushes back. What if MC isn't a prophet at all? Gaijin Rock says they'll just wait and find out. He gives them the details, though the story skips over the full explanation to avoid spoilers. Out on the street, the protagonist knows that once the fourth round ends, they'll have no choice but to believe he's a prophet. He leaves out the secret missions and the methods for reaching the top rank. What he does tell them is this: the fourth round isn't about killing monsters. It's a slaughter between players, and letting your guard down for even a second is fatal. That's all he shares, but he's sure it's enough. After this, their attitude will change. They'll want him close and protected, because having a prophet on your side is far better than facing one as an enemy. Ryu takes out his phone and wonders if, now that he's acting like a prophet, he'll have to keep up the role from here on out. He thinks about who to call first, then hesitates. The next focus is on the girl we haven't seen in a while. She's waiting to cross the street when a fancy car stops beside her. She wonders what kind of lunatic would pull up like this. Then she realizes it's Ryu's car and he's asking her to get in. He calls her his partner and tells her to come along. She walks over confused. She asks what's going on and if this is really his car. MC just tells her to get in. He's taking her for a ride. After a moment, she agrees. Then they drive off together. She's amazed because it's her first time riding in a car like this. Ryu says it's his first time too. He's never owned something this expensive before. When she asks the price, he casually says 900 million. That shocks her. She says that's enough money to open a bunch of convenience stores. He shrugs and says compared to his lottery winnings, it doesn't feel like much. She remembers he won 60 billion and says their worlds really are different. Then she realizes this kind of feels like a date, and yes, it basically is. That makes her shy. Ryu says there's something he needs to confess. She gets so nervous he has to quickly say it's nothing strange. Even then, she's ready to die from embarrassment and asks him to just say it. The protagonist reminds her that he once said he saw the lottery numbers in a dream. Then he admits that part was a lie. What he really got was the Rune of Future Sight, which lets him see the future. He figures that's probably why his class is prophet. She thinks it's amazing and asks if that means he has a unique class. Ryu says he thinks so. Instead of doubting him, she's happy he trusted her enough to tell her. MC says it's only fair since she already shared her class with him. She points out that she never told him about her rune, so now she'll tell him that too. She says hers is the Rune of Protection. For every person within 10 meters, it adds a thin barrier around her. So with 5 people nearby, she'd get 5 layers and it can go up to 10. For a support-type player, that's pretty solid. Then she asks why he suddenly brought all this up. Ryu says hiding it would only weigh on him, and she probably wouldn't believe what he's about to say otherwise. She asks what he means. He tells her about the 4th mission and warns her to be extremely careful. He says she has to watch the other players around her at all times. She gets excited because he told her first. To her, that feels like proof she has a special place in his heart, and she's very happy about it. Back home, Ryu thinks it over and realizes she really does like him. That explains why she's always been so kind to him. The thought surprises him a little, but he also sees the upside. This makes her easier to bring onto his side, and because of that, she'll trust his prophecies more easily too. As always, Ryu is planning ahead. After that, he rests and time quickly passes. Soon, it's April 31st, 11:55. Before entering the other world, he buys another epic item for the day. It's the shadow gloves. At night, the gloves blend into darkness, and even the weapons he holds turn faint and hard to see. With his Knight of Death skill, that means his weapon can become nearly invisible. He's getting even stronger. Then his brother shows up and says it's time. He asks if the protagonist thinks things will go well. The protagonist says he won't know until he gets there. His brother then asks the obvious question, if he's really a prophet, does he know what happens in the 4th round? MC says knowing the future and knowing what to do with it are completely different. Still worried as ever, his brother keeps pressing. He tells him to survive no matter what. He brushes it off, says not to jinx him before he even goes, and says goodbye. Then the 4th round begins, the round of death. And that miserable guy is back again. All his stats have been permanently cut in half. He betrayed the person he admired most, and now in this round he doesn't even have command authority. Winning like this won't be easy. He's on edge, glancing around in fear of the very people he once called allies. More than anything, he wants to know what kind of place this is. The area is completely empty, making the mission feel like a box built to trap test rats. Then he spots Ryu right away and thinks that bastard was sure to show up. He's still stunned that the protagonist used other players to destroy the relic, and then killed the prosecutor of retribution without hesitation. Now he's thinking that if he had the power, he would have killed MC already. Right now, he can't do anything. If he wants to live, he has to play along. Then he shows up. "Hey, Mr. Black Reaper, how's it going?" With a smile, he asks if their last deal still counts, the one where he becomes his subordinate and gets protection in return. The protagonist just goes, "What deal, you lunatic?" Then he shuts him down right away. He doesn't need a subordinate like him anymore. That leaves the guy stunned. Why? Simple. He lost command authority, so being a representative means almost nothing now. Most players have already moved up anyway, which makes him close to useless. At this point, he's just an easy target. A target? He freezes and quickly looks around to see who might be watching. The protagonist tells him not to panic. Everyone here is a target, and there probably aren't that many people dying to hunt him down. That gives him a little hope. Maybe people really won't chase him. But the protagonist points out that by now, most players know being the regional representative isn't some amazing prize. With all the danger and attention it brings, it's hardly worth having. The guy thinks it over and admits that's true. Now he wants to ditch that title as fast as possible. Then she walks over. He clearly doesn't like that, flustered and annoyed at the same time. She greets the protagonist politely. "Hello, Mr. Black Reaper." Then she asks if he remembers them, and he says of course he does. She reminds him that he saved them from this bully, and says they wanted to thank him again, shooting the guy beside her a sharp look. That instantly gets under his skin. "Me? A bully? Come on, relax." The protagonist thanks them, but says there's no reason for them to keep meeting like this. She adds that their association's president also wanted to thank him. He cuts that off too. He doesn't care about the president. But Ryu steps up with a gift, saying she still wants to repay him. "Please take this." That catches him off guard. She says words alone don't feel like enough, and hopes he'll accept it. So being who he is, he takes it without much hesitation. Why turn down a good item? She blushes a little. Aaron worries he might dislike it or think she handed him some useless rock. But the moment he sees it, he knows she has no idea how valuable this crystal really is. If she did, she never would have given it away. Then the guy next to her thinks he owns something similar. That makes the protagonist pause. Does he have an energy crystal too? The guy recalls his was a black and gold strength stone. That shocks the protagonist. It's absurdly rare, even harder to get than a magic crystal, and basically impossible to target on purpose right now. Now he's curious. Finding out that guy has an item like that feels either very lucky or very dangerous. Aaron timidly speaks up, asking if he means a barrier. He turns to her, confused, and asks what she's talking about. She explains that she got a summoner class and can place a fairy barrier on him if he wants, clearly trying to help. He refuses at once. "Thanks, but I don't need it." She can only answer, "Oh, I see." After that, she says goodbye and wishes him well before leaving with the others. The other guy is already walking off when the protagonist stops him. Wait, he warns that if he keeps going like this, he'll regret it. Confused, the guy asks what he means. They already talked about him being a target. The protagonist reminds him that he said not many would come after him, not no one. As long as he's still a representative, there are benefits people would kill for. Even if lots of players already hit level 10 and got classes, plenty still haven't. And those people would absolutely want his command authority. Out of thousands of players, there's no way nobody would try to kill him. So the guy asks what he's supposed to do. The protagonist says he can help him stop being easy prey. That makes him light up, really. But help won't be free. In exchange, he wants the stone Aaron gave him, and if he has anything similar, he'll take that too. Without much thought, he opens his inventory. He pulls the item out and hands it over right away. The protagonist asks if that's all. The answer comes fast. Yeah, that was everything he had. Then he hurriedly begs him not to take his equipment too. The protagonist tells him to relax. He was joking, and he wouldn't take the gear even if more items were offered. As he walks away, he says he'll still keep his promise to help. A moment later, Olivia appears, laughing that quite a few humans made it here without failing. Though their numbers have dropped a lot, that makes people wonder if more fights happen back in the real world. The protagonist isn't surprised. At this point, players getting dragged into trouble is basically unavoidable. Olivia asks if she should announce the 4th round's mission. Then the system reveals it. They have 3 hours to kill each other. Across all regions, there are 181,000 participants. In this region, 1,042 remain, and only 521 can clear the round. The whole place erupts in angry murmurs. Olivia mocks them for getting confused so easily and says the mission is simple: kill the players beside them. She goes on to explain that this round is meant to cut down the player count by making them kill one another. Unlike earlier rounds where monsters did the job, that makes people uneasy. No monsters means no leveling. One man asks if they only need to kill one person each, since only half are supposed to survive. Olivia tells everyone to be quiet, the rest is a secret, and spoiling everything would ruin the fun. Watching her, the protagonist finds it kind of funny. To him, it's obvious the angels are just messengers. Someone above them is the real one in charge, and if Olivia is hiding the rules, it's because that person told her to. She adds that killing one player alone won't guarantee survival. Only 521 can live, but how they'll be ranked is still secret. At most, she gives them one hint. Not everyone who gets a kill first will place first. Then she tells them that's all the explanation they're getting. They can start killing now, and the 3-hour round begins. The players are left shaken. They know they have to kill, but still can't process how twisted this round is. One guy, though, is thrilled. Since the mission is to kill other players, he's already thinking about taking out the people he hates. Ryu watches from afar, not surprised at all. He knew that guy would start by wanting to kill his own allies. He stays calm, sure most players are still hesitating. Then someone suddenly comes up behind him. He jumps and turns, only to find the Black Reaper standing right there. He hadn't sensed him at all, so he asks if something's wrong. The protagonist reminds him of what he said earlier. He'd help make sure he didn't stay an easy target. He's here to keep that promise. Then he summons his scythe and swings at him. One clean strike to the head ends it instantly. Right after that, a notice pops up, secret mission unlocked. The mission was to kill the region's representative within the time limit, and the reward was a low-rank magic crystal ticket. He cleared it on the spot and got the reward. The ticket gives 1 to 5 low-rank magic crystals at random, and it can be used until the next round. He's satisfied. This was the reward he wanted, and killing that guy secured it, though that wasn't his only reason. The others panic as word spreads that someone just died, and the Black Reaper did it. He looks at them and almost laughs. Until last round, they wanted the representative dead too, and now they're pretending to care. People start condemning him, saying he can't kill whoever he wants, and calling him a murderer. Honestly, he doesn't hate the sound of that. He already killed Seo-kyun, and before round 20 ends, he'll kill plenty more. Still, he knows one thing for sure. He never kills without a reason, especially not in a round built around killing each other. Even so, they keep blaming him. Some players start thinking this might be their chance, either to kill the Black Reaper or at least ruin his reputation. Reading the mood, he just smiles. To him, it's all ridiculous. That only makes them angrier, and they demand to know if he thinks this is funny. Then another notice appears. The Black Reaper is now the new regional representative. That scares most of them. He was already the strongest, and now he also has the representative's power. He finds their fear amusing, and wonders what exactly they're so scared of. Then he asks if they still haven't leveled up and are worried about command authority. Suddenly someone yells for everyone to look at his head. They notice the color of the name Black Reaper has changed. That leaves everyone confused, especially since it only happened to him. Ryu figures they're seeing his name in bright red. In rounds like this, a name turns red once you kill someone. And the more kills you rack up, the darker that color becomes. He already knows the point of it. It marks who has killed and who hasn't. That pushes players to go after killers instead of those who seem innocent, because it feels easier on their conscience. But there's one problem. A person who kills a murderer is still a murderer too. So in the end, it only gives everyone another excuse to start killing. He figures people may still be holding back now, but this rule will spark a lot of deaths soon enough. With that in mind, he mocks the crowd and asks if they plan to keep wasting time. They shout back, telling him not to move because he's a murderer. He fires back that they're acting like he was the only one hunting the regional representative, then asks where all the people who went after Jung-sik last round have gone. In a cold voice, he says the rule here is simple, kill or be killed. He tells them to quit acting fake and face the truth. If a knife were at their throat, they'd fight back too. He warns them not to keep standing around. If they hate it that much, they can hold another little debate like last time. Still, he knows they won't stay frozen forever. But by then, it'll already be too late. He figures that if he says nothing, they'll just keep wasting time. And if that happens, maybe not even 521 people will clear the round. Even if they have to fight each other, they need to start doing the mission. One player says they should act. Just standing around is pointless, like the Black Reaper said. A guy snaps back, asking what she means. Does she think talking will fix everything? She gets annoyed by his sarcasm, since she was only trying to talk it through. Then he throws out the idea of a duel. But another player cuts in, asking what kind of justice that is, killing each other in a one-on-one. Like this is some game. The scarred guy gets mad at that, and the argument heats up. From afar, Erin watches it all. She asks her bodyguard what they should do, and whether they really have to kill people like the Black Reaper said. He says sadly that they do. If they don't kill, they'll be killed, and she shouldn't worry about strangers. He adds that the MC was right, and tells her the choice is hers, knowing wiping out players isn't easy. She says he talks like he's done this before, but he brushes it off, saying he's only guessing based on the situation. As for who to kill, he jokes that they should leave it to luck. Meanwhile, the crowd keeps arguing over targets and says they should go after the executioners first. Just look for the red names. Then one guy asks if that means they're planning to kill the Black Reaper. Another calls that insane and asks how they're supposed to kill someone already at level 30. Alfred says that even if they all rushed him together, they still couldn't do anything. A frightened player tells them to shut up before the Black Reaper hears. But the MC is already bored, because his thought-reading rune lets him hear everything. Seong Han curses and says life matters, so they shouldn't kill anyone, not even murderers. Someone agrees, pointing out that if they kill, they become murderers too. Fed up, another guy asks what they expect to do. In this round, one person lives only if another dies, so they should stop arguing and just kill the criminals. Then a woman walks up and asks how they're even supposed to tell who the criminals are. Are they going to check everyone's history? A man blows up and demands to know who she is, saying nobody asked for her opinion. She fires back furious and says she'll kill him. He sneers and tells her to do it then. Someone watching yells for them to stop talking and fight already. That sets them both off, since people who push others into fighting are the worst. Done with each other, they both draw their swords. Watching from a distance, Ryu Min thinks this is all boring. They keep talking, but none of them can act. Still, he knows he doesn't need to worry. They'll start killing soon enough. Just then a man tells everyone to calm down and be realistic, but suddenly he flinches. Ryu Min, who had been lying dead on the ground, suddenly sits up and yawns. The MC realizes this must be the round's hidden rule. Dead players come back after 10 minutes. Ryu Min wonders why everyone is staring at him like they've seen a zombie. As he gets up, he says it feels weird. 1 second he was talking to the Black Reaper, and after that he remembers nothing. A man screams, shocked that someone just came back to life. The system can really do that. Now everyone starts wondering if all deaths in this round are temporary. If so, then wiping each other out won't be a problem. The players begin getting ready, thinking everything will be fine if that's true. Right then, a girl steps in and tells them to calm down. She says they still can't be sure everyone really revives after dying. Before she can finish, she gets attacked from behind. The man who struck her tells her to die fast so they can test it. The others are stunned. They stare at her body on the ground. When she doesn't come back right away, they start to worry and wonder if they need to wait longer. One man says they should wait, since Ryu Min revived after 10 minutes, and everyone goes along with it. After 10 minutes, light rises from her body, and her wounds slowly close. Then she starts getting up and stretches. A second later, she realizes what happened and screams, demanding to know which bastard hit her from behind. She barely gets the words out before the same guy comes at her again, telling her to die. This time another player attacks him before he can finish her. That player says there's no reason not to start a massacre now. Everyone just comes back 10 minutes later. The whole crowd is horrified. From a distance, the MC watches, and thinks that even with resurrection, people still see killing as something awful. He also notices the mood pulling everyone in, and exposing who they really are. Soon everyone starts slaughtering each other. No one cares about penalties anymore, because killing is the whole point of this round. Two men start to talk, but it quickly turns into a fight, with one telling the other to stop resisting and just die, and just like that, the massacre begins. Ryu Min watches from afar as hundreds of players tear into each other like animals. The place is turned into a war zone. Then he summons his scythe and wonders if he should join in. He walks toward a small group of players and drops several of them with one clean swing. At that moment, two men notice the Black Reaper's back is turned and call over a third to help kill him. The three rush in, thinking this is their best chance. They die before they can do anything. There's no sneaking up on the MC with his presence detection. Then he spots a man who's clearly enjoying the slaughter. It's almost unfair how perfect round 4 is for him. With the absorption rune, this chaos is basically a feast for him, and from how dark his name is, the MC guesses he's already killed around 10 players. The man bursts out laughing, shocked by how fast his stats are rising just from killing players. Now that he sees how the rune works, he realizes stats go up from killing people too, not just monsters. So he throws himself back into the fight. Excited, he yells for everyone to die already. As time passes, his absorption rune keeps growing, and that only fires him up more. He's gained a lot of stacks fast, probably because of the players' levels. For a moment, he even thinks about killing the Black Reaper, wondering how many stacks he'd get from someone that high level. But he quickly drops the idea. Charging someone that strong without a plan would be suicide. So instead, he settles for the weaker ones around him, and buries his axe in a player's back. The victim drops and he thinks killing players really is a great way to blow off steam. He also grumbles that he couldn't hunt properly because of those young men. Now thrilled, he says this round was made for him. While he's lost in that thought, someone tries to sneak up on him and attacks but misses because the big man is ready. With one blow, he kills that player too, pushing his absorption rune even higher. Players keep reviving again and again, which excites the Black Dragon even more. He can't imagine a better chance than this, so he keeps killing. Then he pauses, trying to remember how many kills he has so far, because he wants first place no matter what. That's when he suddenly notices someone coming toward him, and sees that it's the Black Reaper. The MC instantly uses Death Knight. Darkness spreads around, leaving Brock and the nearby players confused about what's happening. The Black Dragon is thrown off by the Black Reaper's scythe turning transparent, and all he knows is that he needs to be careful. It doesn't help. One strike is all it takes. Ryu Min whirls his scythe, and the brute's head is sent flying. As it spins through the air, he realizes too late that the one person he should have avoided was the Black Reaper. Around them, the fighting keeps raging. Everyone is killing everyone, chasing as many kills as they can for the mission, while Ryu Min simply watches. Then he notices a woman stand up not long after being killed. Seeing her revive after 10 minutes confirms it for him. That excites him because now he has the perfect chance to stab the traitors in the back. With that in mind, he moves through the crowd, looking for his friend until he finally spots him. It's Seung-han. Bao already aimed at someone else. To avoid suspicion, he walks up casually and suddenly drives a hard punch into him, telling him to die. The hit sends his friend flying and leaves him shaking on the ground in pain. Young Min walks over, grabs his shirt and asks if he didn't say on the phone that he'd kill him. With a terrifying look, he tells him to try it now. Then he brutally beats his former friend until he finally knocks him out. After that, he lets go and asks where his other targets are. Aaron watches the slaughter and thinks this must be what hell looks like. People keep killing each other without stopping. The whole place is filled with pure bloodlust. She's so shaken that her bodyguard asks if she's tired. Aaron says her body is fine but mentally she's falling apart. Sang-chul gets why she's struggling, but if she can't keep going, he won't be able to answer to the president. He hardly gets time to think before something catches him off guard. Someone sneaks up on them. The attacker grabs Aaron by the hair. Without hesitating, the player tries to finish her. Her bodyguard reacts first and jumps in. One hit is enough to knock the weapon away. Then he lifts his sword and stabs the player through the chest. The man drops to his knees, shaking, and Sang-chul asks if she's alright. But Aaron can only stare, trembling at her dagger covered in blood, unable to handle any more of this. She starts to collapse and sinks to her knees. Sang-chul sees she's holding on better than expected, since she's still doing what she's told. She stands again and asks how much longer this has to go on. He tells her there's probably about an hour left. That makes Aaron even more anxious. Just watching the massacre is awful, and she can't understand why anyone enjoys it. Her bodyguard grows worried seeing her act so fragile in the middle of a war. He asks if she wants to rest, since if he counted right, she's already finished around 50 times. He turns away, thinking that should be enough to get her the rank she needs. She thanks him. Inwardly, Sang-chul thanks her too. If she stays quiet, he won't have to babysit anyone else, so he heads back into the killing, ready to focus on his own score. After that, only 10 minutes remain in the round, and Ryu Min keeps adding to his kill count. He notices time is almost up and thinks this round is always draining. Right then, a man lunges at him from behind. He spins around at once and drops the attacker in one strike, determined to claim every first-place reward in every region. Then he runs across the arena, knowing he has to reach the 20th round in top shape since he has no idea how strong the final boss will be. He goes after two players, cuts down the first one easily, then closes in on the second with such killing intent that the guy freezes on the spot. But Ryu Min just slips past him and keeps running. The stunned player can only wonder why he was spared. The protagonist already knows there's no point killing the same person again in round 4, because rankings only count unique kills. Even if he finishes one player 50 times, it still counts as just one. Thinking that, he glances over and spots Young Min still killing the same people again and again. He watches the guy beat down his targets with his bare hands and can't believe Young Min is still tormenting his 3 former friends in the same corner. At this rate, Ryu Min doubts any of them will survive the round. The brute sees one of them revive and attacks right away, even yelling at him to resurrect faster so he can kill him more times. Now there's only 1 minute left, and Ryu Min makes his final push to collect as many points as he can. One look at a target and he knows that's another kill. He takes down the next one too, then spots a blonde guy and can't remember if he's killed him before. To be safe, he attacks anyway and secures another one-shot kill. Then a yellow aura starts rising around him and around every other player too. Olivia appears and asks if they enjoyed the slaughter. That only makes everyone furious. There was nothing fun about killing their own kind. She comments on how red the ground is, praises their work, and says she'll return everyone so they can see the rankings. Ryu Min finds that funny since she talks like she's saving them when it's really the system doing it. Anyone who lost a limb is restored, and those who were killed come back to life too. Seung-ho is one of them, and the moment he wakes up, he starts screaming at Yong-ho, calling him a bastard, and swearing he'll kill him no matter what. Yong-ho just laughs and calls his old friends idiots, until Olivia yells for everyone to shut up, warning she'll blow up the head of anyone who keeps talking. The whole place goes silent at once, and she looks pleased, ready to reveal the results. But first she says she'll announce the round's secret mission. With a snap of her fingers, the system reveals it. Kill the region's representative within the time limit, and earn a lowest class magic crystal ticket. Everyone is shocked that the hidden mission was to kill their own representative. Olivia then announces that the one who cleared it was the Black Reaper. The players are stunned, though they remember he killed the representative right at the start. The Black Dragon is furious, thinking he would have cleared that mission right away if he'd known. Meanwhile, Young Min is horrified, wondering if the Black Reaper really killed him for that reason. Then he checks his system and sees that the temporary skill command authority is gone. That makes him remember MC saying he'd help him avoid getting shot. Only now does he realize what that meant by taking the representative title. MC made sure Young Min wouldn't be targeted anymore. After that, Olivia gives them a nasty smile and asks if they're ready to see the rankings. She explains that scores were based on unique kills, so killing the same person over and over only counted once. The players ask if that means it was never just about getting as many kills as possible. Olivia mocks them, asking if they really thought the round would be that simple. Then with another snap, the rankings appear. Across all regions, the Black Reaper is first with 722 kills. The Stupid Idiots are second with 521, and the Celestial Demon is third with 433. In this region, Black Reaper takes first. Kukurubang gets second with 211, and Sangchul comes third with 209. The Angel is impressed to see the Black Reaper in first yet again. The players are stunned that one person killed over 700 out of roughly 1,000 players, about 70% all by himself. Even Olivia admits that's shocking and says he deserves a great reward. Then the system congratulates him for taking first in his region and first overall. For winning his region, he gets a medium-class rare armor ticket. For ranking first among all regions, he receives a special reward selection chest. Ryu Min is glad it's finally time to replace his current armor. The system offers 3 rare armors: Shining Bronze Armor, Bloody Assassin's Outfit, and Cloak of Darkness. He picks the second one without hesitation. The Bloody Assassin's Outfit is rare rank. It gives plus 60 defense, plus 4 dexterity, plus 5 attack speed, and plus 5 movement speed. Now he moves on to the special reward. His choices are a 50% stat boost during round 5, 5,000 gold, or information about round 5. He knows the 5th round secret mission is amazing, but also extremely hard, so he chooses the 50% stat boost for round 5. After that, Olivia asks if everyone is ready and reminds them that the cutoff to pass was rank 521. Then she says she'll start removing everyone who fell below it. At once, the players who didn't make the cut start vanishing, panicking, and begging her to stop. Ryu Min's friends begin to disappear too, since they spent more time dead than alive. That shocks him at first, but then he's relieved. They survived by the slimmest margin, even after he spent so much time killing them himself. Erin is terrified too, unsure whether she'll vanish, while Sangchul stays calm because he knows they both got enough kills. He takes a deep breath and looks forward, seeing the notice that 521 survivors remain and the next round will start on May 1st. Back in the real world, at the Imperial Hotel, Sangchul runs full speed, shouting for his president. Kyungrok grumbles in annoyance before waking up and asking why Sangchul is there, since he doesn't remember calling him. The sector chief apologizes and says he got worried when the president wouldn't answer, thinking something might have happened. Kyungrok laughs and asks what could have happened when he placed third in the round. Embarrassed, Sangchul admits that's true, and says round 4 was brutal. The president says that's exactly why he went straight to sleep. He was worn out. His final count was 433 kills, but he knows the real number was much higher, since repeat kills didn't count. Then he wonders what kind of monster the Black Reaper is, and whether he's even human. Sang-Chu says he can't tell, but guesses the man might have a special forces background because of his insane skill and confidence, and because he lives in South Korea. Kyungrok is fascinated. He can't hide how impressed he is by the Reaper, and he knows he needs that man's help no matter what. He also figures he may need to ask the Prophet about the Black Reaper someday, if that name shows up in any future vision. And Sang-Chu says he was amazed that round 4 played out exactly the way the Prophet said. He admits he doubted it at first, but seeing it himself changed that. At the meeting, Ryu said the next round wouldn't be about hunting monsters, it would turn into players slaughtering each other. That shocked Gyeonglak so much that he asked if it was really true. The protagonist said yes, round 4 would be brutal, with players killing players, so he warned them not to relax. After hearing all that, the sector chief asks what they should do now, and whether they'll join hands with the Prophet, especially after round 4 proved his power. Gyeonglak grabs his clothes and says of course they will. Ryu already bought 31% of the company, so a big part of it is in the boy's hands. His subordinate asks if he really means it, if he's truly going to change the whole operation the way the boy suggested. Gyeonglak says he has no choice, since the Prophet already told him how the company can grow. He was also warned they need someone with that kind of gift on their side, so they can't look down on the boy just because he's young. That's why he tells the sector chief to keep working with MC, even if the boy does something he doesn't like. With the Prophet's visions, they can profit both in the game and in the real world, and Sangchul bows and says he'll be more careful with how he treats him from now on. The president tells him to start right away and call Ryu. He wants to throw a party for surviving, and he also says to invite actress Seo Erin, which leaves the sector chief confused. Gyeongchul just says having a celebrity there could be useful. Somewhere else, the MC waits by the store, then he lifts a hand to show he's there. Juri greets him and asks if everything's okay. Surprised he called her out early for a meal, he tells her not to worry, it's just a small celebration for making it through. After that, they keep driving together. On the way, she thanks him, saying she only survived round 4 because he warned her ahead of time. Ryu asks if she thought he might have been lying. Juri says no way. He had no reason to make something like that up. She admits that if she hadn't known she needed to kill at least 30 different people, she probably wouldn't have made it. But he disagrees in his head. Even without his warning, he believes Juri still would have survived because of the protection rune, and because her will to live is stronger than she thinks. They arrive at a fancy restaurant. Food is brought out quickly, and she gives thanks for the meal. The MC starts eating too. Before long, he notices she seems uneasy. Juri wonders if she really has the right to sit there after killing so many people, and admits she only came because Ryu invited her. He asks why she isn't eating, knowing guilt will swallow her if she keeps thinking like this. Then he asks if she feels this way because she killed someone. He tells her not to blame herself. She only did what she had to do to stay alive, and anyone in her place would understand that. Still, she can't accept it that easily. So he asks what's wrong with surviving, and reminds her this won't be the last time. Then he asks what her family would do if one night she never woke up. After all, everyone has people waiting for them at home. That hits Juri hard. She panics, thinking about how crushed her father would be if she didn't wake up. She admits he's right. She hadn't really thought about her family, or what pushed her this far. Then she thanks him for supporting her. Ryu brushes it off and tells her to just enjoy the food. As they keep eating, more time passes and he's surprised when she calls him by his first name for the first time. Guessing she's relaxed now, he gets to the point and says he called her out for one reason, to tell her about round 5. Juri immediately tenses up and asks if he really knows something about the 5th round. He says he does. Round 5 will be the hardest one yet, and the regions will merge. When she doesn't get it, he explains that all the separated regions will become one. She asks if that means they'll be able to meet in the game. He says yes, but tells her to focus on how dangerous round 5 will be. Ryu knows he has to find a way to meet her there without revealing who he is. So he explains that round 5 will be so hard that even they might not make it out, but there is one way to survive. Juri quickly asks what it is. He says she needs to find the Black Reaper and ask for his help. A chill runs through her. She never expected him to say that. She asks if he means the Black Reaper who ranked first across every region in every round so far. And if he does, how is she supposed to approach someone that strong for help? The MC explains it's less about begging and more about teaming up, forming a temporary alliance so they can survive the round. Juri gets the idea but wonders why a level 30 player would ever work with someone who isn't even halfway there. Ryu says her buff skill is special enough that even the Black Reaper would want it. She's still unsure, saying a small buff doesn't seem like enough to earn his attention. He finds that amusing, because her ability is far more valuable than she thinks. Still, he tells her not to worry. He knows for certain the Black Reaper will agree to work with her, not just in round 5, but later on too. That makes her brighten up, and she asks if he really means it. Then she thanks him for telling her something so important. Next, he asks her to hold out her hand, and he uses his power, thinking it's the least he can do for her. He's glad to see he'll receive the buff, and he thanks her for it, which leaves Juri red with embarrassment. Thanks to the blessing skill, all his stats go up by 50. He uses his insects to secure another kill, and when his count reaches 100, the rune boosts all his attributes by another 100. Ryu sits down, satisfied that he's pushed his stats as far as he can for now. Then he opens his status window, and even he's shocked by the numbers. His luck has climbed to 84, higher than he expected. With that, he claims his first place reward, knowing it could give him something very useful. It's a minor rank magic crystal ticket, which can randomly give 1 to 5 minor magic crystals. Ryu thinks that if he were an ordinary person, he'd be praying right now, but with luck this high, he knows he doesn't need to. He remembers how it all began, when Barrow warned that the games would start on the first day of each month for 20 rounds. He isn't completely sure, but he believes some god must be behind it all. Only a divine being could drag 1.8 billion people into a deadly game, like a god toying with humans. And if he clears all 20 rounds and earns a wish at the end, he swears he'll destroy that cruel god. Thinking that, he uses the random selection ticket. A message pops up congratulating him for getting 5 minor magic crystals. The reward is 2 red crystals, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple, all minor rank. He's stunned. Not only did he get 5, that's the highest number possible. Seeing that, he can't help smiling. It almost feels worth hating the god who made this game. Then he starts combining them, beginning with the 2 red crystals. They fuse into a low-level red magic crystal. He checks the result, knowing that 2 crystals of the same color and rank combine into 1 crystal of a higher level. He repeats the process with the purple crystal and the one he got from Irin, making a low-level purple crystal too. Ryu moves to the next step and starts adding the crystals to his gear. First, he puts the red crystal into his hood, raising his damage by 2. He does the same with his gloves for 2 more attribute points, then puts the yellow crystal into the resistance ring and gains 2 luck. The green crystal goes into his boots, giving him 2 dexterity. Last, he puts the dark blue crystal into his armor and gets 1% damage reduction. He's happy with the outcome and feels trading information for that buff was absolutely worth it. With that done, he says it's time to get ready for his meeting with Gyeonglak. Back at the apartment, Won is confused. He asks if his brother really invested that much money in the company, run by the Asun Group's successor. Ryu says yes, and adds that he was even invited to a party since they'll be working together from now on. Won gets nervous, saying those are all rich, high-class people, and asks if it's really okay for them to go somewhere like that. The MC tells him not to worry. Not everyone in the family can come anyway. Then he urges him to hurry since they're already waiting. They head to the door and Won is startled when he sees Anna's bodyguard there to greet them. The MC explains that the person beside him is his brother, and Sang-chul quickly apologizes for not introducing himself sooner, saying he's the department head and sorry again for being rude. He tells them tonight's party is also meant as an apology, then asks them to head to the hotel since the limousine is waiting. Once they arrive, they step inside the massive building. At the entrance, Gyeonglak welcomes them and says he's glad Ryu Min survived the 4th round. The MC returns the greeting and introduces the boy beside him as his brother. Jonglok says he's the president of Celestial Demon Consultations Company. Wan, totally nervous around someone that important, shakes his hand without noticing he used the wrong hand. Then Jonglok asks if Wan is also a player, but Wan says no, he's only 14. Jonglok says that makes him lucky, since he gets one more year away from the deadly game and admits he's jealous. The MC laughs to himself, knowing the president probably enjoys the killing inside the game. After that, Jonglok leads them to the grand hall, saying the party is simple but prepared as well as possible. When they get there, the banquet table is already filled with all kinds of food, and chefs are standing by in case anyone wants more. Wan can't hide how shocked he is. To him, this all feels unreal. The president invites them to enjoy it, saying he hopes the meal will be enough. Wan can only think that this has to be a joke. There's no way this counts as not much. Jonglok smiles and tells them to eat as much as they want. But then the hall doors open. The MC turns and is shocked by who walked in. It's Erin. The president gets up and says he's glad she finally made it. She apologizes for being late because she had to attend another actor's funeral. He says it's fine and adds that the company's biggest investor is here. She turns and starts introducing herself as Erin, an actress, but then recognizes them and asks if they're the boys who handed out rice cakes after moving in. They say yes. That makes her happy, since the biggest investors being her neighbors sounds nice, but deep down she doesn't buy it. They look way too young to have that kind of money, so she wonders if the president is messing with her. Wan, meanwhile, can barely contain himself. He's a huge fan, and asks if she really is Erin. Only then does the MC realize his brother truly had no idea. Erin was tied to Jonglok's company, which explains the reaction. He also knows Wan's shock is normal. Erin is famous and beautiful, so he decides to act interested too, just to keep things smooth. The president notices that and feels satisfied. Also, there's a private VIP room nearby where they can order any drinks they want. They head into the room, and soon Wan asks if drinks means alcohol, since he's still a student. Jonglok tells him not to worry. There are plenty of non-alcoholic options too. He then tells the department head to take special care of them and bring Wan a non-alcoholic drink. Once the door shuts, the MC says he can't drink alcohol either. Then he asks Erin if she can step outside and take pictures with his brother. She says that's no problem. The two of them leave the room, and Ryu Min uses the chance to face the president alone. With a cold stare, he asks if he really thought things would go that easily. The president gets so shaken that he asks what he means. The protagonist Min reminds him that he's a prophet class. If he can see the future, then of course he knows about the talk with Erin. That's why he asks how they're supposed to keep working like this, and warns him never to hide anything again. The CEO feels trapped. He never expected Ryu Min to know about that conversation too, or to see that far ahead. The MC says he knows Erin was brought in to win him over. The president apologizes and claims he only wanted the players to get along, but the MC cuts him off. He crossed the line when he tried to use his brother. That corners Ma Kyung-rok even more, because he knows that part is true too, and he quickly apologizes, calling it a foolish choice and promising to fix it right away. Ryu Min can tell the apology is real, so he says he'll let the Erin issue go this time. The president thanks him for the second chance. Then Ensang Kale walks into the room, notices the strange mood, and says he's back, but the president asks him to leave, saying he needs to discuss something important in private with the VIP guest. He also tells him to guide Erin and Wan to another room. Not understanding what's going on, the department head agrees and leaves. The president feels bad. He tried to lighten the mood by using Erin, but only made things worse. Ryu Min drops the topic and asks if he wants information on the second round. Ma Kyung-rok is surprised again, since the prophet even knows that. The MC says that's the only reason he accepted the invitation to share information about the fifth round. But if the president keeps acting fake with him, working together will be hard. The CEO admits he regrets it and begs forgiveness for that one mistake. MC says fine, but makes one thing clear. He must stop hiding things and trust him fully from now on. He also says the president shouldn't try to tell him how to run the company, aside from persuading the other shareholders at the meeting. Macau Jonglok says he'll keep them in line. With that settled, the MC says he'll help the company grow, and will now give him the information he wanted. The president is happy at first, but his face changes when he hears that the fifth round will be the hardest one so far. Ryu Min tells him not to panic. It shouldn't be too hard for the president. Then he reveals the mission: kill 300 orcs. Still, it won't be as simple as it sounds. He explains that the regions will be merged. Ma Kyung-rok is pleased, thinking that means he might finally meet the Black Reaper. But Ryu Min shakes his head and says the Black Reaper won't be placed in his region. The CEO is disappointed and asks if he knows who the Reaper really is. He says he doesn't, but he has seen that they'll meet soon. Then he adds one more thing and asks if the president is searching for someone named Hwang Yong-min. Ma Kyung-rok is stunned once more that the prophet even knows that. He admits future sight is even more amazing than he thought and asks if the protagonist Min knows who that person is. The MC tells him to stop investigating immediately. Confused, he apologizes but asks why. Ryu Min says touching that person will cost him dearly, and that's all he's willing to say. The warning leaves the president deep in thought. Meanwhile, the MC knows he's only keeping Hwang Yong-min alive because he's still useful. Ma Kyung-rok then says he'll end the investigation on that person right away, and suggests they return to the party, promising everything will stay alcohol-free. Still, he's furious that things got so out of hand, and he wants to blow off steam that night. Later that night, after the party, a man sprints through the streets and cuts through alleys, trying desperately to get away. He presses at his wound to slow the bleeding after apparently losing an arm, but he has nowhere safe to run. Then someone starts closing in. That alone throws him into panic. The pursuer lifts a sword and slashes, cutting into both of the fat man's legs and his shin, dropping him to the ground shaking in pain. It was Gyeongrak, and he tells the man to shut up, unless he wants his tongue cut out. The man on the ground cries out asking why this is happening and what he did wrong. The president finds that rich coming from a pedophile. The fat man argues that it was a long time ago that he served his sentence and that he's free now. It changes nothing. The CEO simply raises his sword and stabs it deep into the man's back. Then he warns him to stay quiet unless he wants to die slowly and painfully after drawing witnesses. The man starts sobbing and tries to hold back his screams. Gyeongrak says it's nice that he's not bleeding from the ears, then wonders how trash like him is still alive. A black aura starts pouring from his body. It flows into the sword like a snake. A black flame spreads through the area, and the man panics, asking what's happening. But it's already too late. The dark fire wraps around his body, starting at his head, then his legs, and finally his arms, until it completely consumes him, leaving only painful groans. Watching it happen, Gyeongrak thinks that if his black maya weren't on cooldown, he could have erased this trash instantly. But he can't do much without black maya since that power is needed to control the black aura, and he knows the only way to refill it is by taking lives. So with one final strike, he says the man can die now. He reflects that killing people gives him far more mana than killing monsters. For someone like him, who enjoys hunting criminals, there couldn't be a more fitting class than Black Knight. Gyeongrak lowers his sword, feeling that cleaning up this trash has finally eased his stress, and activates Consume. The black aura in the sword gets drawn back into his body, leaving only the corpse behind. He hates that his skill can't eat a dead body. The black aura only works on someone still alive. Then he hears something by a trash can. The sound makes him spin around at once. A second later, he sees it was only a cat. He figures there can't be any witnesses here. He picked this alley on purpose, far from anyone's eyes and before sunrise. Still, he thinks one person might have noticed the prophet. If that guy really sees the future, he may have already seen some of these murders. That would mean Ryu is getting closer to learning he's a serial killer. And honestly, he likes that. It makes things more fun. Then he calls the department head and tells him to come clean up the trash he left behind. 2 weeks pass. The MC is lying in bed with nothing urgent to do, trying to rest for once after constantly worrying about the future. But when he checks his phone, he knows the break is over. A player group has been made. He joins it right away, ready to make his move. This is his chance to get one of the 5 runes found in real life, the cloning rune. The news is going wild over the games. Out of 1.8 billion people taken to the other world, only 90 million are left after just 3 months. A chubby man with a red hand reads the reports about players dying in round 4 and gets annoyed. The articles also blame players for causing trouble in the cities. That only makes him scoff. If they're going to die anyway, why shouldn't they do what they want? To him, the real problem is the rules squeezing the players. He lifts his axe then smashes it down, wrecking the ground around him. None of it matters now, he says. Nobody can stop him anymore. With a nasty laugh, he boasts that he's the strongest player in the world. Then he starts wondering who he should kill next. Even after killing people in real life, he feels nothing. He wonders if round 4 was so brutal that it changed him. His only complaint is that each person gives him just 1 stack. Maybe it's because they're only civilians. Thinking back, he loved round 4 more than hunting monsters. So he heads out, planning to kill players instead, since they should give more stacks for his rune. Then he spots the online player forum. Shim is thrilled. Through the forum, he might meet players who can help him kill other players and pile up stacks. He starts checking it out and sees it asks tons of questions. That annoys him. They want way too much information before the interview. Even so, he puts up with it, because he needs the meeting location. He bets nobody would expect a player to show up there planning to kill other players. After a while, he reaches the place. A message tells him to go to a cafe in Wabu, and that casual clothes are fine. The address matches. Still, he gets irritated. The place is deep in the middle of nowhere, and even buses don't come out here. Since he already made the trip, he goes in, deciding he'll kill everyone if they get on his nerves. Shim looks around, surprised the cafe feels more modern than he expected. Only 2 customers are inside. One of them notices him, stands up, and asks if he's here for the interview. The man walks over and asks for his username. Shim answers, Black Dragon. The interviewer welcomes him and says his own in-game name is My Age is 30. Shim looks stunned and asks if he's really a player. The man says yes, and adds that he actually did turn 30 this year. Next, he introduces the guy in the shirt as Tiny Mollusk, and tells them to get along. Shim walks up and asks if that fish-faced guy in the pink shirt is really a player, because he looks ridiculously weak. He also points out that the cafe must be doing badly. There are barely any customers and no workers in sight. The interviewer explains they rented this place because it's far from the city. Shim gets that, but asks if the owner should at least be around. The older man says the owner is in back making food, since they sell meals too. Shim says he gets it. Then he notices there aren't any cameras in the cafe. That makes him think about killing the two players here and making an easy escape. But he drops the idea. Wasting this chance on only two people would be stupid. Instead, he asks when the interview starts. The 30-year-old says they're waiting for one more person. Shim asks if that means there will be 3 interviewees. The answer is yes, and even though the person is late, the man says they're arriving now. The last player walks into the cafe. Right away, the man in his 30s stands up, asks if he's here for the interview, and asks for his in-game nickname. The newcomer says Black Reaper, and the interviewer is stunned. The most famous player of all just showed up. A few days earlier, they held a meeting. A man opens it by saying everyone is present except Honey, so they can start the 3rd week of April meeting. Then he asks Yark how many people joined the forum that week. Yark says around 2,000 joined. Even though the total number of players keeps dropping each month, forum signups are still rising every week. The president asks who brought in the journalist, since all this attention is clearly coming from the articles about them. Jamie says it was her, explaining she pulled it off through some new connections. He praises her, saying he expected no less from an old member, then asks Yark how many of those 2,000 are actually skilled. Yark says that after removing players with no class and anyone under level 10, about 1,200 remain. The president likes the sound of that and asks how many are truly useful. Yark gets ready to explain. He starts with a well-known player from Zone S455 named Black Dragon, an ordinary level 10 warrior who's ranked 3rd in his region. The president says that's interesting and guesses the player may have a strong rune. Yark adds that he seems good enough for an executive spot. Then he brings up Little Cockle from region S122-7, who usually places between 4th and 10th. On top of those two, he says there are 50 more players who keep ranking near the top in their own regions. The president is pleased. Sounds like they'll be busy interviewing all of them. Then he turns to the man in his 30s. He asks if he'd been nodding off and what he was doing last night to fall asleep during the meeting. As punishment, he puts him in charge of all 50 interviews, otherwise another strong candidate might take his place. The man apologizes for slipping up and says he'll take care of it. The president moves on and asks if the Black Reaper has contacted them. Yark says no. If that had happened, he would have reported it right away. The 4-eyed man sighs and says if someone that important showed up, he'd hand over an executive position on the spot. Then he tells Jamie to get more articles written. They need stronger marketing if they want to pull the Black Reaper into the group. She says that's fine, as long as he pays well. He tells her not to worry, anyone working hard will be rewarded. Then he says to move on. But Yark suddenly stops him, saying someone just asked to join the forum. The president doesn't see why that's a big deal and asks who it is. Yark says it's the Black Reaper. Everyone is instantly shocked. Back in the present, the man in his 30s warmly says it's great to meet him and asks if the trip was difficult. Black Reaper says it was. The man awkwardly apologizes, explaining they needed a private place to talk. He invites him to sit, then compliments his clothes and jokes that he's probably popular with women. Black Reaper takes a seat, and the 30-year-old explains that the other 2 people here are also interviewees. The fat guy is terrified now that he knows this really is the powerful Black Reaper from his own region. The player beside him offers a greeting too. The man repeats the warning, this is the Black Reaper. Then the MC introduces himself as Maris Quinjo, while thinking this idiot has a lot of nerve using his in-game nickname like that. Shim stays scared. The person in front of him says he's Black Reaper, the same guy who killed him 5 times in round 4. Shim thinks maybe he should ask if they know each other in real life, hoping that might stop him from being targeted so hard. The 30-year-old then calls on Black Dragon, asking if something's wrong since he still hasn't introduced himself. So the fat guy finally does. But Black Reaper shows no reaction at all. That stings. Shim thought the strongest player would remember his username, and now he wonders if he's so pathetic that even after being killed 5 times, Black Reaper still doesn't know who he is. Meanwhile, the MC keeps eating his ice cream, impressed that the guy in front of him is bold enough to use that nickname out in the open. He already knows this man is Kuku Rubang, a pro scammer who makes money any way he can. Right now, he's still a nobody. But later, he'll get the cloning rune and become famous for all the wrong reasons, since he plans to use it for crime. The MC hates that criminals are getting power from another world and using it to cause trouble here. Still, he's glad this meeting happened because he plans to take the cloning rune for himself. The man in his 30s begins the interview by checking everyone's personal details, starting with Maraschino. The MC gives a fake profile. Lee Sang-hyun, 20 years old, high school graduate, currently unemployed. Next, the interviewer asks if he's a level 13 assassin ranked 4th in the region. He says yes. Of course, all of that is false, except the username. He's pretending to be someone else because that's the only way to meet the condition for the cloning rune. To get that rune, a player has to kill someone where it's hidden while using a fake identity. He knows the scammer here did that before. He murdered someone while pretending to be the Black Reaper and got the rune. Then the interviewer turns to Black Dragon. The fat boy says he's Shim Hyung-taek, 16 years old and still in high school. The interviewer is shocked by his age, but inwardly just thinks it's ridiculous and calls him worthless. Ryu finds that funny. The kid may be 16, but he wiped out all his classmates, so he's not someone you can brush off. The man in his 30s asks if he's really a level 10 warrior ranked 3rd in the region. The fat boy snaps back, asking if he's calling him a liar. Then the old man turns to the last candidate. Asked for his name, he says he's in Hong, 28 years old, works as a fund manager, has never ranked below 1st, is level 30, and since everyone already knows his class is Reaper, he asks what else needs checking. That answer scares the interviewer, so he quickly thanks him and moves on. The MC gets annoyed because this guy is just a fraud planning to use that name to borrow money from players. With the identities checked, the interviewer asks the final question. Why do they want to join the group? He starts with Maraschino. The MC says the world has gotten dangerous and going out alone feels risky, so teaming up with other players seems smart. Then it's the fat boy's turn and he freezes up because he obviously can't admit he wants to hunt other players, so he copies the MC's answer, saying he can't even go to school without worrying about the next rounds. Finally, the interviewer asks the fake Black Reaper. He says he joined because he saw the forum and got curious. The man in his 30s laughs and says that's interesting. Then he says their answers were good, but there's one last thing before the interview ends. His face turns cold as he explains they need to kill someone to pass. Acting confused, the MC asks why they have to murder anyone. The interviewer doesn't buy that act for a second. He asks if they read the news, saying the government is starting to turn against players because it's afraid of their power. Clenching his fist, he says players will soon rule the world, and that can only happen if they stand together. Still fired up, he says they shouldn't be bound by government laws. Players need to show that they're the new law. The MC says he gets it and asks if that's why someone has to die. The man says yes, it's to show the governments what players want. The other two stay quiet, clearly not expecting this. The man in his 30s then asks if the little guy understands. He says anyone who doesn't want to finish the interview can leave now, but if they do, they shouldn't expect help later, even if they change their mind. Ryu thinks that's funny. The old man is basically saying anyone who refuses goes on a blacklist, just pressure to make them commit a crime. The other two still say nothing, stunned by the sudden turn. Taking their silence as agreement, the interviewer says they'll move on to the final stage. Shim Hyung-taek asks what he means, since there's nobody there to kill. With a creepy smile, the man tells them not to worry, he already prepared everything. After some time, it starts raining. The man in his 30s gets up and tells them to come with him. An employee shows up and asks if they're leaving already, saying they can stay longer if they want. He says he's in a hurry and asks where the bathroom is. She says it's at the end of the hall. Then he asks a favor and hands her his car key. He tells her to bring his car around from the parking lot, since he's running late and the bathroom will slow him down even more. Smiling, she says not to worry and leaves right away. She hurries over to the car and opens the door. As she starts putting away the umbrella, a hand suddenly reaches from behind and grabs her neck, choking her out at once. It was the man in his 30s. To him, knocking someone out with his bare hands is easy. The fat boy is shocked and asks why it had to be her. The man tells them to stop talking. They need to move fast. Then he loads the unconscious woman into the car. After that, they all get in and drive off. They arrive at a warehouse and head inside for the final stage. Once inside, he throws the woman onto the floor and asks who wants to kill her. He offers the chance to the fake Black Reaper first. The man says he doesn't mind, but then someone tells them to wait. It's the MC. He asks if he can do it instead. The man in his 30s is surprised. He didn't expect that from someone who seems so timid. Still, he says that's fine and asks the fake Black Reaper to give the boy his turn. He agrees, then he starts walking away. As he passes the MC, he warns him to do it right since he's doing him a favor. Ryu thanks him, saying he'll make very good use of the cloning rune. The man looks confused, not getting what he means. Before he can react, the MC grabs his head and twists it in one motion, snapping his neck. The man drops stiffly, his face turned all the way backward. The man in his 30s panics when he sees it and starts screaming, asking what the hell he just did. He killed the Black Reaper. Ryu answers with a cold stare and tells him to shut up because he's too loud. That look terrifies him. It feels like facing a wild beast, and he realizes the boy's whole presence has changed. A message appears for the MC, saying he made a kill while using a false identity and has met a hidden condition. It announces the discovery of the clone rune, a secret rune hidden in a set location. The rune is automatically engraved onto the player's body. As he starts to glow, he thinks it was definitely worth pretending to be someone else. The interviewer, still in shock, demands an explanation because he just watched the Black Reaper die and has no idea why. The MC puts on his mask and says the answer is simple. An idiot was stealing his identity, so he killed him. The old man still can't process it, and angrily says the woman was supposed to die, not the Black Reaper. Ryu repeats that he only killed a loser, and adds that the old man is one too. Then he covers the girl's face again and stands up. The old man summons his sword and dares him to say that again. Ryu instantly calls out his huge scythe and answers that yes, he called him an idiot. So is he wrong? The man is shaken, staring at the weapon. He's never seen a player use such a massive scythe before, until he realizes only one player is known for fighting with a scythe. Then he remembers the boy just said he killed that man for stealing his identity. The MC asks if he finally gets it. He's standing in front of the real Black Reaper. Then he mockingly apologizes for the lie. The man in his 30s drops his sword, shaking hard. The boy was never Maraschino. He was the real Black Reaper all along. He falls to his knees trembling, apologizes for not recognizing him, and begs for mercy. But it means nothing. The MC says not a chance. And in one swing, he sends the man's head flying so far it lands right at Black Dragon's feet. He stares at the severed head in horror, now fully realizing the one before him really is the true Black Reaper, far beyond everyone else. He trembles because he never even saw the scythe move before the man was dead. Now that they're alone, Ryu Min lifts his scythe and says the chubby guy already knows what's coming. Then he asks for his final words. Panicking, the man says he won't beg for his life. He just wants to ask something in case they meet again. MC asks if he means why he killed him 5 times in the 4th round. Shim Hyung-taek says that's exactly it. Ryu Min says the answer is simple. He saw him as a possible threat. Out of everyone there, he looked the most capable, so he wanted to remove a future rival. Then he asks if he's ready to die. Still shaking, the Black Dragon asks one more question. He wants to know why someone that strong would bother killing him at all. The protagonist snaps that he's only here to deal with the woman from the cafeteria. The man quickly argues that he did nothing and only watched. Hearing that, Ryu Min lowers his scythe and says he'll let him live. The chubby guy lights up and asks if he means it. MC plants the scythe on the floor. In return, he wants every item and piece of gear the man has. The Black Dragon immediately drops everything he owns. Ryu Min is impressed. There are plenty of useful items, and selling it all could bring in about 2,000 gold. Sweating hard, Shim Hyung-taek insists that's everything. He has nothing else in his inventory. He picks up the magic crystals and says he believes him. He adds that he'll only take the stones since the rest is useless to him. What he doesn't say is that the other stuff can't even be sold in the shop. After putting the items back, the Black Dragon asks if he'll really be spared. Ryu Min says yes. A promise is a promise. Overjoyed, the chubby guy starts thanking him non-stop, and the protagonist tells him to quit it. He says to act decent from now on and leaves the bodies to him. Then MC heads to the woman and says he'll take her back to the cafe. With that, he starts leaving the warehouse. Shim Hyung-taek just watches. He lets out a huge breath, relieved to be alive. He really thought he was dead, so trading a few items for his life feels cheap, but something still bothers him. He wonders if simply watching was really enough to deserve losing his stuff. That thought makes him angry. Then he looks back at Ryu Min and notices his back is turned while he's carrying the woman. Cold sweat runs down his face. This is the perfect chance to strike from behind. If he kills the Black Reaper, his stats will jump a lot. He's sure this is a once-in-a-lifetime opening, and he may never catch him off guard again, so he summons his axe, convinced he'll regret missing this chance. He starts creeping forward, trying not to make a sound. Step by step, he gets closer. Soon he's within range. He raises the axe to strike, then he swings with all his strength. The hit sends Ryu Min crashing to the floor. Hyung-taek is stunned. He can't believe he actually took down the Black Reaper and that it was this easy. He bursts into laughter, shocked that a level 10 beat someone at level 30. Then he starts kicking the body, yelling that this happened because he dared turn his back on an enemy. Excited, he celebrates the levels he'll gain from the kill. But then something feels off. No system message appears, and his stacks aren't going up either. He starts to worry about what's going on when Ryu Min suddenly appears behind him with a dark aura and asks what he thinks he's doing. The man spins around in terror. He can't understand any of it. He was sure he killed the Black Reaper, so he wonders if the protagonist has some kind of resurrection skill. Backing away in fear, he bumps into the body. When he turns back, the body is gone and there isn't even a drop of blood left. Ryu Min explains that what he killed was a clone of him. The clone rune lets him make a perfect copy, but it can't attack. This is the clone rune. By saying create clone, the user makes one duplicate. The caster turns intangible for 10 seconds and hides after casting. The clone is mentally linked to the user and moves by his will, but it can't attack, use skills, or open the inventory. It also has a 10-minute cooldown. MC is pleased the trick worked on a real player. Even without combat power, the clone is useful, and this was a great test. Hyung-taek explodes, saying he was tricked. Ryu Min asks if he's insane. The real victim is him, since he was almost murdered from behind. Then he summons his scythe and cuts him down in one clean swing, leaving the fat man confused for a split second. His body won't move because his head rolls off right after. Ryu Min doesn't waste time and uses erase traces, making the head and the rest of the body burn away in black flames, wiping the scene clean without leaving even a trace of blood. He's always impressed by how useful this common skill is. Now no one can prove anything, except one person. Thinking of that, he calls out to the woman. He tells her to get up already, because he knows she's only pretending to be unconscious. A player can't be fooled that easily, and he says it like he can read her mind. She lifts her head and complains. Then she asks him to remove the black sack. Ryu Min says not yet, she should wait until he leaves. First, he wants to ask a few questions and asks for her help. He asks how many customers there were and whether she remembers their faces. She says there were 4. One was a man in his 40s, and she remembers him because she spoke to him directly, but not the others. Since he can read her thoughts, he knows she's telling the truth and says he has no more questions. Sweating nervously, she asks if it's really over and if she's safe now. He says yes and tells her she can go, but warns her not to call the police or things will end badly. Then he tells her to count for 1 minute. before taking off the sack. She agrees to do exactly that. Then she starts counting to 60. After that, she removes the sack and looks around in confusion. The warehouse is completely empty, making her wonder if it was all just a dream. Back at the hotel, Ryu Min enters the room and says he's back. His brother looks confused and asks why he's wearing his pink jacket. The protagonist Min awkwardly walks past him and says he's tired and wants a nap. Still curious, one asks where he went and whether he already ate, then suggests they order dinner. Taking off the jacket, Ryu Min says one can order whatever he wants. Then he notices the shirt is still clean, but after everything it's not something he wants his brother wearing again, so he throws it away. One panics, asking why he tossed it like that. MC Men says it's old and promises to buy him a new one. His brother, still a little upset, says okay, but admits it feels strange having school closed and being stuck inside. Ryu Men feels bad. It must be miserable being trapped at home and unable to go to school because of people like Shim Hyung Tak, so he invites one to go to Everland the next day. One brightens up and asks if he's serious. He says yes and tells him to eat fast so they can sleep early. The next day, they go to the amusement park, and one is thrilled since it's been a long time. Ryu Min is glad to see him happy. Life has been rough lately, so they haven't had chances like this. He looks around, surprised the park is even open. Still, people need hope at times like these. A little later, one spots a family leaving a shop, then looks at his brother and tugs him along toward a store he noticed. Once inside, he puts panda ears on Ryu Min. That instantly melts him. It's way too cute, and now he wants to buy them. He's also shocked by how many adorable things are in the shop, and the protagonist tells him to pick anything he wants. After they come out, he asks what else one wants to do. They head for the roller coaster first, then the water park. Later they watch some pandas playing. One gets emotional seeing the twin pandas, and Ryu Min is glad he brought him here after how down he was the night before. But then one gets worried and asks if they should really be out having fun when the games start again tomorrow. On May 1st, MC tells him not to worry. The round won't last more than 10 hours, so there's nothing to fear, and afterward he'll get a full night's sleep. His brother hates hearing that since it's never taken that long before. He raises his hand and rests it on his brother's head, telling him not to worry because he'll never leave him alone. Then he tells him to keep enjoying the day. Maybe they can even go on the safari. After all that, night falls. Near midnight on April 30th, Ryu lies down to rest when his phone suddenly rings. He checks it and sees a few messages from Juri. She says it's almost midnight again and hopes they all survive one more day. That makes him smile. Now that the regions are joining, he can protect her too. He puts the phone down, and the moment midnight hits, every player is teleported to another world. Someone looks around and wonders if this is really everyone, because there are so few people. The place feels strangely empty. Ryu figures that's normal. The first round had 10,000 players, so of course the drop feels huge, but he knows that won't last long. Then the angel appears, happy to see them, and quick to congratulate them for reaching round 5. No one reacts. Olivia asks what's wrong with them and tells them to smile. She says the last round was pretty fun since they worked so hard to wipe out their own species. To her, their silence is just dull. Then she drops the taunting and announces that 442 survivors were summoned. Since there had been 521 survivors before, 80 were eliminated in the real world, which means things there are already falling apart. The players barely react since each round usually starts with fewer people anyway. Olivia says she doesn't care about that part. She just thinks it's boring to start with so few players. So she says she prepared something more interesting for them. A zone integration. One player doesn't get it and asks her to explain better. That instantly annoys Olivia, who snaps that the players here are too stupid to understand one simple term. She spells it out. The zones are being merged. In this country alone, there are 875 zones. Everyone is stunned that South Korea has that many by itself. Olivia laughs and says they shouldn't be so shocked that number is actually small compared to other countries. That only confuses them more. If each zone started with 10,000 people, then each nation must have had millions. Another player wonders about something else. If every zone has an angel, then there must be thousands of angels too. Olivia says that's right. Each zone has its own angel, and she mocks them for only figuring that out now. Then someone asks if that means she didn't create the game. Olivia goes quiet for a second and asks why he would think that. He says he can't believe thousands of angels teamed up just to run a survival game. At once, she drops down in front of him and asks what exactly is wrong with them working together. Then she warns him not to ask useless questions if he wants to stay alive. Terrified, the man quickly apologizes for bringing it up. Still angry, she flies back up. Ryu keeps watching. Sure, they just hit a sore spot. He's convinced angels aren't allowed to talk about whoever created the game. And he doesn't believe an angel who can lose to a player could have built something this massive. Olivia says she won't answer any more stupid questions and tells them to worry about surviving. She adds that she'll start the next part right away, especially since this zone has so few players, and she warns them not to make dumb guesses about why it's happening. A violent quake suddenly shakes the area and beams of light rise up, growing brighter until they join into a giant barrier. The players panic. They've never seen anything like it. The light spreads across the whole area, and after several flashes, players from other zones appear. Some wonder if it's over. Everyone just stares at one another, trying to figure out what's happening, until Olivia announces that the zone integration is complete. Then another angel appears and asks how long they plan to keep staring instead of introducing themselves. The players can hardly believe it because now there aren't one but 10 angels. The angels greet everyone again. Olivia explains that 10 zones were merged into one, raising the player count to 4,884. The shock doesn't fade, 10 zones became one, and now there are nearly 5,000 players here. She adds that the other zones were merged the same way, so the zone names will change too. This zone is now called Oscus 00 Zeta, made up only of players from South Korea. At least people whisper, they can still understand each other. Ryu listens to the murmurs, knowing zone merges keep happening whenever a zone drops below 500 players. Much later, once all of South Korea falls under 500, they'll have to face players from other countries. He pushes that thought aside. That won't happen until around round 11, so right now he needs to focus on this round. He expects the bonus game to begin soon, and before he can think further, Olivia says that before the main mission starts, they'll play a simple bonus game to celebrate the merger. Each old zone had one representative. Now that 10 zones became one, there are 10 of them and that has to be fixed. In the end, only one representative can remain. Ryu listens closely as Olivia lifts a finger and declares that the former representatives will fight until only one is left, and that person will become the new representative of the merged zone. The players start whispering that it's brutally unfair to make the representatives fight each other. One man points out that some people are probably happy they won't have to fight at all, but others are horrified because they now have to battle each other just to pick one representative. One person regrets ever becoming a representative, while another wonders if they'll revive after being killed in this match. Others ask if they can just give up the position. Ryu knows being a zone representative hasn't meant much so far, but that changes in later rounds. That's why he has to win no matter what. Olivia tells them not to panic. If they're defeated here, nothing will happen in real life. They'll revive right after. That calms one player, who had imagined the worst. But Olivia says it isn't that simple. The new representative won't get authority. They'll get the governor's position instead, an ability that lets them control players below their level. She says it's basically a stronger version of command authority, which only worked on players without a class, and this one can still be used 10 times. It can even be passed on if the current representative is killed by another player or a monster. So she asks if that kind of power doesn't sound tempting. Now the players really think about it. As long as their level is higher, they could control anyone, no matter what class they have. Seeing them finally interested, Olivia tells them to get ready. Then one angel tells the others that after the merger, they also need to choose one representative among themselves. She asks for a volunteer, but nobody says a word. She scoffs that any angel who volunteers to work must be crazy. Another asks what they're supposed to do if no one wants the job. One suggests rolling dice and letting luck decide. It may be boring, but it would work. Another brings up taking turns, but the others reject that some angels might never have to work if the game ends before their turn. Olivia asks if there's really no better way, when the red-haired angel points out that the zone representatives are about to fight. So she suggests that the first representative to lose should leave their angel in charge for all the coming rounds. The others like the idea. It sounds fun, and they raise their hands in agreement. But Olivia tells them to hold on, and says she has a better idea. Instead of punishing the angel of the first human to lose, she suggests making the angel of the final surviving human the absolute queen of the merged zone. In short, the angel tied to the winning representative becomes the queen. Then every other angel would have to obey that queen, along with the human who survived. One angel asks if they're really giving that much power away, since the representative would almost be able to command them too. The others get excited anyway. It sounds fun, and they really like the word queen. Priscilla laughs and says Olivia must be very confident to suggest that, then warns her to be careful. Her own representative won't go down easily. He's never once lost the #1 spot in her zone. Olivia asks if she's serious, laughing to herself. Priscilla is bragging about some bug in first place while her own zone has the Black Reaper as its representative. After that, Olivia asks if Priscilla is in or out. Priscilla says she has no reason to object. The other angels agree too, all of them confident in their own representatives, and they tell Olivia to announce it. So Olivia informs the players that the bonus game to choose the representative of the merged zone is about to begin, and she orders each former zone representative to come stand beneath her. They obey and start moving forward, including Ryu, until all 10 stand there, looking up and waiting for the next command. Olivia lifts her hand, and the ground starts trembling hard as a massive arena rises around them, taking shape completely. The players grow tense, unsure how this fight is going to begin. Olivia says the bonus round is starting. They'll fight until only one person is left standing, but losing won't get anyone eliminated. She tells them to hold out as long as they can, then gives the signal to start. At once, everyone draws their weapons, and Ryu brings out his black scythe too. The players stare each other down. This is their shot at becoming king, if they can beat just 9 rivals. One man notices nobody moves first. Everyone's being careful, which tells him they're all dangerous. Even so, he stays sure of himself. He's never lost the top spot in his region, and he has the rune of dismantling. That rune is so broken that when his sword pierces someone, it activates on its own and tears the target apart. To him, it feels like his blade already knows the perfect place to hit, and that's how he killed over 300 players in round 4. Then the angels start yelling, asking why they're just standing there and telling them to kill each other already. The player thinks that's odd. The angels seem way too excited, like they made a bet, but he walks forward anyway. He's sure nobody here can beat him, and this is a great chance to impress them. He stops at the center of the arena, then he raises his sword. Right now, he just wants to sacrifice some weak target to get him going. In his mind, it doesn't matter who comes first. He'll kill them on the spot. That's when Ryu starts walking over and stops right in front of him. The man is pleased. His little lamb finally showed up. Still, he admits that scythe is insanely huge, nothing like a normal weapon. He's seen plenty of players with scythe in their names, but never someone who actually fights with one. Then he notices the nickname. The moment he reads it, fear hits him. Black Scythe? No, the Black Reaper. For a second, he hopes it's just someone with the same name, but he quickly remembers that can't happen. His sword drops at once. He's standing before the #1 player across all regions, the only level 30, the Black Reaper. Watching from above, the angels ask what happened. He looks so confident, and now he's terrified. They turn to Priscilla and ask if that human is really her region's representative. Priscilla grows uneasy, not understanding why the fool from her zone isn't moving. Worse, he's frozen there like a scared dog. Olivia starts laughing. Priscilla asks what's so funny. Olivia says she can't help it, then tells her to look at that little dog shaking in front of one player. Priscilla shoots back, asking if she only talks big because that's Olivia's representative, and admits the scythe stands out, but she doesn't feel any kind of aura that should scare someone this badly. So is Olivia really saying her representative is strong enough to make Priscilla's player panic? She immediately calls that nonsense. Her own representative has always been rank 1 in his zone. Olivia just smiles and asks what's so great about being first in one region, when her representative has stayed #1 across all regions every round. The other angels are stunned and ask how she can lie so boldly. They would have noticed that. Then they finally see the nickname, Black Reaper. They admit they've seen it in every result window so far. Priscilla's face hardens. If Olivia's representative really is the Black Reaper, then nobody here can beat him. A second later, everyone jolts. Priscilla's precious player takes one clean hit and his head goes flying. One strike and he's done. Olivia laughs even harder. One less human. Only now do the other players understand they're up against the Black Reaper. They can't believe someone like him is here. A level 30 is already impossible, and even all of them together probably wouldn't win. One swing might be enough. Just like with the first guy, Ryu starts walking toward the rest, and one player quickly tries to act friendly, saying it's an honor to be in the same region as the famous Black Reaper. He asks if they can talk for a moment. A woman puts away her bow at once and says she has no plan to fight. The others follow, telling the angels they give up and accept defeat. The angels ask if they're serious. Acting like that is pathetic, and it ruins the game. Their cruel looks make the message clear. If anyone talks about surrender again, they'll blow off their heads for real this time, with no revival. That threat terrifies everyone. So they summon their weapons again and get ready to fight, hoping 8 against 1 might give them a chance. Ryu realizes the angels are scaring them even more than he is, since now the players are ready to rush him together. But that only makes him more excited. To him, no matter how many ants come, they're still ants. The representatives see him laugh and get angry, taking it as a cheap insult over the level gap. All of them charge at once. Ryu doesn't back off. With a cold look, he charges 2 and cuts them all down in an instant. The few who hadn't attacked are horrified. Before they can react, he comes for them too, until every last one falls to his huge scythe. The angels watching are left stunned. Even knowing the Black Reaper was here, they didn't expect it to end that fast. Then they ask if this means they really have to serve Olivia, since that player belonged to her zone. Priscilla suddenly screams Olivia's name in rage. When Olivia comes closer, Priscilla demands to know if she knew this would happen. Olivia answers that of course she knew the result. The redhead turns to the other angels and says they were tricked. Olivia doesn't deny it. She says she made a suggestion that helped her. Obviously, why else would she bring it up? Then she asks if she forced anyone to join the bet. They all wanted fun, so they agreed on their own. Priscilla can't hide how furious she is. Olivia then asks if she wants to fight. If so, go ahead. But she adds that angels brawling in front of humans would be pathetic, and if the chief angel hears about it, Priscilla will end up in the insect penitentiary. The redhead goes pale. The second she hears that, she hates that place with all her heart. Olivia declares that she's queen now, so Priscilla will serve as the guide from this moment on. Priscilla asks how long, and Olivia says until she feels satisfied, so she should get moving now. Priscilla flies toward the players, regretting ever accepting that bet. After taking her place, she announces that everyone just witnessed the choosing of the human's new representative. The Black Reaper is now the representative of Zone CSK-007. His temporary skill is called Ruler Position. It lets him order a player to do anything, and that player cannot refuse. He can use it 10 times, only once per person, and it doesn't work on players above his level. People start whispering that this was obvious. The Black Reaper is level 30, and now he can force players to obey too, so nobody should mess with him. Priscilla then says she'll revive the defeated players. With one beat of her wings, a bright light bursts from the bodies of the fallen representatives. One of them comes back, then all the others, confused and trying to remember what happened. The redhead tells them they were beaten by the Black Reaper, who is now the zone's representative. That's when it finally clicks for them. She goes on to say that since there's a new representative, the old ones will lose their rights. Still, she tells them not to sulk. They can always earn those rights back later. Then she declares the bonus game over and moves on to the main mission. Right away, the system window opens for everyone. Each person has to kill 300 orcs in 10 hours. The side quest is to collect 4 stones of balance, though the reward is hidden. There are 77 million participants total, nearly 5,000 in this zone, and only 1,211 can pass. One player panics at the crazy number of orcs, especially with so few spots available to pass. Already annoyed, Priscilla asks why they're whining, and warns that she can cut the number of survivors even more. Everyone shuts up instantly. She says the earlier rounds were too easy, so this time she prepared something harder. Some players wonder if the orcs will still be easy, and assume they're probably just weak monsters. Priscilla is disappointed by how little they think ahead, so she says she won't explain any further. Now they start asking about the side quest, and why the reward is hidden behind question marks. The redhead explains that unlike before, everyone can see the side quest now, but the reward stays secret. Ryu finds all these secrets annoying, even though he already knows the side quest reward is the Rune of Balance. It's one of the 18 runes he needs, and only one person in each zone can get it through this quest. He also knows there are other ways to earn that rune in each zone, but those are even harder than the main mission. Because even if someone clears the side quest, meeting the conditions for the Rune of Balance is still difficult. Priscilla explains that the side quest is to gather the Stones of Balance. Collect all 4 and you get a mysterious reward, but only one person can claim it, since there are only 4 stones in each zone. Someone asks if nobody gets all 4 stones, does that mean the side mission fails? She says yes, but tells them not to worry. If someone has a stone, they can take it by killing that player. That shocks the crowd since it works a lot like the representative's ability. The angel says it does, but only for the Stones of Balance. Other items don't work that way, and if they die, they're not coming back. With that, she says she's done explaining, and tells everyone to do their best. There are 10 hours left in the round. The MC watches the angel vanish. He thinks she's a pain, then decides to clear the orc quota fast, set a new record, and help jury after that. He takes off running, pushing past the crowd. The others can only watch the Black Reaper leave. They're relieved he didn't attack them. His presence alone was terrifying enough. One player asks where he's going and whether they should follow. Another cuts in right away, calling that insane. Following the Black Reaper sounds like begging to die, or worse, become his slave. Still, one player says they should go anyway. The MC is always first, so doing something beats standing around. The group hesitates, wondering what happens if he catches them. A woman suggests keeping far behind him. She says she'll do it even if nobody else comes. After saying that, she leaves the group. The rest still can't decide, but in the end, they gather their nerve and head after the Black Reaper, trusting he knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, at a small orc village, the MC closes in and spots a monster. From far away, the others watch and wonder if it's some kind of village and realize the Black Reaper is going in. The monster flies into a rage, but the MC doesn't flinch and rushes straight at it. He drives his scythe into its head, then slices through it, killing it on the spot. After that, he moves into the village and quickly runs into more monsters. The orcs spot the intruder and get ready to fight. Both sides charge, but Ryu cuts down the first one easily and keeps moving. Another orc swings at him, but he lifts his scythe and with one clean motion, drops the 2 in front of him. Then he keeps going. He heads to a hut and goes inside. A little later, he comes back out empty-handed. The people still watching from a distance say the orcs look peaceful and about as weak as gnolls. Someone else wonders if it only seems easy because it's the Black Reaper. One tells them not to relax, and another agrees, better safe than sorry. So they decide to attack the orcs too. One thinks it's smarter to stay with the players who already lost before. The others agree to hang back for now, then split off later if things stay quiet. So they move toward the village and once inside realize it's much bigger, about 3 times the size of the first one. Then a monster notices them. It starts blowing a trumpet. The blast gets louder and carries through the whole village. The players panic, asking why an orc has a trumpet and whether it just called the others. A moment later, dozens of monsters come rushing at them, boxing them in. Now surrounded, they start to panic. One swordsman mutters that the village did seem too big, just not this big. Someone asks what they do now, and another snaps back with the obvious answer, fight if they want to live. The monsters charge without delay. The players rush in too, shouting that the orcs are weak and they just need to kill them all. The fight starts. One orc gets hit, and the players gain confidence, saying these monsters are amateurs and too slow. So they start dropping them one by one, happy at how easy it seems. But then things go wrong. One player can't pull his sword out of an orc's body and gets smashed by a heavy club. The players start getting overwhelmed and fall one after another to the huge orc force. One player on the ground can't believe they're losing to an orc and screams for help right before a deadly blow lands. Elsewhere, the MC moves through the forest and notices the people who were tailing him are gone. He figures a group of 20 can't move quietly for long, but if they weren't dumb enough to attack a much bigger orc village, they should be fine. He knows the real danger is villages with watchtowers. Once an orc guard blows the trumpet, more than 50 orcs show up right away, and the larger villages hold over 200. Soon he reaches another orc village. Getting ready to attack, he recalls that orc bodies are built very differently from human bodies, so if he stabs straight in, pulling the blade back out gets hard. He moves in and slashes one across the neck, the orc's weakest spot. Then he keeps cutting through them, striking from behind too, instead of stabbing through their bodies. That kind of fighting takes real skill, and he knows it. After finishing another exchange, the MC drives his scythe into a monster's back and drops it. Then he opens his progress window and sees 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 22 seconds left in the round. His main mission is already complete. 300 orcs defeated. Ryu thinks to himself that it only took 1 hour. Now that first place is secured, he decides to help Jury and uses his tracking skill. Elsewhere, Monkey asks if his teammate is okay. Jungsik, the hikers group's leader, says yes, though he almost died. Shaken, he asks how these monsters can be so strong. The others say they may look like pigs walking on 2 legs, but that just means they shouldn't underestimate them. He turns and asks how many they've killed so far. Monkey says probably around 50. Jungsik hates hearing that, only 50 in an hour with 5 people. At that rate, they won't reach 300. The group says they can't afford to fall behind. If they fail this time, they'll die. He lets out a long sigh and says they may have to hit a bigger orc village. That makes everyone nervous. One asks if that's too risky, and another agrees fighting 3 at once was already hard, so how can they handle a bigger village? They say it's safer to keep targeting small villages. The leader admits they're right and says he won't force anyone. Even so, he points out they won't reach the goal at this pace, and hard or not, they may have to take the risk. With a grim face, he tells them to remember there's no future on a sinking ship. Meanwhile, near the forest, the group points out the orc village they spotted earlier. One whispers that it seems to have a guard post. The leader says they'll circle around first and take a closer look, so they move around the village. Seeing the wooden fence, they suggest slipping through a gap between the planks. One of them tries it and says nobody seems to be nearby, so the rest follow him through, and once inside, they wonder if the monsters are in the tents. They guess maybe 5 per tent. The leader studies the place, realizing it's bigger than he expected, and another member asks if they should ambush the orcs while they're still inside. Jungsik says that's a good idea since they're already here. Choi adds that 5 should be manageable if they do it right. They pick one tent, and the leader tells them to move when he gives the signal. Everyone gets in place and starts slipping into the tent. Inside, they find another door and open it right away. Then they freeze. There aren't 5 orcs inside, there are 10. The monsters sense the intruders and get up. One player asks what they do now with so many enemies, and the leader says they need to take down at least one first. They rush in, telling each other to focus on the one to the left. The warrior blocks the orc's attack, while Jungsik steps in and cuts its leg, bringing it down. Then Choi swings his sword and kills it at once. One of the other monsters roars in anger and squares up with the group. As it closes in, it gives off a chilling aura and smashes Choi with full force. Seeing his teammate take that direct hit, the leader panics and strikes back at once, thrusting his sword into the monster's neck and killing it instantly. The other orcs only stare while the players pull back and reset. There are still 8 orcs left. The captain starts to worry, they still have too many enemies and he's not sure they can win. One member says they can't do this and need to retreat. Jungsik agrees, he was thinking the same thing. So they turn and run out with the orcs chasing after them. But the second they get outside, they're stunned to see even more orcs waiting around the tent. They can't believe the number. There must be over a dozen. The blonde player groans that they're finished, and this is probably the end. But the captain just tells everyone to draw their weapons. They answer that there's no way out, but it was still an honor fighting beside him. Jungsik asks why the orcs still haven't killed them, and tells the group to look at their eyes if they want the answer. They finally do, and realize the orcs are practically laughing at them. Pointing behind them, the captain says exactly that, the monsters are mocking them, almost roaring with laughter. Then he asks if that doesn't make them angry to be looked down on by monsters like animals in a zoo. He tells them never to give up, they have to fight to the end and take at least one monster down. That's how to die with honor. The group says they understand and apologize for acting shamefully. Under his lead, they'll fight to the end. The orcs start closing in, and the leader tells them that on his signal, they all hit the same one. They answer that they got it, but the orcs suddenly start looking around. It sounds like they hear something. A second later, they rush off in another direction and vanish from the area. The group is stunned. The orcs just left for no clear reason. Then the captain gets their focus and points elsewhere. There are still orcs inside the tent. He grins, only 8 are left. Everyone nods and charges in. After a hard fight, they manage to kill all 8 and feel relieved. One of them says they survived because of the captain, and another agrees without his push they'd all be dead. Yang-ho tells them not to put it all on him. They won because everyone chose to keep fighting. Without that, he would have died too. Then he checks on Mengji's arm. Mengji says it still hurts, but he can handle it. The captain tells him to rest and stop using it. He orders the others to find a hiding spot while he looks for a way out of the village. When someone asks if that's too risky, He tells them not to worry and wait for him. Then he heads out. Before long, the silence starts bothering him. Ever since earlier, he hasn't seen a single orc. He keeps moving through the village until something catches his eye, and he's shocked to find a pile of dead orcs. He walks over, trying to figure out what happened, and wonders who could have done it. That's when he spots a player among the corpses and wonders if it's the Black Reaper. Ryu notices him too, surprised to find another person in the village, and sees the nickname Jo Young-ho. He wonders if this is really the man called the Mercenary King. The protagonist knows Mercenary is a close-range class that uses many weapons, a lot like Warrior, but one thing makes it different. Mercenaries grow stronger through contracts, so most of them team up with people they trust, or with the Mercenary King. Mercenary King is a solo class that lets the user command mercenaries through contracts, and those allies get bonus effects. Even so, Ryu thinks there isn't much reason to sign one. Still, he's sure the man in front of him is Jo Young-ho, the solo class Mercenary King, and he didn't expect to meet him here. The captain walks up and greets the Reaper. MC asks if he knows him, and the man says, of course, everyone knows the highest-ranked player of all time. He can hardly believe he found the player ranked first in every zone here, and figures asking for a handshake would probably be too much. Ryu watches him and gets the feeling this guy isn't the type to betray people. That, he thinks, is why he became the Mercenary King. To get that class, you need a leader's mind and a kind heart. Jo Young-ho asks if he killed all the orcs here, and he says yes. Young-ho is impressed, saying the ranking fits him, then bows right away and thanks him. If the protagonist hadn't drawn the orcs away, they would have died. The protagonist says he didn't even know they were there. Young-ho says he understands, but Ryu still helped by wiping out the monsters. MC brushes it off, and tells him to leave with his team if they're finished. Every orc in the village is already dead, so they don't need to worry anymore. Surprised, Jo Young-ho asks how he knew he had a team with him. Before the protagonist can answer, Young-ho turns back and asks why they came when he told them to stay put. One of them says he got worried and thought Young-ho might have left them behind. The captain looks crushed and says he'd never do that. Ryu figures 4 mercenaries must be under contract with Jo Young-ho. He assumes they came because they were worried about their leader, which means Young-ho already has companions who truly care about him. Then the group finally realizes the man before them is the Black Reaper and asks, shocked, what he's doing here. MC says he just came for a quick hunt. The player says he gets it. Ryu tells them again to leave if they're done. He's saying it because the mid-boss should appear soon and staying here will be way too dangerous. They answer right away, saying they understand and that meeting him was an honor. But then they hear something. One asks if the others heard it too. The captain asks what it is and he says it's the mid-boss. He tells them again to run. Young-ho goes tense, trying to process what that means, until he sees a giant monster coming toward them. The team freezes in fear, asking what that thing is and whether it's really an orc. The boss lets out a deafening roar. Ryu had stayed for this exact monster. He needs to kill it to get the balance stone for the side quest. Once this one and the bosses from the other 3 tribes are dead, the mission will be complete. The giant orc suddenly charges forward, and the captain mutters that it looks seriously mad. He desperately tells everyone to run because the thing looks terrifying. To make it worse, the boss closes in at insane speed and slams the ground, blowing apart everything nearby. Jo Young-ho realizes he was barely missed and is horrified by the attack. Then he remembers the Black Reaper striking him with the end of his scythe and knocking him out of the way just in time. Ryu snaps, asking what he thinks he's doing. Young-ho quickly thanks him for saving his life, but the protagonist just tells them again to leave if they don't want to die. The boss lumbers closer with its huge body and starts laughing in a creepy way. Ryu attacks, asking what's so funny, and slams a heavy hit into its foot. That only makes the orc warrior angrier, and it lifts its sword to smash the ground. MC dodges with ease. The monster swings again, this time with the other sword, but misses again. Ryu almost laughs. What's the point of huge damage if every hit can be dodged? The boss glares to the side and grumbles while he gets into position and leaps. As he winds up, he tells the monster to quit whining, then drops a crushing strike. The blow sends it crashing down. Ryu doesn't pause. He jumps again and attacks once more. This hit cuts straight into the boss's neck. Enraged, it tries to counter with another ground-smashing attack, but it's pointless. Remy avoids every one of them. He realizes 2 hits still won't be enough to sever the head. The neck is too tough. So the protagonist charges in again, throws his scythe behind the monster's head and hangs onto it. Then he jumps, using the swing to spin the weapon harder. This time the cut goes so deep it tears right through the boss, sending its head flying. The monster is finished. Ryu stands atop the corpse and the system announces he killed the orc warrior. He also gets 37 more experience and 4,000 gold, plus another 2,000 as a bonus. The group stays near the dead boss, and can hardly believe the Black Reaper really killed that giant. Ryu steps down from the body, and a notice says he got the pommel ring sword. He also picked up an orc heart and a low-grade dark blue mana stone, along with the balance stone. That means his side quest has moved forward with the balance stone now in hand. Looking over the rewards, Ryu realizes boss fights pay way better than normal mobs, and he got a really solid item too. It's the pommel ring sword, an epic weapon that raises attack speed by 5% with each hit, stacking up to 10 times. Its raw attack power is even better than his scythe, so he decides it's best to sell it for a high price. Then he checks the orc heart, an item some players would toss out in disgust. It's listed as a possession item and only looks like a real heart, but it isn't actually one. He knows throwing it away would be stupid since it's used to make a unique item. Just then, the players come over to thank him for dealing with the boss and saving them again, asking if he somehow knew it would appear. Ryu figures an excuse is easier, so he says a monster like that showed up before when he cleared another village. They're surprised, finally understanding why he kept telling them to leave, and start thinking the Reaper is kinder than he looks. MC says he's leaving now that everything's done. The group says goodbye, thanks him again, and tells him to stay safe. Then the leader turns back and says they need to keep hunting. The others are fired up after seeing that fight, but Monkey suddenly collapses, and everyone panics, asking if he's okay. He says this is the end for him. He can't hold on anymore. The leader is shocked since just moments ago, Monkey said he was fine. Monkey admits he only said that so no one would worry, but he's hit his limit. Yang-ho begs him to hold on a little longer so they can survive and return to real life. Monkey says it's hopeless. He didn't make it in time, so they should leave him and stop carrying his burden. The leader refuses to accept that. There has to be a way, and he says they'll kill the orcs and clear everything. Monkey tells him that won't help. Even if they succeed, he doesn't think he can last that long. Then he starts groaning in pain. Watching this, Ryu is caught off guard. Yang-ho is supposed to become the leader of hundreds of mercenaries, yet right now he looks weak. Still, seeing how close the group is, he is reminded of his own brother. He pauses, then walks toward them, deciding to help because he knows that feeling. He calls out to the group, saying it looks like they need help and asks to take a look. Without hesitating, the leader asks if there's any way to save him. He says yes, there is a way to save him, even if the injury is serious. As he says that, he holds out a hand filled with energy. Then he directs that power into the wound. The injury heals right away. Everyone is shocked when the wound vanishes and asks how he did it. The MC tells them it is a skill called first aid, and anyone can buy it in the shop. One player says he's seen it before, another says the same and adds that it costs 20,000 gold, but he had no idea it was this strong. Hearing that, Ryu Min realizes they got the wrong idea. First aid is not that amazing, it only works on bleeding and simple injuries, not something like a crushed shoulder. He also knows the skill gets stronger depending on the user's intelligence, since it's a divine type skill. Right now his intelligence is 123, and the Rune of Radiance boosted the effect this much. After checking, he tells the player to move his shoulder. Even if a scar remains, it should work normally now, and Choi Manji is thrilled when he sees he can move it just fine. Still, the MC warns him he is not fully healed. It is called first aid for a reason. If he pushes too hard, the injury could come back. Normal hunting, though, should be fine. The man is stunned by that. Then he jumps up and thanks him, calling him his savior. The leader bows too, grateful that his teammate was healed. Soon, the rest of the group follows and thanks him as well. Junko pulls out an item and says it may not be much, but he wants the MC to take it as thanks. The others are surprised by what he offers. Then they start offering their own items too, saying even a little gold from selling them is better than nothing. The MC doesn't refuse right away. He starts to say he doesn't need all this, but they keep insisting it is their way of showing thanks. Ryu Min is surprised by how much he ends up getting. None of the items are great alone, but together they are worth a lot. Still, he decides he gains something even better. The leader says he gave Choi Mangi hope again and promises they will repay him someday. Looking at them, the MC thinks the future mercenary king now owes him a favor. Gaining an ally like that from a skill he had to learn anyway is a huge win. With that, he says goodbye. Then he leaves the village as everyone sees him off. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Juri sits down and checks her system screen, starting to worry. There are only 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 15 seconds left in the round, and her main mission still shows 0 out of 300 orcs defeated. She panics, knowing she will never reach 300 at this rate. Juri blames herself for getting scared and losing track of the Black Reaper. Back in round 5, finding him was easy because he was one of the bonus game candidates, but now she feels uneasy because she saw the Reaper attack the former leader and tear his head off. After that, he cut down all the other former regional leaders too, and the way he looked while doing it terrified her at once. Even after the game ended, she knew she had to talk to him, but fear kept her frozen. She shut her eyes and tried to calm herself, telling herself the Black Reaper would not hurt her. She was sure he was not the kind of psycho who would kill her on sight, so she slowly opened them again, only to find he was already gone. That made her even more desperate, because now she had no idea where to find him. She also recalls Ryu Min telling her in real life that she would need to kill 300 orcs, and admits that would not be easy, since they are tough and move in groups. He told her not to try it alone and to find the Black Reaper, because the zones would merge. He kept warning her not to face the orcs by herself, and if she couldn't find him, she should wait an hour before acting. Remembering that, she thinks she already waited the full hour just like her friend asked, and he is a prophet. Still, she worries there is no promise the Black Reaper would return to the starting point, so she gets up. She cannot risk the round ending before she finds him. She starts walking, guessing he went this way, when something suddenly catches her eye, a village, probably where the orcs live. That makes her wonder if the Reaper might be there too, but she also gets scared, thinking it could be dangerous, so she knows she should leave. Just then, an orc comes up behind her. She spins around, startled after sensing it. The monster lets out a roar, and she quickly buffs her sword with blessing magic. She does not want to fight, but now she has no choice. The buff raises all her stats by 50. As the orc gets ready, she feels a little relief. First, there is only one. And second, she knows this monster's weak spot. She dodges and aims for the neck, since the rest of its body is much tougher, but she worries about landing the hit. If she misses, the orc will strike back. And if her blade gets stuck, pulling it free will be hard, so she knows she has to be fast and exact. She attacks, but the orc jerks its head, and her sword hits its arm instead. She gets frustrated right away because it avoided the real target. Trying to back off, she realizes the cut was not deep, which at least lets her pull her sword out easily. The orc does not waste a second and charges in, throwing a flurry of attacks that force her to keep dodging. While avoiding them, she sees an opening and strikes back, barely cutting its neck. That gives Juri some hope. Her attacks are working, so she follows with a combo, sure that a few more hits will do it. And she is right. The orc is badly hurt and drops to the ground. She can hardly believe she pulled it off, and smiles after beating an orc one-on-one. But then she quickly turns when she hears someone coming. It is the MC carrying his scythe. Juri rubs her eyes, wondering if she is imagining it. She asks herself if that really is the Black Reaper. She had been searching for him this whole time, yet somehow he found her instead. Then he walks right past her, and she is left stunned. Still flustered, she turns and calls out, asking for a moment. He looks back and asks what she wants. Awkwardly, she asks if she can join his group. His expression shifts, and he tells her to say that again. She repeats herself, but he asks why he should take her in. The pressure leaves her speechless for a second, then she steps closer and says she will prove it. Without hesitation, she uses blessing. His stats jump at once, and he acts impressed even though he already knew exactly what it did. Smiling, she explains that blessing lasts 3 hours and raises all stats by 50 during that time. The MC pretends to check his system, then says he gets it. She asks if that answers his question, since a buff like this would help in future hunts. He asks if teaming up with her would just be for the buff. She says yes and begs him to help her. Still acting, Ryu Min says he is not sure. With the temporary ruler position, he could just keep her around as a personal assistant instead. She is shocked because she had not thought of that, and he is right. If he can force her help, there is no reason to add her to the team. Then he asks if she can promise never to betray him. She answers at once that she never would. Satisfied, he says fine, he will trust her. And he holds out his hand. He introduces himself as a level 32 Death Reaper with the nickname Black Reaper. She introduces herself too. Her nickname is Democracy. She is level 13, and she is a support class. Ryu Min then asks what kind of help she needs, since from what he saw, she handled that orc pretty well. Juri admits that was actually her first kill. He looks concerned and asks if she really got only 1 kill in 30 minutes. Embarrassed, she gives a small laugh and says yes. The MC says there is not much time left, so he will help her kill as many as possible. She is shocked by how easily he agrees. Then they start moving through the forest, and he tells her to stay close at all times. If she leaves his sight, he will not be able to protect her. Democracy agrees. She steps closer, thinking the famous Black Reaper is not as cold as he looked, and feels glad she listened to Ryu Min in the real world. She barely has time to think that before she freezes again. 3 orcs are right in front of them. She panics at once. The MC only lifts his scythe and tells her to wait. Then he stomps the ground and rushes straight at them. With one clean swing, he cuts all 3 across the legs, leaving them helpless. But he is not finished yet. A second attack follows and chops off both of their hands. Juri is completely stunned after seeing him disable all of them in an instant. With that terrifying presence of his, he tells her to use the chance and finish them. Then he snaps at her, asking what she is waiting for. She quickly apologizes and heads to one of the orcs, deciding to be careful anyway. She delivers a clean strike to its neck and kills it. She gains 235 experience and 40 gold. The ease of it shocks her. She thought it would be far more dangerous. A chill runs through her as she wonders if killing an orc is really this easy. Then she looks at the MC and realizes he must just be insanely strong. He turns and tells her to keep moving, because he is still not done. Happy she joined his group, she runs off. A little later, she finishes off another orc. She praises his skill, saying he made hunting way easier than she expected. He barely reacts and only asks how many kills she got. She says 52 in 30 minutes, which felt really fast. To him, though, that pace is still too slow. He knows heading into a village is risky because if dozens of orcs rush them at once, he can't keep her safe. So he decides they need to find a shaman orc. Excited, she says they could probably hit 300 orcs in 3 hours. He cuts that off. They don't have 3 hours, only 1. Startled, she asks if he's serious and how that's even possible. He says the key is the shaman orc, a monster that keeps summoning more orcs. If they find it, they won't need to search for targets anymore. He warns that she won't kill the shaman. They'll leave it alive and use its summons until she reaches the 300 kills the mission needs. Surprised, Julie asks how he knows so much, like he's seen these monsters before. He says he has fought them already, so he knows where they are and how they work. She nods, saying she gets it. He adds that he'll handle this in the safest way possible. Then he heads deeper into the forest. She feels relieved, thinking the famous Black Reaper is nicer than he looks. Guess first impressions really can be wrong. After a short walk, they reach the place. She asks if a boss is really hiding in such a tiny village. He says yes, and once they go in, they'll find him fast. The real problem is the orcs. The shaman will keep calling out. He knows the whole setup is a trap for players. It was the same in his past life. Go around the back and you'd find a pile of player corpses. The shaman hid there. That alone shows how clever and cruel it is. To him, that also proves the monster is a coward. It doesn't want a fair fight. He tells her to move up, but she says she doesn't see any orcs. He explains that's the point. The village is bait and the shaman is the only one actually inside. He raises his scythe and points to a house, warning that the monster is in there, and the whole place is set up to lure people in. He explains that once players go inside and trigger the trap, the shaman starts summoning orcs. Usually it calls 10 to 20 at once, more than enough to crush most players' will to fight. Minjuri gets nervous and asks how they're supposed to handle that. Ryu Min says it's hard but there is a workaround and leans in to explain it, making her blush. After hearing the plan, she asks if he's serious and whether the monster would really fall for that. He tells her not to worry, he's tested it before. That helps her steady herself, and she says she'll do it. He checks one more time if she's sure she can handle it alone. Democracy says yes. She adds that she feels bad making him do all the hard work, so she wants to help in her own way too. That catches Ryu Min off guard. Still, he agrees and says he'll wait outside. She braces herself and walks to the door. Once she opens it, she finds a long, dark hallway. Even so, she keeps going. Then something grabs her attention when she spots a red carpet ahead. She figures this must be the trap Black Reaper warned her about, so she knows she has to be careful now. Before she went in, he told her the shaman was hiding inside. The moment she stepped on the red carpet, it would summon orcs and block the exit. So her job is simple: get close enough to the carpet, then turn back. The shaman should send scouts to check. Thinking it over, she realizes the plan is actually pretty simple. She moves in just enough to show herself, planning to run right after. Then a crushing aura pours out from deeper inside the hall, and she knows it's the orc shaman. Realizing the monster noticed her, she bolts outside at once and shuts the door behind her. Only then does she let out a breath, her heart pounding hard. The MC asks if she's okay. She says yes, she got near the carpet and came right back like he said. Then she asks if the shaman will really send scouts. He says they'll know soon enough. A moment later, the door starts to open, and several orcs step out to look around. One of them starts to turn back, but they freeze when the protagonist is already on them, cutting through the group in one sweep. Once they're down, unable to move after losing their limbs, he calls her over and tells her to finish them. She does, and after a bit, Julie says she's done with all of them. He praises her and says they just need to repeat the same thing again. She asks if the shaman will really fall for that twice. He admits it's smart, but its memory is basically that of a goldfish. With a smile, he tells her not to worry. That reassures Julie, and she says she's ready. After repeating the process for a while, Julie says that last batch brought her total to 300. He's satisfied, and even more pleased they did it in just an hour. She gets emotional and thanks him again, saying he made the hunt fast and easy. He asks her level, and she says she's already at 19. He tells her that's great, one more level, and her rank will rise at level 20. He knows that rank up will unlock new skills and strengthen the ones she already has, which makes her even more useful to his team. He also wants her buff stronger for what's ahead, so he says he'll keep helping until she reaches level 20. That should make dealing with the orcs even easier. Julie is shocked by how considerate he's being. She starts thanking him again, but a group shows up behind them. One recognizes the Black Reaper, another doesn't know who he is, and the rest are just stunned by the pile of orc corpses. One of them steps forward awkwardly and says they were only passing through and didn't know anyone was hunting here. Still, he can hardly believe just 2 people wiped out this many orcs. 2 others whisper that it's weird for such a small village to have so many orcs, and they wonder who the woman beside the Reaper is. Maybe his teammate. Another says that's even stranger, because he can't imagine the Black Reaper working with anyone. One guy starts staring at the girl, joking that she must be the Reaper's type, and his thoughts quickly turn nasty. Right then, the MC slams his scythe into the ground and tells them to get lost because they're in the way. Intimidated, they ask why. After reading their thoughts, he decides they've crossed the line. Think what you want, but unless they have business here, they need to disappear. They protest, asking why he's talking like that and saying he's being rude. Julie can't believe it. They must be out of their minds to argue with the famous Black Reaper. Ryu Min swings his scythe and asks who wants to go first. One of them angrily starts shouting, then suddenly realizes his forehead was sliced without him even noticing. That is enough. Everyone turns and runs, apologizing and promising not to interfere again. But while retreating, they swear they won't just let it go. They plan to hide and watch. The MC finds that almost funny. Of course they'd slink off and spy, but he doesn't see weaklings like them as a real threat. Even so, they might try to steal the boss's last hit, so he wants to finish this fast. He still has to get Julie to level 22. The troublemakers stop once they're far enough away. One asks what the plan is, and another says he wants to know what that damn Reaper is up to. The chubby one says he's curious too, especially about where all those orcs came from, and asks if they should spy. Someone answers that if they keep their distance, they won't get caught. They start moving again and take up a spot near the orc village. Then a group of monsters comes out of the house and they quickly spot a human standing in front of them. More orcs pour out, lining up from the doorway. The MC moves first and with his fist drives a full-force punch into one orc's stomach, launching it back into the others and knocking them down like dominoes. Then he follows with his scythe and starts severing the orc's limbs, leaving the rest shaking in fear. Watching from afar, the group is horrified. Now they understand why the Black Reaper is ranked first. While they struggle to beat one orc, he's tearing through a whole wave. Then they see the girl walk toward the monsters and can't figure out why he didn't finish them himself. Julie starts killing them one by one while they can't fight back. At last, the group understands. Black Reaper is boosting the girl by crippling the monsters so she can land the final hits. They wonder what he gets out of helping her like this and grow jealous, because from their view she's getting easy kills for free. They watch her go into the house and they get mad, thinking it's unfair that they have to fight for every kill while Julie gets them handed to her. They watch her come out of the house and start wondering if something weird is going on. The leader notices the pattern. Every time Julie goes inside, more orcs come out toward Ryu. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps chopping off the monster's limbs without stopping. The gang can't believe one house holds that many orcs. They start guessing it might be where the orcs are spawning, and realize that's why the Reaper told them to stay away. From a distance, they wonder if they should just wait until the pair leaves and take the place for themselves. One agrees, though he admits they still can't beat the Reaper head-on. Just then, Julie checks the system with a big smile and says she finally hit level 20. Ryu congratulates her. She excitedly shares more news. Besides her blessing going from 50 to 60, she also unlocked a new skill. MC says that's great and asks her to try it. She says she'll use it right away and raises her hand. The skill activates, and an aura wraps around them, boosting all stats by 60% with 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds left on the timer. Julie explains that her blessing got stronger too, and now she'll show him the new buff she learned. An aura drifts toward Ryu's scythe and spreads across his body until it covers him completely. The agile skill boosts his attack speed and movement speed by 60%. Its duration is 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Ryu says the skill is amazing, and Julie explains she can cast it every 30 minutes. He thanks her, but Julie says she's the one who should be thankful for all his help. He starts moving and says they'll go after the shaman now, since they don't need more regular orcs. Julie asks if she can do anything, and he tells her to just stay out of the way. Then he notices something nearby. Spotting those idiots still hiding there, likely trash-talking them, Ryu gets irritated and decides to try something. The area goes quiet, and Julie stays hidden. The troublemakers start wondering if the Black Reaper went into the house again. Then 2 slashes appear across the door, and Ryu bursts out, smashing through the entrance while a huge crowd of orcs pours after him. He keeps running because he's leading them straight to those fools. Julie is completely confused by this and can't figure out why he's running when this wasn't part of the plan before. The group is confused too. They don't get why the orcs are chasing the Black Reaper or why he's retreating at all. Then another orc appears. It's the orc shaman holding a magic staff and giving off a creepy aura, and he attacks Ryu at once. The protagonist dodges it easily. That power starts bringing in even more orcs, and before long 5 more appear in front of him. The chubby guy panics because this new monster is way bigger than the rest, and wonders if that means he's the tribe chief. One of the others finally gets it, and says that weird-looking orc is probably the one summoning the rest. Julie starts shaking, scared because the Black Reaper is surrounded, and she has no idea whether she should step in. But her face changes when she sees him fight. He looks completely calm, like the pressure means nothing to him. By now, dozens of orcs have been summoned. The chubby one freaks out as the numbers keep going up, and only then notices Ryu is boxed in. Even so, he avoids every attack. They can't understand how any player could move that smoothly. Their leader tells them to stay focused, saying the area boss has finally shown up, even if it's still playing defense. Then grinning, he asks what they think about stealing the boss. The others hate the idea and worry Ryu will catch them, but he tells them to calm down. The Black Reaper is swamped with orcs, and no one could handle that many without struggling. 2 more agree, saying if MC complains later, they can pretend they were only trying to help, so everyone goes along with it while he keeps fighting. They sneak into the camp and Julie notices. She immediately wonders what they're doing. Then panic hits. She realizes they're after the shaman and doesn't know if Ryu has seen them. It reminds her of what happened back in the forest. Julie thanks the protagonist for everything and admits she really hopes she's not dragging him down. He tells her it's fine because he already cleared the main quest. That leaves her confused, so he explains he's working on the side quest now and already has enough fragments. Since he beat a boss called Warrior Orc before, he figures another boss will give him the rest, and tells her not to worry, that's all he needs. Now, seeing the group get closer, Julie worries more. As far as she knows, Ryu needs that shaman for the quest, and if this keeps up, they'll steal it. She gets ready to help right as the group prepares to strike. Then the Night of the Dead skill activates, and black smoke spreads across the area, frightening both Julie and the group because they have no clue what it is. Everyone looks up, trying to figure it out until one of them starts to speak and another quickly covers his mouth. They're too close to the boss, but they're already too late and both freeze in fear because the shaman has noticed them. Its stare alone is terrifying. The group instantly realizes they've been spotted and yells to run, but the shaman casts a spell right away, summoning orcs all around them. The monsters rush in and slam one of them hard, then tear into the rest in a total massacre. One of them lies on the ground shaking, looks up and realizes he's about to be trampled, and dies on the spot. Then the Black Reaper kills the monster and wipes out the rest too. He takes a breath and glances over. Watching the orcs butcher the group, he thinks he only pulled the shaman out of the cabin to see what those idiots would do, and he still can't believe they actually tried to steal his boss. Looking at the bodies, he says, this ending was obvious. He feels no guilt either. They wasted time spying instead of doing their own job. The monsters spot him coming in charge, but he cuts through them like they're nothing until every last one falls to his scythe. Ryu gets excited when he notices how much faster he's attacking, figuring it's Julie's blessing stacked with his own 50% rune bonus. That rune doubles his scythe damage, boosts attack speed by over 50% at night, and if he stands still in the dark, enemies are much less likely to notice him. Then he leaps forward and goes straight for the orc shaman. The boss swings at him, but Ryu dodges and hooks the monster's head with his scythe. The shaman tries to turn aside, but MC Expression Cold moves once and cleanly takes its head off. Just like that, the boss is dead. A notification appears, saying he defeated the orc shaman and gained 33.73% experience, 4,000 gold, and a level up. He also gets the Orb of Eternal Rest, a strange wooden totem, a low-grade blue mana stone, and the Stone of Balance. That brings his side mission progress to 2 out of 4. So Ryu is pleased. He reached level 33 and got some useful drops. The Orb of Eternal Rest is an epic necklace. It gains 1 stack for each monster killed, loses 1 durability, and every 100 stacks turn into 1 stat point. He notes that it gives stat points every 100 stacks, making it similar to the absorption rune used by the Black Flame Dragon. Still, there's a problem. As it builds points, the necklace keeps wearing down until its durability hits 0. But he knows he can get a durability rune around 8 and repair the necklace with a blacksmith skill, letting him farm more stat points later. Just then, Julie passes by calling his name. Ryu is surprised she can't see him, but he knows his death aura makes him nearly invisible when he stands still at night. He looks at the bodies and decides to clear them away before her Night of the Dead effect ends. Only after that does he turn the skill off, and Julie jumps when the strange darkness suddenly disappears. She has no idea what happened until she turns and spots Ryu, then hurries over saying she was looking for him. She asks if he got what he needed and whether he saw anyone else in the camp, saying some people were hiding and trying to take the boss. He says no, and asks where she saw that. Julie gets confused and says she could have sworn she saw people and heard screams. She's left unsettled, saying ghosts are seriously creepy. Then Ryu calls her over. They need to hunt another boss. After a while, they reach another orc camp, and once the archers are dealt with, the boss appears, an orc archer firing non-stop at the Black Reaper. The protagonist rushes in at high speed and cuts off one of its arms with a clean strike, then immediately slices the monster in half before it even understands what's happening. It drops in 2 pieces, and a message says the orc archer has been defeated. He gains 37.73% experience and 4,000 gold. This time the drops are Agile Archer's Boots, a rusty arrowhead, a low-grade green mana stone, and a Stone of Balance. Now his side mission is 3 out of 4 complete. Ryu decides to check the new items, starting with the Agile Archer's Boots. They're epic, give 60 defense, 10 agility, and have 1,000 durability. He sees they're way better than his normal boots, which only give 15 defense, 4 agility, and 5% movement speed, so switching is the obvious choice. He opens the system knowing it would be even better to combine them with the green crystal he got, and selects the Combine option. The Combine works, adding agility plus 4 to the Agile Archer's Boots. He likes the result. Now only one of the 4 bosses is left. All that remains is the True Orc, the last boss tied to the final fragment. Unlike the others, this one has a time limit. He has to kill it fast. The quicker the clear, the better the reward, and his best time so far is 43 seconds. With that, he says he's ready. Seeing Julie smile, he figures this run might beat his old record with her help. He wants a much faster clear than before, but first he needs more levels, and to use the Orb of Eternal Rest for extra stats, so he goes back to killing more monsters. There are 30 minutes and 41 seconds left in the round. He wipes out as many orcs as he can. Then he puts away his scythe. He's almost level 40, but there isn't enough time to push further. Even so, he's relieved. He got what he needed. He earned 9 attribute points and the item's durability went up by 1. Just then, Julie comes over and asks if it's time for the last boss. He says yes, but adds that they'll have to split up there. She's probably worn out from following him this long. Julie greets him, asking if this is really the end. Deep down, she feels sad and wonders if she should ask to stay with him until the end, but she stops herself, thinking she'd only slow him down. So parting ways is better, because he can read thoughts. He notices she's grown attached. Still, he knows going together is too risky. The True Orc is dangerous, and he doesn't want her hurt. Julie says goodbye again and offers one last buff. As she casts it, she thanks him for everything, admitting it would have been hard to do all this alone. Then she opens her inventory and shows him an item she found earlier. She isn't sure it's useful, but she wants him to have it. He says she doesn't need to, but Julie insists. The experience she got was already more than enough, and since she found 2, she wanted to give one to Ryu. That makes him smile. She has no idea MC and Black Reaper are the same person, yet she's still looking out for him. He doesn't want her feeling indebted to Black Reaper. So he accepts it and tells her they're even since her buffs helped a lot. Then he starts walking away, saying he'll keep it and they'll meet again next time. She stays quiet, watching him go, unsure what to say. Then, using his direction skill, Ryu speeds forward until a notification marks the superior orc's location. It's 1,121 meters away from him. He relaxes a little. Apparently no one else has cleared that boss yet, and the same seems true for the others. Still, he knows the superior orc is on a whole different level. Compared to it, the other 3 bosses are like ants. Maybe 100 level 20 players working together would have a tiny chance, but he knows that won't happen. He's failed against this boss before, dying 4 times in past attempts. His best clear was 43 seconds. Now he's only 321 meters away, so he pushes even faster, sure he can set a better time, but once he gets close to the superior orc, his confidence drops, because the boss is already holding a player in one hand. Several other players are fighting it too. The orc is slaughtering them one after another, while one player shakes on the ground, unable to grasp what kind of giant monster they're facing. A few minutes earlier, the whole group had gathered, and their warrior said there were lots of orcs around, so everyone should stick together. He introduced himself as a level 12 warrior. The blonde guy followed, calling himself Brady Pitt, a level 12 archer. Another said his nickname was Booby Bebig, a level 12 martial artist. Since they had just met, their teamwork was surprisingly good, and they all knew staying together helped everyone. They got ready and the warrior pulled the orc's attention. With how well the group synced up, he thought clearing an entire orc village would be easy. The girl locked some monsters in place while the others covered each side the orcs came from. After 6 long hours, everyone said they'd finished the 300 orc main mission. Seeing how well things were going, Yunsok asked if they wanted to keep hunting. The blonde agreed right away. He wanted to hit level 20, so they stayed together and kept fighting, gaining levels until they reached level 20. Their rank also rose to regular, unlocking the combine feature. They were thrilled. Not only had they hit level 20, they also got new skills. Brady Pitt was amazed by how easy the orcs felt, and the girl said she couldn't believe these same enemies used to give them trouble. Then the warrior suddenly points ahead. They spot an orc many times larger than any they'd seen before. Shocked, they wonder if it's a boss. One of the women gets excited and says the 5 of them can probably take it down. The whole group gets fired up and agrees to split the reward evenly. But the superior orc, who had been walking calmly, turns toward them and lets out a terrifying roar that freezes every player in place. Then the boss bursts forward and jumps straight at them, slamming into the ground. It lifts one hand and kills the girl in a single strike. Then it turns and charges another player, crushing him before he can react. The archer can only tremble until the superior orc grabs his arm and squeezes, shattering every bone. The warrior watches in pure terror, able to think only one thing: death is standing right in front of him. The boss lashes out with its tail and snatches the martial artist, who can do nothing but scream for help before being slammed into the ground. Then the superior orc turns to the warrior and he knows he's about to die. The boss closes in, and once it's near enough, it raises its arm for the final blow. At that instant, Ryu appears in midair and with one clean swing, cuts off one of the monster's heads. The other head roars in confusion, but it's already too late. The scythe slices that one too, and the huge body crashes down, dead. Yunsho can barely process what just happened, wondering if that was really the Black Reaper. After the kill, even the MC is surprised. He didn't expect the superior orc to die in one hit. The system announces that he defeated the superior orc, and because of that, he reaches level 40. His rank goes from regular to expert, and the trade function unlocks too. He keeps checking everything he gained at this level, starting with Mark of Death, which boosts his damage bonus from 120% to 140%. Death Knight's range also jumps from 500 meters to 1,000. He also unlocks the Reaper exclusive skill Moonlight Slash. The next skill comes at level 60. He's glad to finally get it, since it's the Reaper's only ranged attack. Moonlight Slash charges for 1 second, then deals 1,200% area damage in a cone. It's half physical and half magical. Gets a 1.5x boost at night, has a 10-minute cooldown, and only works while using a scythe. Unlike his close-range attack skills, this one is much safer. It covers a wide area, so landing it is almost guaranteed. He also likes that it scales with both physical and magic damage, so even if an enemy ignores physical attacks, the magic half can still finish the job. He smiles. Right now, only weak monsters are around, but later he'll face things even worse than the superior orc. Still, he puts that aside and checks the rewards. Notifications pop up, saying he got the superior orc's gauntlets, the superior orc's fang, a low-quality purple mana stone, and a balance stone. That gives him all 4 stones needed for the side quest. As a reward, he receives a balance rune. He figures that rune was the real goal of this round all along. The rune is engraved onto his body automatically. Balance rune: if the gap between your lowest and highest pure attribute is 10 or less, all attributes double. Only stats raised with attribute points count as pure attributes. He notes that it focuses on 4 stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Before this, his pure attributes were 27 strength, 18 intelligence, 26 agility, and 28 luck. He had already spread his points evenly because he expected to get this rune, so now he's eager to see the result. After opening his status window, he sees his strength rose to 374, intelligence to 614, agility to 518, and luck to 374. He's stunned. Every stat shot past 300. He knows the rune caused it, but even then, this is way beyond what he expected. He decides nothing beats the balance rune for getting stronger, then moves on to check the rest. The system reports that he defeated the superior orc of the 5th round in 1 second. Since the boss follows time attack rules, he also gets bonus gold. The notice says he earned the maximum reward, 100,000 gold, for beating it in under 10 seconds. He's thrilled. Last time, 43 seconds only gave him 23,000 gold, but this payout is enough to grab all the basic skills he still missed. Then the system announces he just broke the world record. It adds that the feat will be stored in the Akashic records. On top of that, he earns a unique item selection ticket that catches him off guard. He doesn't fully get what this means. He wonders if setting a new record really comes with a reward like this. Sweating a little, he stares at the words unique item selection ticket and starts thinking he might get to choose from every possible item. He instantly opens the ticket in his inventory. A menu pops up with choices: weapon, shield, helmet, armor, boots, gloves, necklace, and ring, so he really can pick anything. He skips weapons right away since he already has a scythe and plans to replace it once he gets back. With that settled, he picks the helmet. Not far away, the warrior keeps watching him. He's stunned after seeing one player kill that giant monster in a single hit. He wonders if the Black Reaper is really that strong, because he did alone what even 5 level 20 players couldn't do. Then he stops himself and thinks he should just be grateful his life was saved. At that moment, Ryu notices him, but he quickly leaves. The time limit is over. Yunsuk can only stand there in silence, thinking time ran out before he even got to say hello. Soon, everyone is sent back, and the angel Priscilla asks if anyone still has questions now that the mission is over. Looking at how many are left, she wonders how so many died in just 10 hours. Did the orcs kill them, or did the players kill each other? Then she says she'll announce the results. First place is the Black Reaper, level 40, who cleared the main mission in 1 hour. Second is Idiotasia Stupidos, level 20, with 2.5 hours. Third is the Celestial Demon, level 24, finishing in 2 hours and 47 minutes. The players are shocked that someone already reached level 40. They can't believe anyone could wipe out 300 orcs in only an hour. Hearing all that, he just takes a breath. He wants his reward and wants out. The system congratulates him for ranking first in his zone and first across every zone. For that, he gets an intermediate epic necklace for winning his zone and a special reward box for taking first overall. It also confirms he placed first in all 5 rounds. That earns him a huge achievement. He receives the title, the one ahead of everyone else. He's pleased. Another title added to his collection. The title is only given to someone who ranks first in all zones through the first 5 rounds, and it boosts all earned experience by 1.5 times. That's exactly why he pushed so hard for first every round. Passing up that kind of growth would be stupid. Satisfied, he moves on to check the rest of the rewards. The system lets him choose one epic necklace: Skeleton Knight Necklace, Java Necklace, or Strength Necklace. A normal player might grab the flashiest one, but he's used them before and knows the only one worth taking is the Java Necklace. It's an epic item that gives +3 to all attributes, +35 resistance, and has 1000 durability. The stat boost isn't the main draw. The real value is that big resistance bonus. Items with high resistance cost a lot, and once he's done with it, he can always sell it. After that, he checks the special reward. The choices are a triple experience bonus for round 6 only, 6,000 gold, or information about round 6. He doesn't think twice. The experience boost is what he needs. Just then, the angel claps. Everyone's attention turns to her. She asks if they all checked their rankings in the system, messages, then congratulates the 1585 players who cleared the main mission. With the same cruel smile, she says goodbye to the 1211, who ranked too low and will now be eliminated. The players beg for mercy as they start disappearing, but it changes nothing. They're done. Priscilla enjoys the sight, thinking humans are pathetic worms for begging to live. He finds that amusing, because to him, that angel is just another worm. She checks the round stats and is surprised. She never expected anyone to finish the side mission. Then she looks toward the person who did it, and sees it was him again. Without much more to say, she dismisses everyone and tells them to rest before the next round. So round 5 ends with 19 million survivors across all zones. In his zone, only 1211 remain. After the game ends, he's back at his apartment with his brother. Now he decides it's time to try what he had in mind. He opens the fusion window and equips the Reaper's scythe, then adds the orc's heart, the mystical wooden totem, and the arrowhead from another boss. He figures combining all of them might give him an epic weapon fit for his level. Then he remembers the diamond he got from Yongho and thinks adding that might even push it to unique rank. He starts the fusion, and a message appears. The combination worked. He got the Scythe of Death. It's a unique weapon with +300 damage, +10 to all attributes, +10% skill damage, and 3000 durability. He can't hide how happy he is to finally replace his old weapon. His grin looks so weird that his brother has no idea what's going on. Next, he checks the skill list to see if he should learn more. First, he buys Search Around, which lets him view the nearby area like a minimap. He also takes Dynamic Visual Acuity to sharpen his vision. Then Basic Resistance, raising status resistance by 15. Last is Hand-Eye Coordination, which boosts skill accuracy by 20. Ryu figures he's bought all the general skills and still has 140,000 gold left, so saving it for epic items coming soon makes more sense. For now, that's all he can really do. So he opens his status window. He's level 40 with 4 hidden titles, and his current stats are 106 Strength, 150 Intelligence, 136 Agility, and 106 Luck. He now has 8 general skills, 3 class-only skills, 6 runes, and 3 extra skills already unlocked. The next opens at level 60, and the last at level 99. He notes these are his stats with the Balance rune active, and if he adds the Death rune effect, they'll double again. That's good enough for him. With this strength, he should be able to get through the abyss. After that, he'll use Yongho for his plan. Still, he realizes he never saw him in round 5 and isn't even sure he survived, since he'd completely forgotten about him. So he activates tracking, using the player's name and face. The skill locks on, which means the guy is still alive. He feels a bit relieved. He can still use him. Then he says this will be the last time he uses that guy in real life. After that, he's done with him. The next day, Juri sits in a cafe, wondering why Ryu asked to meet her. Her mind runs wild, and she even imagines him confessing that he missed her so much he could die. That thought makes her blush, so she tries to calm herself down. Then he walks in. Seeing she's already there, he asks if she waited long. Juri says no, she only got there a little earlier. Still flustered, she offers to order, and insists she'll pay this time. He asks if she means it, then says he just wants an iced Americano with a double shot. After that, they keep talking, but she's still dying of embarrassment, wondering if it's because of what she imagined before he arrived. He reads her thoughts but awkwardly changes the subject, asking about round 5 and whether she happened to meet the Black Reaper. She lights up and says she did. They even hunted together. At first, she couldn't believe the top player would team up with her, but he agreed as soon as he saw her buff skill. Ryu says he figured that would happen, even the Black Reaper would want a skill like that. She thanks him, saying it was his idea, and because of that help she cleared the mission and even finished second for the first time. Smiling, he says that's amazing, and asks what reward she got. Excited, she summons the item and says she received an intermediate necklace that boosts her speed. Then she offers it to him. He's confused, but she tells him to take it since she only survived the round because of his advice. Ryu says she doesn't need to do that, she earned it herself, but she argues that she barely had to struggle because the Black Reaper made everything easy. He says that in that case she should give it to the player who helped her. Juri quickly answers that the top player in the game would never take a tiny necklace like this. He thanks her, but says the problem is he's barely at her level. That surprises her, and she asks what level he is. He tells her he's still level 19 and needed almost the full 10 hours to finish the orcs. Juri puts the necklace back in her inventory and feels bad, thinking life must be rough for a prophet in this game, since it isn't a combat class. To move past the awkward mood, she asks how a prophet even fights. He says he has a few spells, but he's too shy to show them. That makes sense to her. A speed necklace wouldn't suit a magic user anyway. He needs intelligence, not speed. So she pulls out a different item and tells him to take this one instead. She says it dropped while hunting orcs. She doesn't know what it does, but she feels like it could help him. The MC checks the item, then he accepts it and thanks her. When his hand brushes hers, Julie turns red and says it's nothing much, just her way of thanking him for all his prophecies. Then he tells her he'll give her something even bigger. That catches her off guard because he's talking about details for the 6th round. Julie admits she'd be thrilled if he really shared that, so they start talking about the next round. After hearing it, she says she's shocked because it sounds like she'll have to team up with the Black Reaper again. He says the top-ranked player probably won't refuse. Her buff in the 5th round already proved how useful she is. She goes quiet, thinking about seeing him again, and he can't tell if that's a good thing or not. Julie then says she actually thought he was nice, and not nearly as scary as people made him sound. Still, she admits he was a little arrogant, which fits someone at the top. Since she's talking about him, he has no idea how to react. She adds that the Black Reaper seemed really smart too, like he always knows what people are thinking. That makes the MC feel a little low, since he knows it's only because of the mind rune. Still, he knows he isn't some flawless genius. He failed 99 times before, and that round was especially hard because it needed 5 players. By then, they had already reached the boss room. The system had warned that at least 5 players were needed to enter. He knows this is his last chance, so he has to make it count no matter what, even if that means bringing Julie with him. Julie notices him spacing out and asks what he's thinking about. He tells her it's nothing, and not to worry. But she asks if he's nervous about the next round, and he admits he is, because he's still not very strong. Julie says that if they were in the same territory, she could help him. She feels bad because he's done so much for her, and she wants to repay him, but thinks she isn't that useful. That makes him smile, because she's completely wrong. Her buff was the reason he, as the Black Reaper, could kill the real orc in a second. So he tries to cheer her up, saying he's sure they'll meet again in the game someday. She jumps up, fired up, and says they just have to hold on until that day comes. He joins in. But deep down he's worried. He has no idea how she'll react when she learns he really is the Black Reaper. Elsewhere, at the Q&Ma group, Sang-chul tells the president that major shareholder Ryu has arrived. Q&Rock gets up and says he's glad to see him. Then he tells the director to bring 2 cups of chamomile tea. Once they're seated, he asks if anything happened on the way over. He says the trip was fine. Kang-rock says that's good, and if anything ever does happen, he should report it right away so they can handle it. The MC finds that funny, considering the president treats weekly executions like routine business, but he keeps that thought to himself. Just then, the director comes in with the tea. Kang-rock wastes no time and asks if he can share anything about the next round. Ryu Min finds it interesting how direct he is. Picking up his tea, he says that's fine. It's exactly why he came. The president is clearly pleased that he's willing to tell him, but in return, he wants to call a general meeting. It's time to talk business too, since the company name and some of its operations need to change. Kang-rock asks what exactly he needs. Ryu Min says it's simple. He wants the president's support for everything he brings up at the meeting. He says he hates delays, so he needs Kang-rock to persuade the other shareholders too. In the future he saw, they didn't look happy about it. Kang-rock asks what kind of changes he's planning. Clearly concerned, the MC understands why. Changing the company's whole direction, this suddenly would make anyone curious, so he gets right to it. He wants to build an open market just for players. Kang-rock is caught off guard and asks if he means joining the sales business. Ryu Min says yes, but with a twist. They'd make a player-only marketplace where items can be bought and sold. When the CEO asks if items can really be purchased with money, he says yes, depending on what the seller wants. Kang-rock says that does make sense, then asks if players really need cash. The protagonist says they do, they're still regular people, and for now there's no other option. The CEO focuses on that phrase, for now, and asks if players will eventually be able to use coins instead. Ryu Min is impressed by how sharp he is. He says yes, he saw a glimpse of it, and players who reach level 40 will be able to use coins. At level 40, a trade system unlocks, letting players spend coins to get items. That's why he wants to set up a safe way to do those trades ahead of time. And with that system, they could collect fees in cash or coins. Kang-rock thinks it over. A player-only open market is a strong idea, and if it works, they could dominate that whole field before anyone else even thinks of it. After a moment, he asks if people would actually use a market like that. MC points out they just cleared the 5th round. That means players have probably piled up plenty of items already. Everyone knows the system shop won't let them sell those items, so doing it in real life would be a huge draw. He adds that most players have reached level 20 and unlocked fusion, so they're all testing combinations. If there were a place to easily buy what they need, players would flock to it. The CEO admits it's a brilliant idea. He starts picturing how much money it could make later on. He even imagines an app for easy access, or an auction system where players can list items without extra fees. Hearing all that, the MC realizes his new partner is fully into the idea. Even if he's not a real prophet, he's sure this deal will work out great for both of them. He also knows item fusion is still mostly a mystery. If they get ahead now, they could control that market, and maybe even create unique, legendary, or someday divine items. Kang-rock agrees they should move forward with the open market, then asks if he has a new company name in mind. Ryu Min says not really, and asks if the CEO has any ideas. Kang-rock says his own opinion isn't that important. Since he is also a major shareholder, his ideas should lead the way. The protagonist Min is glad to hear that, so he suggests the name Player Place, since the whole business is centered on players. Kang-rock likes it, saying people could shorten it to PP. Then the MC asks how long it would take to build the system and launch it. Kang-rock says about a month. Ryu Min says the 6th round is coming soon, and since they're already talking, he'll share its details too. That instantly grabs their full attention. After hearing everything, Kang-rock sits in thought. The 6th round seems like it'll depend heavily on player teamwork. He thanks MC for sharing all of it. To him, keeping a good relationship with the prophet was clearly the right move. Thanks to that, things have gotten easier in both the game and real life. Then he shifts back to business, saying they'll need to set up a meeting with the other shareholders and the directors. Once everything is settled, the two part ways. Kang-rock tells his security director to escort the MC home. He also orders him to pass the information along to Eren. A few days later, Ryu Min lies in bed, thinking that today should be the day the epic items show up. So he checks the item of the day. He's thrilled to see the Torn Wanderer's tunic. It's epic armor with just 1 defense, but it boosts attack speed by 30% and movement speed by 30%. He knows the defense is terrible, but the speed boosts more than make up for it. And since epic items normally don't cost only 20,000 coins, he buys it right away. He knows he won't have to depend on the system shop forever, especially with a player-only market on the way. He also knows that even if regular items are expensive, fusion-made items will be worth far more as long as people know how to make them. Nobody wants to keep wasting items on random fusion tests that might fail, so if they can get fusion recipes, the profit could be even bigger, and if everything works out, the open market will be packed. With all that on his mind, he lies back down, knowing he still has to face the shareholder meeting tomorrow. The next day at the company, Sang-chul hands out materials and shows the shareholders where to sit. The meeting goes smoothly without any major trouble. Of course, some people still push back on the plan, but the MC answered every question right away. As their doubts faded, the whole thing was settled without problems. Afterward, Jong Rak thanks him for the explanation and even asks how he got so good at speaking in public. The MC says it came from lots of practice. The CEO says the next job is building the open market system and tells him to focus on just one thing: surviving round 6. Ryu Min figures his friend is really worried he might die, especially now that no more prophecies will come. Then Gyeong Rak invites him to lunch and the MC agrees. He also thinks his part is basically finished, and now all that's left is using Yeong Min. Well, somewhere else, the Players Alliance is holding its regular meeting. The Four Eyes says hello, but Yam T looks at him and asks why he looks like that. Did something happen? He asks if she really hasn't heard yet. She says no, then freezes when he reveals they lost contact with the players. I am 30 years old and honey jelly after round 5. He thinks they didn't make it. She pauses, finding it odd. They only knew each other through video calls, so she can't imagine anyone being truly heartbroken. Then it hits her. The guy is probably just putting on a sad act in front of the president. After all, the president founded the alliance and has a lot of influence, so of course people would try to suck up to him. Thinking that over, she decides not to fall behind, so she starts acting too, even crying and saying she can't believe those 2 precious players are dead. Soon everyone on the call joins in, telling each other not to cry while acting like they're all about to break down. Yumty thinks the whole thing is stupid and wonders why people are so hard to understand. Just then, the president joins the video call. He immediately asks what's going on and why everyone looks upset. Lawsonik fills him in on what happened. The president can't believe it happened, though he's glad the others survived and says it hurts, knowing only 6 are left. Then one member asks if they shouldn't bring more people into the group. The president says he considered that, but he has no good way to find capable people. They also still haven't heard back from the last applicants. Lost Jack says he's in the dark too. He even tried contacting them a few days ago, but got nothing. The president wonders if those candidates also died in round 5. Lost Joke says the only thing they know for sure is that Black Reaper is still alive. The president says everyone saw the round 5 results. Someone that strong must be hiding their real power, both in the game and in real life, and he can't understand why a player like that stayed unknown for so long. Lost Joke says he isn't sure, and another member wonders if Black Reaper was just messing with them. The president asks if the person who applied might not have been Black Reaper at all, and maybe that person is missing now because they died in round 5 too. Everyone agrees that would explain it. Then Cuckoo Ru Bang suddenly says a big name like Black Reaper would never join some cafe. The moment it leaves his mouth, he realizes he messed up. That remark instantly catches the president's attention, and the others also ask what he meant by cafe. The president reminds him that this cafe brings players together and serves as a base for the new era, then asks if he has a problem with that. Panicking, he quickly apologizes and says that's not what he meant. But the president cuts him off and declares that Cuckoo Ru Bang is removed from his official role and permanently banned from the cafe. At a time like this, they don't need anyone looking down on it. The player panics as the whole thing blows up in his face. The president adds him to the blacklist, says he needs to learn how to live in the new era, and kicks him from the call. Then he tells everyone to continue now that the bad element is gone. No one says a word. Then Lostjoke suddenly notices something and announces that a new player just signed up under the name Black Reaper. That stuns the whole group. Lostjoke confirms it's real, but says the name on the account is different this time, Yeong Min. The president immediately says they need to visit this supposed Black Reaper's home. If there's even a tiny chance it's real, they have to check. Lostjoke asks what happens if it's fake. The president says that person will pay for making fools of them. Meanwhile, the MC is at the computer, thinking another fake Black Reaper has shown up, and he knows people won't ignore it. He also knows the Alliance leaders will use this as an excuse to visit Black Reaper's house, and the address they got is Yeong Min's. Leaving the internet cafe, he thinks it's insane that joining the group requires murder, and that members are treated like slaves. All that does is split players from normal people, and push everything toward ruin. Knowing that, he decides he can't just sit back. He's going to remove Flaceba's corrupt leaders and turn the group to his own use. He knows Flaceba will later grow into a huge force, gathering over 30% of the country's players, so destroying it would be a waste. Using it to control a massive number of players is far better. That's why he asked to join the famous Flaceba. His plan is to use Yeong Min to bring down the current leaders, and then take the president's seat himself. Elsewhere, someone walks into a shop. The owner greets him, but the man pulls a robbery, telling him to hand over all his money if he wants to live. The old shopkeeper panics and asks if he's a player. Impatient, the robber smashes the table with one punch and asks if this looks like a joke. The old man hurriedly gathers his cash and stuffs it into a backpack. The robber asks if that's everything. The man says yes. Business has been bad since lottery ticket sales were suspended. The robber steps closer and says that wasn't the question. He knows there's a safe, so he hands over the backpack and orders him to bring that money too. The shopkeeper runs off and comes back with more cash. Seeing there's 10 million won in the bag, the robber decides that's enough. He leaves but warns that if the crime gets reported, he'll escape the police station and kill him. Then he heads outside and runs off. A little later, he pulls back his hood. It was Yeong Min all along. He thinks the day turned out great. With this money, he can live through the month without trouble, but then he starts shaking with rage. This cash may help in real life, yet he has no idea what waits in the other world, and he blames Black Reaper for taking away his friends and his stats. Enraged, he starts yelling, but a noise from a cat behind him makes him jump. He keeps walking, thinking that if he ever met Black Reaper in real life, he'd kill him. When he gets to his building, he starts up the stairs and spots someone standing in front of his door. It's Lostyak. He turns and asks if he's Ryu Min. The brute freezes, scared because he has no idea who's waiting at his apartment. Lostyak says his reaction gave him the answer. Ryu Min asks if he's a cop. Lostyak laughs and asks if he did something worth being that scared over. Then he introduces himself as the one who handles interviews for Fleispa and asks if he was there that morning. Ryu Min has no clue what's happening and snaps, asking what the hell is going on and whether this guy is trying to sell drugs. Confused, Lostyak asks if he isn't Black Reaper. That only makes Ryu Min madder. He demands to know what Black Reaper is and what Fleispa is. Lostyak apologizes for the trouble, but Ryu Min still keeps pressing because none of this makes sense to him. Lostyak says it looks like someone who knows him played a prank, since the name and address matched. Ryu Min gets furious and wants to know which bastard did it. Right then, the MC shows up and says it was him. Then he greets Ryu Min. Ryu Min can't tell who it is because of the mask, so he demands to know who this bastard is and whether he knows him. The MC says of course he does. Then he starts summoning his scythe, and when it fully appears, he asks if that answers the question. Lostyak is stunned to see a player carrying a scythe that huge and wonders if this is really the real Black Reaper. Still, something feels off to him. The figure is short and looks weak. It's nothing like the Black Reaper image he had in mind, so he struggles to believe it. Ryu Min panics. He's sure the real Black Reaper is standing right there. The body may look different, but the voice and aura are exactly the same. More than that, he recognizes that terrifying gaze he's seen so many times. He starts shaking, unable to understand why this is happening, and his mind races. Why did Black Reaper come after him in real life, and why use his name? As far as he knows, they had no unfinished business. Worst of all, he came armed. Lostyak glances over and notices how badly Ryu Min is trembling. That makes him even more certain this is the real Black Reaper. Only someone who had truly faced him could be this terrified. And Lostyak knows that even at level 20, he wouldn't stand a chance. Then the MC turns to him and says he already knows they're not alone. He tells the others to come out and leave, because he knows everything. Lostyak is stunned that they were found out. A moment later, the other members step out, though they still don't know how he noticed them. The MC raises his scythe and warns them not to take one more step, or they'll die. Trower calls him a shitty brat and says he doesn't believe he's the real Black Reaper. But another member cuts in and asks the MC directly if he really is Black Reaper. Holding up the scythe, he asks if they still need an answer, but Choji says he has heard about a player who fights with a scythe. Even so, hearsay alone isn't enough for him. Ryu Min then states that he is the real Black Reaper. Right after that, the Truth Rune activates, giving Choji solid proof that he's telling the truth. Trower asks what the rune showed, and Choji says it confirmed this really is the Black Reaper. Lostyak breaks into a cold sweat. He never thought the real one would actually show up. Trower is the one who truly freaks out. He insulted the MC the moment he arrived, and now he thinks he's dead for sure, not even knowing if saying sorry will help. Even so, Trower quickly switches sides and says it's an honor to meet the legendary Black Reaper. Ryu Min says he didn't appreciate all their doubt, so he tells them to verify his identity with whatever skills they have. That only makes Trower panic, even more. He instantly bows and begs forgiveness for being rude, but the MC tells him to shove that apology after all their non-stop questioning. Choji steps in to smooth things over. He says no more proof is needed, that they already recognize his power, and explains he only checked because of his rune. The MC says he'll let it go if they can stop even one of his attacks. Trower panics again and starts apologizing all over. But in less than a blink, Ryu Min flicks his scythe once, and the man's head goes flying. Even Ryu Min is left horrified. Lostyak also freezes in panic because he has no clue what just happened. He didn't even see the scythe move. Choji is just as stunned. His teammate was beheaded right next to him. Lostyak starts yelling, asking what that was. The MC calmly says he just proved with skill that he is the real Black Reaper. Still, Lostyak says that was unnecessary. He figures they came to recruit him, but bringing in a lunatic who chops heads off is a disaster. Choji agrees. Taking in someone like that is too risky, and if they can't control him, they'll have to kill him here. Both of them note that the MC is level 40, so a direct fight won't be easy. They decide to pretend to submit, earn his trust, then strike by surprise. But Ryu Min can read their minds, so he calls them out. He says it's pathetic how openly they're thinking about killing him. Choji denies it and says he has no idea what he's talking about. The MC says he already knew they planned to bow and fake surrender, then attack him when his guard dropped. He asks if they know why he signed up using Ryu Min's name, then answers it himself. It was to draw out the alliance leaders. Lostyak asks what he wants from them. Ryu Min answers simply, he's here to kill every leader with his own hands. Choji realizes how bad this is, and thinks the only way out is to stall and talk him down. But before he can do anything, he's startled. Lostyak gets killed in a single blow. That pushes him into full panic, because now it's obvious the Black Reaper really lured them here to wipe them out. He starts shouting, demanding to know what grudge he has against the Player Alliance. The MC lifts his scythe to Four Eyes' neck. He brings up how they murder innocent people and call it an interview test. Horrified, Choji asks how he knows that. Ryu Min says the test for becoming a chief is even worse. You have to kill an innocent person by yourself. Choji tries to justify it, saying the targets aren't innocent at all, just worms who dared to. But the MC cuts him off, saying hypocrites like them deserve to die. Then he asks what punishment Choji deserves, since he's a hypocrite too. Four Eyes gets offended and says Ryu Min doesn't know anything. He finds that annoying because he knows plenty. He already saw everything through his thoughts. Without another word, he cuts off Choji's head. Looking at the corpse, he sees nothing worth pitying, just another killer taken out. Then he turns and notices Hwang Yong-min shaking like crazy. Ryu Min tells him not to be scared, soon he'll be joining his old friends. That makes Yong-min snap to attention. He asks how the protagonist knows about his friends, and the MC says it's obvious they were always together, even if Yong-min was mostly dragged along by them. Then he removes his mask and asks if Yong-min really still can't tell who he is. It's Ryu Min, the same kid Yong-min used to bully. Yong-min is instantly stunned. He remembers extorting him for money and pushing him around, but he still can't accept that the guy he saw as a loser is actually the Black Reaper. In his mind, those two people can't be the same. MC laughs, seeing that Yong-min still doesn't believe it, and says that makes sense. Just a year ago, he was still getting beaten by him. Terrified, Yong-min asks if he had been pretending to be weak the whole time. Ryu Min says he was never pretending. At the same time, he slices off one of Yong-min's arms. Yong-min drops to the floor screaming, and the MC says hearing loser from trash like him is pretty insulting. He orders him to shut up, or he'll lose his tongue too. Yong-min clenches his teeth and forces himself silent. Only then does the MC use his healing skill. Since Yong-min obeyed, the wound closes, but the arm doesn't come back. Ryu Min says it doesn't matter. He's going to die soon anyway. Shaking all over, Yong-min asks if he really is the he knew. The protagonist says no. The protagonist those bullies knew is gone. Then he raises his scythe and says goodbye. Yong-min instantly panics. He begs for a moment, admits he bullied him badly, and says he's truly sorry, he just wants to live. The MC asks if he means that. Yong-min swears he does, adding that killing someone useless gains nothing, so maybe he could be used for something else. Ryu Min asks how, and Yong-min starts listing ideas. He can be a servant, follow orders, crawl, run errands, do chores, even act as bait during hunts. MC thinks it over for a moment. Then he says no. He can see Yong-min still plans to betray him, and that whole servant act is just a way to wait for a chance to kill him. Yong-min breaks into a cold sweat, wondering how the Black Reaper knows that, or if he just guessed right. Rinzua lifts his scythe again and says, a dog that tries to bite its owner can't be kept around, and Yong-min's use as a tool is over. Yong-min begs one more time, but it means nothing. With one smooth swing, the MC cuts his neck and drops him dead. He says Yong-min already got his chance in the previous regression. Back then, before he had the inner thoughts rune, he believed Yong-min's lies and spared him. Later during the game, Yong-min came up from behind and stabbed him in the back. With that, he says goodbye to the dead weight. He figures this is the end of that long, ugly connection. He'll never have to see Yong-min's disgusting face again. He takes a deep breath. First, he has to clean everything up, so he uses erase traces, a skill that burns away evidence like black flame. He turns it on the other bodies too, until nothing is left. After that, he decides it's time to check someone's house. Meanwhile, Yam-T from the Flaespa group joins the video call and quickly greets the president. Choji asks if she's really there, and she says it looks like the Black Reaper interview is already over. Then she asks where everyone else went. In a gloomy voice, he tells her all the chiefs who went to the interview were killed. She starts sweating, wondering who could have done that. Then she goes stiff when she realizes it was the Black Reaper. The president says that's right, and it looks like the player is hunting members of their cafe. Yong-min puts it together and says the people from the last recruitment were probably killed by the same person too. She asks what they did to deserve death. He answers that when a player kills, they don't need a reason, and guesses it was done for fun. Then he adds that maybe the MC was bothered by how much their group was growing. Yong-min thinks it over and says there's always someone who wants to steal others' success by force, so maybe it was jealousy. She decides that if that's true, they need to find a way to kill the Black Reaper. Then Yong-min asks if he signed up just to lure out the cafe chiefs. The president says that seems to be the case. She gets nervous and says she had actually been excited to meet the Reaper. She never imagined he was a psycho who saw them as enemies, and if they had made him a chief earlier, it would have been a disaster. Choi agrees, saying he could have lost his own head to the Reaper, and makes it clear that now the Black Reaper is their open enemy. They have to find him and avenge the members they lost. Yang-T still clings to one hope and asks if he's sure it wasn't just someone pretending to be the Black Reaper. He says there's a witness and introduces none other than Ryu Min. After talking a while longer, the president says he has to go, then leaves the call. The others start logging off too, and Yang-T tells the MC to get some rest, since seeing what the Black Reaper did must have been a shock. He says he's fine and thanks her for worrying about him. Then Lost Jack, the MC's identity in the call, logs out as well. Ryu Min is pleased that no one seems to suspect him, so he takes off his disguise and goes back to his normal look. To himself, he thinks he'd make a pretty great actor. He remembers picking the assassin's mask as his reward after round 4 because he needed a rare item. The assassin's mask lets its user take the exact form of the last person they killed by saying, disguise. To him, that power is huge. There's no easier way to kill someone than by earning trust as an ally. He even thinks he could kill the cafe director and copy him. But the mask doesn't work on non-players. That makes it funny to him. The head of a player group isn't even a player. He knows getting close to Yamte won't be easy because she's extremely strong. So he decides to avoid the executives for now and keep acting like Lost Jack. Leaving the house, he figures no one will chase him before the next meeting, though he may need to restore the Pearl of Eternal Rest. Looks like he'll have to travel, and that brings us to England. There, a blacksmith works on a weapon. When he cools the blade in water, he can tell it's finally at the right stage. After a bit more sharpening, he's glad the job is finally done. But that good mood doesn't last. He sets the dagger down, thinking there's no point getting excited. Since the angels appeared, customers have almost disappeared. With a long sigh, he admits he's hanging on by a thread and nearly out of money. He thinks maybe he should find other work, even though he wants to stay here for the rest of his life. So he starts searching for a way out. Then he remembers something. If he survives to round 20, he gets one wish. That fires him up again. He can't give up now. If he just lasts until then, maybe he can still follow his dream. Even in a world like this, he believes he's meant to be a blacksmith. He recalls fighting monsters and the weapon polishing skill he got at level 20, which boosts weapon damage by 150. That thought lights a fire in him again. He wants to make it to the end. Then reality hits. To do that, he needs money, and he has none, so he sadly decides to pause that dream until he saves enough. For now, he has to head down the mountain and look for work. Just then, the MC arrives at the cabin. The blacksmith notices him right away and thinks it's odd to see an Asian man out here, so he asks if everything's okay and whether he got lost. The MC asks if he's the famous blacksmith Daniel. Caught off guard, Daniel asks who he is and how he knows him. Ryu Min says he didn't hear about him. He saw him because he's a prophet who can see the future. Daniel almost laughs that off, having no idea what he's talking about, until the MC says he's level 21, a blacksmith, and in area C008. That completely stuns him. Guessing his class and level might be luck, but knowing his area 2 is different, so he asks if Ryu Min really can see the future. The protagonist explains that prophet is a rare class, and unique classes only belong to one person. Daniel still thinks it's strange and asks why someone like that came all the way here. MC tells him to relax. He's just here for business. He only wants Daniel to repair an item with his blacksmith skill, and in return, he'll share valuable info about round 6. That shocks Daniel. If he really knew round 6 in advance, he could plan for it, but fixing one item for something that useful sounds way too good. So he asks if that's really all Ryu Min wants in exchange. He realizes Daniel is still the same cautious guy and thinks he'd actually be disappointed if he agreed too fast. So he says he also wants to know him better. That only makes Daniel more uneasy. And then Ryu Min says he saw a future where Daniel became the greatest blacksmith, surviving to round 15 without anyone's help. Still, he says that's as far as he could see, which is a shame. Then he offers help. If Daniel becomes his ally, he can grow much faster, get past round 15, and secure his dream of becoming the world's best blacksmith. That leaves Daniel's mind spinning, and he asks what the protagonist Min really wants. MC says it's simple, they can help each other. He knows Daniel is the only blacksmith who made it to round 15, so keeping him close is the smart move. Seeing Daniel hesitate, he decides to nudge him a little more. So he repeats that he only wants him to inspect some gear with his blacksmith skills, and he'll trade info about the next round. With that knowledge, Daniel would grow far faster than someone going in blind. Daniel thinks it over. There's no clear reason to refuse, but trusting people this easily still feels dangerous, even if Ryu Min doesn't seem to be lying. In the end, he says he's thankful, but wants to decide after round 6. He says that's fine, there's no contract. Daniel agrees to repair the item now, and the rest can wait. With that settled, the protagonist takes out the item whose durability he wants restored. It's the Marble of Eternal Sleep. It stores 1 charge per monster kill, and every 100 charges can be traded for 1 stat point at the cost of 1 durability. Right now, it only has 1 durability left after being used 999 times. He hands it over and Daniel focuses his power to repair it. A minute later, he gives it back, fully fixed. The MC takes it, happy he can start collecting charges again. Daniel watches his reaction and figures that whatever this necklace does, it must matter a lot if someone wanted its durability restored this badly. Ryu Min notices Daniel doesn't know what it is, and also that he was polite enough not to pry. He thanks him for restoring it to full durability. Daniel then asks about round 6, and MC says he'll explain. Once he finishes, Daniel starts thinking hard, already considering gathering strong people if the warning is true. Then he asks if he has anything to sell like black steel powder. That catches Daniel off guard. He never expected anyone else to know about it. Ryu Min asks to buy some, then correctly guesses Daniel was about to search for another job because he's short on money. He promises to pay well. That convinces Daniel even more. Since the protagonist knew about the powder and his money problem, He apologizes for doubting his seer class. MC tells him not to worry. He only says what he sees, and whether people believe him is up to them. Daniel thinks it over and says he'll give the black steel powder for free. Ryu Min starts to object, but Daniel says he's already received more than he gave. To him, the round 6 information is worth far more. Black steel powder's description only says it gives off a faint mana. He can't believe he's getting it for free, especially since it's a rare and valuable item that's almost impossible to find before round 11. Apparently, Daniel has no idea how valuable it really is and feels he should be the thankful one. So Ryu Min asks if he's sure. Daniel says yes, he doesn't even know what it's for, and figures a seer like him must understand its value better than anyone. He assumes the powder must be important if a prophet came looking for it, but he doesn't want to push for more. After getting such huge help about round 6, asking extra questions would feel greedy. The protagonist is pleased by that and can tell Daniel is genuinely a good person. So he hands him a big backpack and tells him to open it. Daniel does and finds a pile of cash inside. The sight leaves him stunned. Ryu Min says there's 30,000 in total. He refuses to take the item for free and asks if that will be enough to buy the materials Daniel needs. Daniel realizes this means he won't have to find another job anytime soon. Snapping out of that thought, he asks if this isn't way too much. He still can't believe the amount. Ryu Min says no, the powder is worth every bit of it. And the money isn't only for materials, which confuses Daniel. Then he tells Daniel to open an international investment account and put about half into Korean stocks. Daniel gets even more confused, but MC specifically tells him to invest in Player Place. He says it's only advice, not pressure, but the company will skyrocket soon, and if Daniel buys in now, money will never be a problem again. Daniel agrees right away. After all, the one telling him this is a seer. The two exchange numbers and say goodbye. Before he leaves, Daniel asks for his name. He answers, Ryu Min. After that, June 1st arrives. He's finally sent to round 6 with his new gear. Then the rest of the players arrive. People look around, wondering if they're in a desert and what the mission could be. Ryu Min checks the area and remembers round 6 is a team mission, so he starts looking for party members, starting with Julie. She's the only one he really needs, which leaves 3 empty spots in a 5-person group. Just then someone catches his eye. When he turns, it's Julie. She walks over, glad to see him, and asks how he's been. He says he's fine and mentions it's been a while. Julie laughs. It's only been a month. The people nearby stare, shocked that a woman is talking so casually to someone that strong. Then they spot her nickname Democracy. Realizing she ranks second last round and is close with first place, they get jealous. As they walk, Julie asks if he beat the final boss in round 5. He says yes. She's stunned he cleared it that fast, which must mean he finished the side mission too. Ryu Min says it was easy, but he's not telling her what reward he got. She's surprised he saw that question coming. They keep walking together. A moment later, Julie notices he's been looking at her and gets super embarrassed, thinking she's been rambling in front of someone way above her. So she quickly apologizes, but Ryu Min has no idea why. Instead, he thanks her for the compliment. Julie laughs shyly, thinking the Black Reaper is kinder and more charming than she expected. While they talk, 2 more people come over. It's Erin with her bodyguard. She asks if this is really the Reaper, then glances at Julie and wonders who she is. The pair greet the protagonist Min. Erin then asks who Julie is. His partner, maybe? Ryu Min coolly tells her he doesn't have to answer that. Erin immediately feels awkward, especially after remembering he'd been smiling with Julie earlier, which makes her wonder even more about their relationship. MC skips the small talk and asks what they want. He already guesses they came because of the prophecy he gave them. And Sang-chul politely speaks up and says he wants to join Ryu Min's group. He asks what exactly he means, and An Sang-chul admits he isn't very strong but promises to do his best. The protagonist figures it's worth playing along a bit. He still needs 2 more people to fill the party. Besides, almost nobody else would dare ask to join him, and these 2 are the best choices right now. An Sang-chul adds that he wouldn't join empty-handed if accepted. He can share information about round 6. That makes MC Min's expression change. Information leaks are valuable. Even so, he says he doesn't need it. The swordsman is confused and asks why, since knowing early would help them prepare. Ryu Min says he can handle things himself. He also doesn't want to rely on unproven info, and asks who gave it to them. And Sang-chul tenses up. He asks again if he'll reveal the source to get into the group. And Sang-chul bows and apologizes, saying he can't do that, even if he gets rejected. Ryu Min likes that answer. The man was ready to share the warning, but still refused to expose the prophet's identity. Because of that, the protagonist accepts him, and Sang-chul is stunned. He was sure he'd be turned down. MC says he can tell he's trustworthy. Since he protected his source, it proves he doesn't have a loose mouth, and he'd have been rejected if he did. Both of them thank him for letting them join. Next, Min explains that Julie has a buff skill, which is why she's on the team. So Erin can only wonder how the 2 even met, but she still walks over to introduce herself as Seo Erin. Julie freezes at the name and asks if she's really that actress or just someone copying her look. Seo Erin says she really is. That makes Julie light up. She says she's a huge fan and loved the drama Min of Fortuna, especially since it's her dad's favorite. Seo Erin is caught off guard by the excitement, but says she's happy to hear that. And Sang-chul asks one more time if Ryu Min truly doesn't want the round 6 information. The protagonist Min says no and tells him not to share it. He doesn't want anyone saying he got outside help. That disappoints in Sang-chul, since he wanted to repay his debt that way. Still, if things go wrong later, he knows he may have to speak up for everyone's sake. After that, he asks Julie about this bonus skill of hers. She smiles and says it'll be easier to show them later. Seo Erin says her skill summons a fairy that gives a shield, and Julie is amazed by the fairy part. Once that's done, and Sang-chul introduces himself properly again, Julie asks if he already knew Ryu Min before this. He says yes, they were saved more than once by the Black Scythe. Hearing that, Julie looks even more convinced that MC is a good person. Suddenly, Priscilla flies in. She greets the humans and announces there are exactly 1,010 participants this round. Then she gets right to the mission. A system window appears. In round 6, they must defeat a boss within 6 hours. Priscilla adds that no one can do it alone. The players ask what they're supposed to do, and she says the answer is obvious. They need to team up. She then introduces the new group system, which lets players form parties and cooperate. A group is made when 5 players gather. Once formed, they're treated as allies and can't hurt each other. Someone asks if that means no more backstabbing. Priscilla says they can still be harmed by monsters in other groups, just not by their own team. She also explains that while in a group, experience and gold are shared equally, no matter who lands the last hit, but that only works if everyone stays within 100 meters. Now the players want to know how item drops work. Priscilla says items go to whoever contributed more. If one player did 70% and another did 30%, the first gets the item. Someone asks if low contribution means no chance at all. She says even 1% could still win an item if luck is on their side. Still, the system decides contribution using several factors. Damage matters, but it's not the only thing. Support skills and buffs can also count as major help. One player thinks that sounds great. Just helping teammates can earn contribution. Ryu Min realizes this means even weaker fighters can still matter a lot. Priscilla warns them not to forget. If they kill a monster without being in a group, they get nothing. So to clear this round, forming a team is mandatory on top of killing a boss. Then she drops the key detail: there are only 101 bosses in the field, which means just 505 people can pass. She wraps it up by saying it's simple. Kill one boss as a group, but Ryu Min knows it only sounds easy. Priscilla wishes them luck, and adds that there's no side mission this time. Some players start wondering if the round is too easy. They only need one boss kill, and they're allowed to do it as a team. Another system notice explains how to form a group. 5 players must hold hands and say group formation together. Without a group, mission progress won't count. Time remaining, 6 hours. And Sang-chul is shocked. It matches the prophet's warning exactly. Round 6 really is a 5-person team mission. That convinces him even more that approaching the Reaper right away was the right move. He moves to form the group, but Ryu Min stops him. They still need one more person, since 5 are required. Julie asks who they should bring, and the swordsman says they should leave that choice to him, the strongest one there. The protagonist Min thinks it over, because he already knows someone who'd be useful to keep close. All around them, people start acting friendlier than they really are to make groups, but most are still unsure what to do. One girl asks a guy to team up, but he first demands to know her level. Nearby, another player yells that he's a level 20 warrior and asks who wants to join his party. Even so, a lot of them are really thinking the same thing. If they can join any team, it should be the Reapers. One player decides to try his luck and walks up with a friend to ask Ryu Min if he wants to join their group. MC shuts them down right away. No, and get lost. The two quickly back off, upset because for a second they thought he might carry them through the round. He knows that before he would have taken anyone, just to fill the last spot, but this time, he needs someone who can truly grow with them. He also sees that people are exactly the same as in his past regressions. Players keep trying to squeeze into his group, but he turns down every single one. Some get mad because he won't even hear them out. Others just envy the ones already standing beside him. And Sang-chul keeps wondering who will get the final spot, and the only person he can think of is his boss. If only he were in this area, he'd recommend him right away. Julie thinks that if her friend Ryu Min were here, he'd probably beg to join them, which makes it feel even more unlucky. Just then, someone calls out to the MC, and the swordsman turns, expecting another pest. Instead, it's Jo Young-ho, greeting him with a smile and saying it's good to see him again. Ryu Min says he's glad Jo Young-ho made it, since he thought he might have died in round 5. Jo Young-ho laughs and says he's not that weak, then admits, eyes shining, that watching the protagonist pushed him to finish that hunt. He quickly gets to the point. He wanted to say thanks because MC's help saved his friends too. Then he calls them over. Monkey steps up and thanks him from the bottom of his heart for healing his arm. Before, without that, they never would have passed. He tells him he's glad he made it. Then Jo Young-ho asks if the Reaper is still looking for a group member. The protagonist's face shifts, but Jo Young-ho quickly says not to misunderstand. He's not here to ask for a spot, and his own team is already formed. Ryu Min figures he already knew that, since anyone in a team gets a gold bracelet. So he asks why Jo Young-ho came. Jo Young-ho says he came not just to thank him, but to offer something. They can't be on the same team, but they want to work together. They don't want loot or EXP, and if they find a boss, they'll leave the kill to him. All they ask is help surviving again. Ryu Min says no. Ja Yun-ho blinks in confusion and asks if MC thinks they'd just be a burden. MC says that's not it. He just doesn't want to carry anyone. He appreciates the offer, but still declines. Jo Young-ho looks disappointed because he really wanted to repay him, but brightens when he adds that he'll step in if it's truly needed. That gets Jo Young-ho excited, and he tells Ryu Min to call on them if he ever needs backup. After that, he heads off so his team can get organized. Then Ensang Chel says they need to choose the last member, but the protagonist Min says he already has. He points in one direction, and everyone looks over at once. Ryu Min calls out to the hooded player and tells him to come here. The boy looks uneasy, but he still walks over. MC asks if he'd been watching them. In a shaky voice, the boy says yes. He was hoping for a chance to join. Ryu Min asks his level in class, and the boy answers that he's level 23, a dark mage. That's all he needs to hear. He says this is their 5th member. The boy freezes in surprise, and so does the rest of the team. The choice came way too fast, and Sang Chol is the most confused because the protagonist shut everyone else down instantly, but picked the shyest one there. Ryu Min is already thinking ahead. He knows this boy will one day be called No Pain No Gain, and become the leader of the group that worships the Dark Reaper as a god, meaning him. He's someone MC can trust, and later on he could be very useful. With that settled, he tells everyone to join hands so they can form the group. As they do, a magic bracelet forms on each of their wrists. Seeing that, the Dark Mage can hardly believe it. He really joined the Dark Reaper's team. His mind goes back to school, where he spent his first year as everyone's target. The bullies mocked his face and kept asking why he always looked so miserable. They demanded money from him every day, and all he could do was shake and apologize, saying he lived with his grandmother and had no cash. They didn't care. They told him to steal it or figure something out, because if they were broke, that was his problem. They even threatened his grandmother, asking if he wanted them to bury her already. That made Taegyu snap with rage. He rushed at them to fight back, but only got beaten down until he hit the ground. In that moment, he thought dying might be easier, but if he died, his grandmother would be left alone and suffer for it. So he cried, forced himself to endure, and kept going for her sake, hoping to give her a better life. Eventually, he made it through high school. Then the angels came and the world fell apart. Finding work and living decently became even harder. Later, after round 2, he came home and found those thugs there with his grandmother on the floor asking where he was. The sight filled him with rage until his power burst out. A black arrow shot out at once and hit 2 of them. One took it to the face and couldn't even understand where it came from. The third tried to summon a sword, not knowing Taegyu had awakened, but it didn't matter. They all died. Sitting beside his grandmother later, he realized this was why he'd kept everyone at a distance. Crying, he swore he'd reach the final round, save his grandmother, and make his wish come true. He was happy just to see he'd cleared another round, but even though he always ranked first in his rounds, someone still stood above him. That player was the Black Reaper, crushing enemies without mercy. All the Black Mage could do was stare from afar, unable to believe one player had wiped out every area representative in an instant. That only made him think one thing. Power like that could save his grandmother. More than anything, he wanted to know how to become that strong so fast. Back in the present, Ryu Min calls him back to reality and asks everyone to introduce themselves. Taegyu says he's level 23, a black mage, and his skills are Black Arrow and Black Chain. As he says it, he notices something strange. He's usually nervous, but right now he feels calm. Maybe it's because he's standing in front of the Black Reaper, or maybe he just wants to look useful. The protagonist Min says it's time to start hunting, but Julie stops them first and says she'll buff the team. She uses a skill that raises all stats by 60, and it lasts for 3 hours. Then she casts another one that boosts attack speed and movement speed by 60, with a duration of 30 minutes. Everyone is stunned by the buff and even wonders if the system glitched, and Sengkiel says now he gets why she's with the Black Reaper. That skill is incredible. Julie thanks him for saying that. Then Ariel decides she should show her skills too, and summons her fairy spirits. The others are amazed, and she explains that the fairies were first meant for defense, but after level 20, she could summon 2 that use magic attacks as well. Next, she uses another skill and brings out a new golem she can summon. Julie is impressed, saying it works as both support and tank, and Ariel shrugs it off, saying it's nothing amazing, it just pulls the monster's attention. Even so, Ariel can't help wondering if the Black Reaper finally sees her as useful, but he hides whatever he thinks and simply tells everyone to move. Taegyu, meanwhile, can only think about how this group already has 2 people with amazing abilities, and he wants badly to help too. They keep moving until they hear something nearby. The Black Mage slips behind a rock and spots another team fighting a monster. That group thinks they got lucky finding the boss so easily, and they go all out. But the monster easily knocks one fighter's weapon away and forces 2 of them back, making it clear this thing isn't weak. The others ask what to do, and a swordsman named Rosa decides to strike from behind. Watching them, Ryu Min already knows this will end badly. The moment he thinks it, the player gets slammed and sent flying far across the desert before crashing down. Ryu Min thinks they've made a huge mistake by targeting the horse. Still, the group keeps attacking with everything they've got, stabbing and striking the monster again and again until it finally drops to the ground. They celebrate, believing they killed the boss first and locked in first place for their area. Watching from a distance, the dark mage is stunned, thinking they've lost first place. He feels like they hesitated too long and let it slip away. But when he looks at Ryu Min expecting disappointment, the Reaper seems totally unmoved. One of the other players starts getting confused because the mission clear message still hasn't appeared, and another agrees something's wrong. MC watches them realize it far too late. The centaur they beat was never the real boss. The true boss is the Minotaur, the one with the bull's head, and beating it takes at least 20 level 20 players. In other words, they need 4 full teams of 5 just to stand a chance, and that's the real trap of this round. It was set up to make everyone think a team of 5 could beat the boss. That came from Priscilla, who said the round would end once a team was formed and a boss was killed. But the MC knows she never said 5 people were actually enough to win that fight. Still, he can't go around warning everyone. Right now, all he can do is watch. He also notices Hyotae-seok is clearly upset, while the other 3 stay calm because they know the prophecy. That makes him decide it's time to step in a little. He says the other team's reaction proves that monster wasn't the boss. The real one has to be somewhere else. Then he lays out a plan. Ignore the boss for now and hunt centaurs until time runs low. The others are stunned, and the dark mage asks why. He says, 5 level 20 players barely took down 1 centaur. If that's just a normal monster here, then the boss will likely need 3 or 4 full teams. On top of that, they don't know how strong the boss is, so rushing in would be reckless, especially if more traps are waiting. He adds that beating the boss too early could trap them inside a pillar of light, leaving them stuck, so it's smarter to keep farming and watch what happens. And Karl is stunned. The Dark Reaper figured out the best plan without ever hearing the prophecy. The Dark Mage says he gets it, but asks if waiting might cost them first place. The MC says that doesn't matter. They'll earn tons of experience in 6 hours, and first place might not even go to whoever kills the boss first. That shocks Sang-kyul again. He can't understand how the MC keeps finding the right answer without a prophecy. Minjuri asks if they should start hunting, though they may want a quick plan first, but Ryu Min makes it clear he'll hunt alone. Saikup worries because even 5 people struggled before. The Dark Mage, though, fully trusts the Dark Reaper. The MC repeats that the team won't have to fight because he'll kill everything himself. And Sang-kyul asks what they should do, and he says they just need to follow him, pick up the gold and experience, and treat it like a power leveling run. He makes one thing clear: any contribution-based item drops will belong to him. In return, they'll gain gold and experience fast without risking their lives. Everyone agrees right away, happy they won't be in danger. Taesuk especially is relieved and says he'll follow his lead. The MC calls out his scythe and bursts forward, telling them to keep up. They're stunned by how insanely fast he is, and Sang-kyul yells for everyone to hurry. Ryu Min keeps sprinting ahead, while the group struggles to keep up. The girls can't believe anyone can move that fast and can only guess his agility is absurdly high. Watching from behind, the Dark Mage realizes that even though he thought he was quick, next to the MC, he's just a cat chasing a cheetah. Then the MC spots something and points ahead. A centaur is right in front of him. In the next instant, he slices its head clean off, killing it the moment it appears. The group is left speechless. They don't even understand what they just saw. More centaurs show up across the desert, and the MC doesn't hesitate. He rushes in and cuts their legs one after another, then targets their heads and finishes each with a final strike. He doesn't pause for a second before moving to the next one. Then, using a monster's leg as a step, he leaps up and beheads another. The system confirms the kill, his triple XP buff is active, and his title adds 1.5 times more experience. He gets 0.89% XP and 60 gold. His kill count has already reached 172, and the Massacre rune is boosting his stats by 100. He realizes that in just 30 minutes, he's piled up a huge number of kills. There are 2,000 centaurs in the desert, and he figures he can take almost all of them within 6 hours, aside from the ones other teams already killed. Then he glances aside and sees his team dragging themselves toward him, completely worn out. They finally catch up, gasping for air, and the MC tells them they can rest if they're tired. They thank him because they can barely breathe. Julie admits she's amazed his hunting speed is ridiculous. He asks if that means she's not having fun. She quickly denies it, saying she's leveling up just by following him, so of course she's enjoying it. Barely able to stand, the Dark Mage says the Reaper is the one doing all the hard work. But the MC points out that they look like the ones suffering more. Then several players show up. Everyone turns and sees multiple teams arriving together. One player greets the MC and says they're lucky to have found him. Ryu Min tells him to skip the small talk. The man explains they're gathering teams to hunt the boss, and asks if the MC will join them. He refuses instantly, which upsets the man enough to ask why. The MC says the boss won't be easy to handle, and explains that the real one is the giant with a bull's head, a dangerous opponent. He says he already saw another group challenge it and get wiped out. So yes, several teams will need to work together. But even after saying that, Ryu Min still refuses because he's not interested. The player pushes again, saying it would help both sides, and even offers to let him take the final hit on the boss. Now annoyed, the MC warns that he won't stay polite if he has to say no a third time. That sends the guy running off with an apology. After returning, he shares the bad news. His teammates ask if he offered the last hit, but the captain says he did, and still got turned down. He admits he doesn't get it. As far as he can tell, even the Black Reaper should need help against the boss. Nearby, the boss keeps moving calmly, and the players begin trailing it. Up close, they get nervous because it's even bigger than they expected, but they try to stay confident since they have 20 players. Then the boss notices them, turns and lets out a huge roar that shakes everyone. With no better choice, they all charge in. The MC, watching from nearby, jumps onto a rock for a better look, and wonders how long they'll take, since the Minotaur isn't actually as hard as it looks. Its movements are slow, so its attacks are easy to read and dodge. The players manage that much, but their attacks keep failing because its hide is too tough. A heavyset player swings his sword and yells that even his blade can't get through. They panic at how thick the skin is, but decide to keep attacking. If they strike enough times, they might eventually hit a weak spot. The Minotaur starts feeling the pressure, and Ryu Min keeps watching from a distance, knowing they'll win eventually. The archer tells everyone to focus on dodging first. Then a teammate gathers energy and moves in for an attack, hurling his axe with all his strength. It lands cleanly and finally wounds the monster. Seeing that, the whole team attacks without hesitation, and one by one they strike the open wound. But even under all that pressure, the Minotaur grabs one player and crushes him in its hand. The mages, shaken by that, still manage to launch fireballs that make the boss scream in pain before it finally collapses. Everyone cheers. They killed the boss. Then beams of light fall on a few players and they celebrate surviving as the mission window pops up saying it was a success. But Yunki notices they didn't move on and gets annoyed, realizing they'll need to kill another boss. His partner agrees, since no pillar of light appeared. The players inside the light pillars wonder if they're stuck there until time runs out, and one of them guesses that's probably the case, at least they can rest. The captain tells his team to move out again until he notices the Black Reaper had been watching. He thinks about asking for help one more time, but gives up and walks away, knowing it would be pointless. Ryu Min drops back down and says he was right. If they'd killed the boss at the start, the rest of the time would have been wasted. Julie is amazed that he predicted it exactly. The MC says the break is over and tells them to follow him. Then he takes off again, using his tracking skill to find more centaurs. After a while, several other players clear the mission by beating the boss. One of them wants to know what rank he got, but the system doesn't show any placement. Another player doesn't care, she's just glad she survived. Then one of them notices something and realizes it's the Black Reaper fighting a centaur, dropping it with a single hit. They're shocked he can one-shot it, but they can't understand why he isn't challenging the boss instead. A woman agrees. To her, killing the boss and resting sounds way better, so she can't see why he's wasting energy. A guy says that wouldn't help much anyway. Even if he killed a boss now, he'd still be outside the top 50. So after losing his shot at the rankings, he's just farming now. He ends by saying that even the mighty Black Reaper can't always take first place. Still, he admits the guy made the right call. Just look at how much he leveled up. After a while, Ryu Min gets a system message saying it can't find any more centaurs. His total is now 1,920 kills, with 20 minutes and 43 seconds left in the round. That tells him the hunt is finally done. His teammates ask for a short break, because they're barely able to stand. Ryu Min tells them it's fine, the hunt is over, and now they'll take down the boss. They ask if he's sure it's really over, and he says his tracking skill found no centaurs left anywhere. Then Anne checks his system and freaks out, telling everyone to compare levels. Once they do, they're stunned by how much they gained. Ryu Min asks for the numbers, and Anne says he jumped from level 20 to 34. Ariel also reached 34, while Julie made it to 35. Tammy says he went from level 23 to 36. The protagonist Min figures everyone gained about 13 or 14 levels, and he did too, rising from 40 to 54. He also checks the loot: 19 magic stones, 9 normal gear pieces, a bunch of items, and even materials for divine-grade crafting. One drop is the shining horsetail, a glowing tail with faint mana coming from it. Julie is shocked by how much gold they stacked up, and the rest of the team feels the same. None of them has ever seen that much money before, and admits the amount is so crazy he doesn't even know what to do with it. Ryu Min tells them to spend it on general skills like presence detection, enhanced kinetic vision, and basic resistance. He also says the shop's items of the day are worth grabbing whenever something useful shows up, but first he urges them to move, the final boss is next. He tracks the Minotaur and takes off at full speed, then suddenly senses something and stops on the way. Players gathered near the boss notice him and rush over, asking him to join their party. Ryu Min refuses because he has no plan to split the contribution, saying he'll kill the boss by himself. That stuns them. They can't believe even the famous Black Reaper could do that alone. One player says it should take at least 20 people to beat the boss, and mutters that now he sees just how full of himself Ryu Min is. MC asks what he means by that and says if others can beat it, why wouldn't he? The player argues their side only managed because they had a big group, but he says that changes nothing for him. Then he walks off. Julie tries to stop him, but he just tells the team to wait. He'll be back after ending it fast. A woman who already cleared the mission wonders if he's really going solo, though she admits it's interesting at least. Ryu Min notices dozens of people are watching, including those inside the light pillars, so hiding his ultimate skill might be smarter. Then again, he thinks this is the perfect chance to show everyone what he can do. If he drops the Minotaur fast enough, nobody will dare look down on him again, so he decides to finish it as quickly as possible. With that, he plants his foot and readies his scythe. The nearby players notice his odd stance and guess he's about to use a skill. Ryu Min knows the system only starts counting once his attack reaches the boss, so while he's still setting up, the timer hasn't begun yet. Just then, the Minotaur roars and charges in. Ryu Min starts counting, and with 1 second left, he uses Night of Death, spreading a black cloud over the area. At the same moment, he follows with Moonlight Destruction, sending out a storm of slashes straight at the monster. One strike cuts through its neck, launching the head away and killing the boss on the spot. The players are left staring in shock. The Black Reaper really did kill it in one hit. All they can do is shout that it's impossible. Ryu Min almost laughs, knowing none of them has any clue how high his stats really are. The system congratulates him for defeating the Minotaur, and he receives bull leather and a Minotaur armor mold. The bull leather is high quality with durability perfect for defensive gear. Looking at the mold, he figures that one should sell for a nice price too. After that, Ryu Min checks if his team is alright, and they say yes. Tammy though can't hide how excited he is to be on the Black Reaper's team. The protagonist finds the look on his face kind of weird and guesses he's a fan, so he'd rather keep some distance. Soon, a beam of light comes down on his team too. Then Priscilla appears and announces that 101 bosses were defeated, while any team that failed to kill even one will be wiped out. With a creepy smile, she tells the trash to disappear. The players panic as they slowly vanish. After that, the angel says she'll reveal the rankings. First is Ryu Min's team with a 1-second kill. Second is Celestial Demon at 3 minutes 21 seconds. And third is Stupid Idiots at 4 minutes 9 seconds. One player protests, saying his team killed first, so how could the Black Reaper's team rank above them when they finished last? Priscilla explains that rank isn't based on who killed first. The system judges by how long the boss fight took. That leaves them angry, since they never knew that was the rule. She adds that the slowest clear took 11 minutes 30 seconds, which she mocks for taking forever against a mere Minotaur. Then she praises the Black Reaper's team for the shortest time before calling it 1 minute by mistake. A player quickly points out that she read it wrong. Priscilla pauses, confused, then checks again and realizes it says 1 second, not 1 minute. Now she knows she slipped up in front of the humans. To cover it, she shrugs it off and says that just proves how weak the boss was. Then she announces rewards for the top 3 teams. The system congratulates Ryu Min for placing first in his zone and across all zones. He gets an epic helmet ticket for his zone rank and a special reward box for ranking first overall. He's pleased, since he was ready to replace his helmet anyway. His choices are Angel's Ring, Minotaur's Bull Mask, and Hermes Feather Adornment. He picks the last one because the bonus is the best. The Hermes Feather Adornment is an epic helmet. It gives 180 armor, 10 agility, and a skill that grants invisibility. Once he equips it, the temporary skill info appears. Invisibility hides him completely, but not his sound. It ends if he attacks or gets hit, lasts 30 minutes, and has a 30-minute cooldown. He likes it, even if it doesn't hide noise. Once he gets the Stealth Rune too, he'll be set. Now he has to choose the special reward, an ingredient item, 14,000 gold, or info about round 7. He doesn't need the gold or the information, so he takes the first option. The choices are Broken Branch of the Iron Tree, Boiling Solution, Resistant Mama Shell, and Angel's Golden Powder. Since he already knows what each one does, the choice is easy. He picks Angel's Golden Powder. With everything done, the angel says goodbye and tells them they'll meet again in the next round. Now there are just over 8 million survivors left, with 505 in Zone C. Gustavo wakes up after returning to the real world and gets out of bed. He heads for the door when his security director says he needs to speak with him right away. Once they meet, Gustavo says of course his friend leveled like crazy after hunting for 6 hours on the Reaper's team, so he wants to hear exactly how much, and answers that he went from level 20 to 34. Holding a glass, Gustavo asks if he's serious, and wonders if that's really so shocking, when the Reaper did all the hunting. Anne says yes, the Reaper killed everything alone while the team just followed, and Gustavo figures that means the Reaper must have taken most of the loot. Anne confirms it, but says he doesn't regret a thing because he never expected to gain that many levels at once. Gustavo isn't happy at all. He says he's only level 29 and didn't expect to get past like this. That leaves the director stunned. Gustavo adds that Ariel is probably around his level too, and he can't stand being behind her, so he'll have to train harder. As he pours more whiskey, he asks if the Reaper really killed that fast, and says yes, the Centaur died in one hit. Gustavo says not even a 5-man team could pull that off, then asks if it's also true the Minotaur died in 1 second like the scoreboard showed, and says it is. He watched a shining skill slice the boss's neck off instantly, and he'd never seen anything like it. That worries Gustavo. The gap between him and first place is ridiculous, almost unreal. He knows the Dark Knight class is strong, but nothing like the Reaper, and he wonders if reaching level 40 will make him much stronger too. Either way, he knows he has to focus on leveling up. All he can say is that he'll work harder. Then he sets his glass down and says he actually wants to thank the Reaper. He'd gotten lazy, and now he's fired up again. Since his director, Seo Aren, had improved a lot, Junglak wanted to reward him. Then Insangshell asked if the prophet had survived too, saying it might be worth contacting him. He slips a hand into his pocket and apologizes, saying he should have handled it without asking first. Zhonglak tells him not to apologize and asks what skills he got, and Songqiel says he learned tracking and how to hide tracks. Hearing that, Zhonglak tells him to help with cleanup and test those skills too. It's been a while since he took out the trash. He asks if the situation is finally settling down. Zhonglak tells him not to worry, they won't have to kill anyone. He keeps staring out at the cloudy sky. To him, the weather feels just right for blowing off steam. Somewhere else, Taesok is lying down, overwhelmed because his idol accepted him onto the team. Even back in the real world, he still can't shake the main character's huge presence. He knows that person is far beyond him, someone he can barely even face like a god. He tries to think of a way to repay that help, but compared to Julie, who always sided him, he feels completely useless. He just wants a job that can actually help, yet no matter how hard he thinks, nothing comes to mind. Then he gets excited and starts wondering if there's something in real life a loyal follower like him could offer. After that, Ryu Min wakes up feeling like the air suddenly got colder, figuring he must just be tired. Then he checks his phone and sees an international call coming in. He picks up and finds out it's Daniel. The blacksmith thanks him first, saying he only survived because of the main character, and adds that he has things to discuss once he arrives. Ryu Min asks what he means by that. Was he coming to Korea? Daniel says yes, and that he'd already booked the flight. MC goes quiet, uneasy, because this never happened in his past timeline, and he can't figure out why it's different now. The silence makes Daniel nervous, so he asks if he did something wrong and says he'll cancel the trip if needed. He tells him not to worry, he wanted to meet him too, which makes Daniel happy. The next day they meet in person. Daniel says he's glad to finally see him face to face, and the protagonist welcomes him to Korea. Then Ryu Min offers to show him around. After a short walk, they stop at a restaurant. Daniel is stunned by the amount of food and says he's never seen a table this packed. MC tells him to eat as much as he likes. Daniel apologizes, saying he doesn't want to feel indebted, and asks to at least pay for the meal. Ryu Min refuses, and says if Daniel wants to do something in return, he can just restore the durability of his item like before. Daniel says that's easy and repairs it right away. The necklace is fully restored again, and he thanks him, saying he'll still cover the meal. Then he changes the subject and asks what happened when Daniel said he almost died. Daniel says he hunted for nearly 6 hours just like the protagonist told him to, but the Minotaur was way stronger than expected. He nearly died, and if he hadn't leveled up before the fight ended, it would have been over. Ryu Min says he's glad he could help and asks how many levels Daniel gained. Daniel says he's level 29 now, but he still hesitates over what he really wants to ask, whether he can truly become the best blacksmith like MC claimed, because it still sounds hard to believe. He tells him that if he keeps putting in the work and follows the prophet class advice, he really can become the best. That reassurance helps Daniel relax. Under that guidance, he doesn't need to be afraid. The protagonist then asks if he looked into the company he told him to invest in. Daniel says he opened an account that same day and put in a little over half the amount the protagonist suggested. MC says that was a smart move because the money is safe. Curious, Daniel asks what kind of company it is and how it will grow into something big. Ryu Min, a little concerned, asks if he invested without even checking first, and Daniel admits he just trusted his word, so he decides to take him there and show him himself. As they get close, the protagonist thinks the setup is almost finished. Inside, Daniel asks if MC invested more than 70% of the company's assets. MC tells him not to worry about that and asks if something's wrong. Daniel says no, money is just a little tight, but he can handle it by cutting down from 3 meals a day to 2. Ryu Min says he'll pull out 10,000 for him once they're outside the company, and hopes that'll be enough for now. Daniel doesn't get what he means, then stares at him in shock and says he looks like an angel before correcting himself, since he's obviously not the angel from the game. He just laughs. They get on the elevator, but Daniel worries about entering without telling anyone first. The protagonist tells him not to stress. He may not be the CEO, but the company is basically his. He adds that the company recently changed its name and was fully reworked, though he'll explain the details later. Daniel says there doesn't even need to be an explanation. He trusts the prophet completely. Soon they reach their floor. Ryu Min tells him to stay close. As they move forward, MC notices there are strangely many people around. He also can't figure out why the door is blocked, and starts wondering if someone important is inside. Right then, Ansang-Kiel spots him, gets startled, and asks why he's here. Ryu Min apologizes for coming without notice, and says he brought a foreign investor to see the company, so he'd like to meet the CEO. And Sang-Kiel says Ma Kyung-Rok is inside right now, but he's already meeting another guest. That throws him off because he knows the boss told everyone to let no one in, and they obey that order like their lives depend on it. So who could have shown up and gotten access? He reads in Sang-Kiel's thoughts and learns the truth. The man is embarrassed because a major shareholder arrived at the exact moment the CEO's fiancée came to visit. Only then does the protagonist Min understand the situation. And once he does, he finds it interesting, because he knows exactly who that woman is. A moment later, Kyung-Rok, sweating nervously, asks why the main character came by without warning. Ryu Min asks if he now needs an appointment just to visit. Kimrock quickly apologizes and says he spoke badly. But MC knows there was no mistake. Kimrock simply thinks the prophet class isn't strong, that seeing the future is all it can do, and deep down he looks down on him for it. Kimrock apologizes again, saying an important shareholder can come whenever he wants. He laughs and turns to the side, noticing the woman. He recognizes her as Christine Craig, the only unique class priestess, a woman who survives all the way to round 15. Like buffers, priests are usually treated as support types. Their biggest advantage is resurrection, learned at level 60, an insanely strong skill that can bring someone back to life as long as they've been dead for less than 10 minutes. Even with that limit, it's basically an extra life. Ryu Min realizes his reason for getting close to Kimrock was really to reach Christine. He didn't expect to meet her this early, and no matter what, he needs her as an ally until at least round 20. After that, the CEO introduces Christine and calls her his friend. That annoys the protagonist because she's his fiancée, and after all their talks, there shouldn't be secrets like this between them. Still, he greets her and introduces himself as a partner in the company. Christine says she didn't know the CEO had a partner, and Ryu Min answers that he also didn't expect the owner's fiancée to be so beautiful. Kimrock is stunned. He had no idea his fiancée spoke English, and he's even more shocked that MC already knew they were engaged. He fixes him with a stare, and Kimrock hurriedly apologizes, saying he never meant to deceive him. The protagonist says it's fine, but admits he's still a little disappointed because he hoped for at least some trust. That mistake hits Kimrock hard, while Christine can only watch in silence.